Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are doing a deep dive pre-trial prep of Georgia versus Colin Gray. So welcome in everybody, welcome in. Thank you for joining us. Let me just make sure my audio is okay.
Welcome to trial.
All right, seems to be all right. All right, so we are dual streaming. We are in Verdict Watch of Paul Canero. We're streaming that, and we're also going to be now getting ready for a trial starting on Monday. Jury selection began, took them 3 days. They did finally seat a jury, and they are scheduled to start on Monday. So welcome in everybody. Crazy Mary Jo, good to see you. What the Healer, thank you for joining us. Betsy, welcome to Rabbit Ears. Brat Kimbers, good morning, Iowa Backyard. Lily Wayne, good morning. It is very similar to the Crumblies. I agree with that. Carol, good morning to you. Alice, TGIF to you. Joy, good morning. Hope you're doing well. Shirley Roth, good morning, JPC. All right. Angelique, good morning. All right, so let's turn our focus over here. All right, this is Georgia versus Colin Gray, right? Now he's 55. This happened September 4th of 2024. Now his son, Colt, is the one who actually did the shooting and took out 2 teachers and 2 students. You can see there, Richard, Christina, Mason, and Christian. They were 39, 53, 14, and 14. So the charges are second degree M times 2, involuntary manslaughter times 4, cruelty to children times 8, because there were people that actually got injured as well, and then reckless conduct. So on September 4th, 2024, a shooting at Apalachee High School in Winder, Georgia left 4 people dead, 2 teachers and 2 students, and several others injured. The accused shooter, Colt Gray, was 14 years old at the time. Prosecutors allege that the father of the shooter, Colin Gray, knowingly provided his son with the rifle used in the attack, despite warning signs related to his son's mental health and behavior. Now, Colin Gray has pled not guilty to all charges. His bond was set at $500,000. However, he remains in custody as the bond was not met. No plea agreement has been publicly announced. Colt Gray's case is separate from his father's. He remains in custody and is currently undergoing mental competency evaluation to determine whether he is fit to stand trial. So he is estimated, if he is convicted on all counts, it's estimated to 180 years. So some of you may be familiar with this case, others may not. I am personally, I remember when it happened. I didn't really follow it then, but it now has piqued my interest because this will set precedent. This is going to be one of those cases that will be looked at very closely moving forward, and it will definitely set precedent. It's going to be case law for sure, just like the Crumblies up in Michigan. And what happens here is basically, can a parent or guardian or whoever be held responsible for providing a weapon to a child who has been proven to not be stable? And even if they're 100% stable, they go and they take the life of classmates, teachers, or anybody for that matter. Is that person who gave that firearm held responsible? So this will definitely set precedent. It's going to be historic. That's why we're going to cover it. And yeah, we're gonna be on it. So, all right. So with that being said, we've got a full day of backstory to get to, starting with the news. As you guys know, we always start with the news of what happened, and then we get into pretrial hearings. So we're going to start first with it actually happening.
Terror at a Barrow County High School, a mass shooting the GBI says was carried out by a young student, leaving 4 people dead.
That includes 2 teachers and 2 students. And at this hour, we are still learning more about this tragic sequence of events. Here's what we know so far. The first calls coming in around 9:30 this morning to Apalachee High School just outside of the city of Winder. Late today, the GBI confirming that 4 people were killed. Again, 2 teachers, 2 students, and at least 9 others were injured and taken to several hospitals across North Georgia. We do know that the suspect has been identified as 14-year-old Colt Gray. He is alive and was taken into custody. Take a listen to the latest news conference with the latest information from the GBI.
At approximately 10:20 a.m. this morning, the Barrow County Sheriff's Office received alerts about reports of an active shooter and radio traffic from school resource officers concerning the same concern, or having the same concern. Within minutes, law enforcement was on scene, as well as 2 school resource officers assigned here to the school who immediately encountered the subject within just minutes of this report going out. Once they encountered the subject immediately surrendered to these officers and he was taken into custody. Additionally, what I want you to know as of now, there are 4 individuals who are deceased from this incident. 9 that have been taken to local hospitals with various injuries. Of those that are deceased, 2 are students and 2 are teachers here at the school. The priority right now for us within this investigation is to gather all the facts, to make sure that we're accurate with it, because this is a murder investigation. As the sheriff mentioned earlier this morning, the shooter is in custody. His name is Colt, that's C-O-L-T, Gray. He is a 14-year-old student here at the school, G-R-A-Y. He is a 14-year-old student here at the high school. Again, he has been taken into custody. He will be charged with murder, and he will be tried as an adult and handled as an adult. We're coordinating these charges and obviously this investigation with District Attorney Brad Smith, who is the District Attorney for the Piedmont Judicial Circuit here. Since earlier this morning we talked with you, and since the incident occurred, numerous interviews have been taking place through our investigation with students, faculty, as well as any other witnesses that we could identify. Law enforcement had a very, very swift response to this incident once the incident was determined that there was a concern here. Those resources, whether it was in that response or throughout this investigation to assist, came obviously from the sheriff's office here, from other local law enforcement agencies, state law enforcement agencies, and federal law enforcement agencies as well. To include, not to be left out, multiple EMS personnel, multiple fire personnel, and agencies. Those agencies responded here as well today, and I am extremely grateful, as I know the sheriff is, for that quick response and the partnerships of working here together with what all has gone on. Currently, from the investigative perspective, we have crime scene agents and other special agents from the GBI, from close to a dozen of our different work units from across the state that have responded here today to work on this investigation, again, collecting evidence, conducting interviews, and so forth. I do want to pass this along, that if anyone has any information that wants to be passed on concerning this investigation, that they can do that anonymously at our tip line at 1-800-597-TIPS or 1-800-597-8477. They can also report this on by downloading the See Something, Send Something app. That can be done by Android or Apple phones, either one. If they need to report any tips concerning this investigation. Let me close out before I turn this over to the sheriff and let you, just remind you that this is still a very active investigation. There is still a lot that is very, very fluid, conducted, that will continue on into the night, as well as crime scene work and collecting and gathering evidence. But what is more important for me to mention here to you is my heartfelt sympathy to the parents, the students that were here today. Regardless of where they were in the school, this has got a great impact on them as well as on this community. My thoughts and prayers, along with everybody standing behind me and every law enforcement agency in this state, and many I will tell you around this country, they are in our thoughts and prayers.
Well, you have been listening to a news conference from earlier this afternoon around 4:30. Information from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation regarding today's shooting at Apalachee High School in Barrow County. We are expecting to hear from the GBI once again at some point this evening. We haven't been told exactly what time that might take place, but we'll, of course, bring that to you as soon as it happens. We have a crew still on the ground there at this hour.
Right now, we want to go out live to our Molly Oakes, who has been outside the high school really for the last few hours. Molly, you've been talking to so many students and parents and really hearing firsthand what they went through today.
Yeah, you know, we've been talking about the dozens and dozens of law enforcement agencies that have been out here from counties spanning across the state, which echoes the GBI's sentiment of saying that this is not just a local investigation, but this is a state and federal level investigation now. But the only thing that matched the amount of law enforcement out here were the parents and the loved ones just trying to get to their students.
Gunshots, and then my teacher told us to get in the corner. I heard like screaming and police officers like get down.
My daughter called me at work screaming that there was a shooter at Apalachee. He was with the principal, and the principal told him, run to the band room, don't look back, just keep running.
I know my teacher, I know he got shot. I know one of my friends' got shot in the leg. It was, I don't know everyone, but I know some people that were shot.
I can only imagine, because they do drills for these type of things. You know, they do the preventative measures for these type of things. So to actually be in it here now is just so surreal.
I felt scared because that's when I actually realized it's real, that it's actually happening here. I never thought it would happen in the school.
Really crazy. You just never know what's going to happen.
What was going through your head when all that happened?
I thought I was going to die, and I was going to go to the bathroom right before it happened, and I'm so glad I didn't, because I would probably be dead right now if I did.
I feel really sorry for the kids that they've had to experience this, and the parents who got those phone calls that it was their child, just to start praying for all the kids.
Yeah, we talk about how the community has really wrapped their arms around each other today. Now, not only have we heard from thoughts and prayers from parents and loved ones out here, seeing those hugs behind camera when I was talking with people, just hearing that their kids were okay, but we were also seeing folks after they came and finally got their students coming back, bringing water bottles to law enforcement, water bottles to media crews. Even when I was on camera just now, the Salvation Army's now out here and handed us 2 water bottles. So this is a very tight-knit community that is really hurting, but working to heal with each other's help right now. That healing is also coming from the district level as well. Barrow County School District says schools will be closed this week, but they will have grief counselors at the central office tomorrow from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Guys.
All right, Molly Oak live for us, and we will no doubt see more of that community support in about 20 minutes when the community is gathering for a vigil there in the city of Winder.
That is certainly true. We do want to share some new sound with you tonight from a junior at the school who says that they were seated next to the alleged shooter not long before this all took place.
I just remember like the moment that it happened. He was at the door, and I knew they were looking for him already, but he was at the door and they almost let him in until they backed up, and then he turned away, and that's when you hear like the first rounds of fire.
So he was in class with you, in algebra class, he left. Then he came back, was at the door, and then knocking to be let back in. Why? You told me something about the doors.
Yeah, they lock automatically, so you have to be let in to come back into our classroom. So I think he wanted to come to us first.
Come to you first to shoot?
Yes, to shoot us class.
And then he was at the door, student went to open the door, and then what happened?
She backed away. I think she saw him, or maybe somebody said something, but I'm pretty sure she saw that he had a gun, and so she backed away.
So she was about to let him into the class, you think, to shoot the students, saw that he had a gun, did not let him in. What happened next?
He turns to the classroom to what would have been my right, and he just starts to shoot, and you hear like about 10 to 15 rounds back to back.
What did you hear? What did you think was going on in those moments?
As soon as they didn't let him in, you kind of like, I don't know, I already kind of had a feeling it was gonna happen and it was him, but as soon as they didn't let him in and you hear the gunshots, you kind of like know.
You knew that something very bad was happening next door. Did he ever say anything?
No, he never really talked. He was pretty quiet. He wasn't there most times. Either he just didn't come to school or he just would skip class. But even when he would have talked, it was one-word answers or just short statements.
You told me off camera you weren't surprised that he would be the shooter. Why is that?
Just because when you think of like shooters and how they act or things that they do, it's usually the quiet kid, or like that's a stereotype for it to be, and he was the one that fit that description in our class.
Did you ever see the gun, or did the student that go to the door see the gun, describe it to you guys?
No, I haven't talked with her after this. It was all pretty hectic, but I didn't see the gun. Like when we heard it, most people just dropped to the floor and like kind of crawled in an area, like piled on top of each other, lost a shoe when they were, trying to get to a corner. The teacher turned off the lights, but we all just kind of piled together. And like I pushed desks in front of us. I was just telling people like, oh, push desks in front of you, block in front of you, get low, things like that.
What would you say to this student that you were just elbow to elbow with just this morning in algebra class, and now this?
I'm not sure. I want to know why he did it. I think that would be I want to know why.
That is just absolutely terrifying to hear that student's account, that someone went to the door and could have let that student, the alleged shooter, into class, but backed away.
Yeah, we've heard so many stories like that just coming in over the last couple of hours. Students who heard the gunfire, students who were almost perhaps in the line of gunfire. One guy said he almost went to the bathroom, but kind of just for some reason waited a bit and could have been one of those people. So just heartbreaking and harrowing just to hear some of that.
Yeah, we want to get you now to our 11 Alive investigative reporter, Zach Merchant. He has been at the hospital, the Northeast Georgia Medical Health System Medical Center in Barrow County. Zach, what can you tell us about some of the victims that we know have been transported to various hospitals throughout North Georgia?
Well, last word, 3 of the 9 people who were injured are being treated inside the Northeast Georgia Health System. 2 of those patients, they're being treated right here at the Northeast Georgia Medical Center in Winder. A 3rd patient within the system is being treated at the Gainesville location. That is a level 1 trauma center. Importantly, a spokesperson for the health system says that all 3 of those victims, they are gunshot wound victims, but they suffered non-life-threatening injuries. He didn't have any more information than that, couldn't release their names, their identities, their ages, whether they were students or adults. But again, really important to emphasize, saying that those 3 patients within the Northeast Georgia Health System suffered non-life-threatening injuries. And 2 young men we met today will be very, very happy to hear that news. They work right across the street from the Northeast Georgia Medical Center campus here in Winder. Their names are Christian Kinna and Ashton Hopkins. They watched this morning as first responders rushed to Apalachee High School. Kinna and Hopkins, they are recent high school graduates themselves. They just graduated from Apalachee's rival school, Winder Barrow High School, last spring. And in this small, tight-knit community, they say they know a lot of people in the Apalachee community too.
It hurts to see people who are possibly down the same path as I am coming to a fate quicker and not getting the opportunity to shine, as if a shooting star just got shot down. Like, it's really just sad to me, because I know for a fact that they could be someone great, and we would have never known.
You just heard from Christian Kinna. He's 18 years old. As we said, he's a recent Winder-Barrow High School graduate. He has a younger sister who is still a high school student at Winder-Barrow. Christian says she was on lockdown today. Authorities tell us that lockdown was precautionary. There was never an active threat there, but you can just imagine the terror that she felt, and even more so, the terror that so many young people and teachers and other adults inside Apalachee High School experienced today. A spokesperson for the Northeast Georgia Health System says that in addition to the 3 gunshot wound victims they're treating across the health system here, he says 5 people have checked themselves into the hospital experiencing what he described as anxiety or panic attack symptoms related to today's shooting. We're live in Winder. Zach Merchant, 11 Alive News.
All right, Zach, thank you so much. We also know tonight that at least one person was life-flighted to Grady Memorial Hospital in Atlanta as a result of this shooting. So we're continuing to work that part of this investigation for you tonight as well.
Right now, we want to bring in a Loved Alive's Caitlin Ross, because we know that 2 students and 2 teachers among those who were killed today, just horrible. And I know you've been talking with some loved ones and friends of those who lost their lives.
It is beyond tragic, and we are learning more about those people right now. We're waiting to identify them until we hear directly from police. We want to make sure that those friends and loved ones and family members all have a chance to hear that news. But what we know about these people who were killed is they were all remarkable. We're hearing stories of heroism, the 2 teachers who were killed, protecting students, the kids, those students who were killed. We're hearing they were in the same class as the shooter, that they knew him, that they were in class with him. And when you were listening to the witness describe what happened as that shooter came to her door, went right next door, those were classmates of his. And so we're hearing now from family members who had children in those classes that the parents of the students who were killed were frantic looking for them in the hours before they were notified by police. One boy who was in class was a special needs student, had autism. His family was outside for hours making pleas on social media, begging anyone who had seen him to come forward. They were notified around 3:15 in the afternoon, and this family friend told me they were absolutely devastated. She says there is a feeling of heaviness in the entire city, that you go out and you walk around and everyone is in mourning, and they will continue to be in mourning as these stories come out, as we hear more about these victims. I think there's a lot more to learn about what happened inside that school today.
And the unfortunate piece of this is that people are still learning more about who maybe lost their lives. They're seeing these names on social media. Again, we are waiting for official confirmation, but people in that community can't help but start to hear, and that grieving process is about to begin for so many. As we again understand, it's 2 students and 2 teachers. These are people that these students and staff members were seeing every day in class for many years.
Right, and you raised such an important point there, that this is such a small community, and that plays so heavily into people's reactions here. It's because they all know each other. They know and support each other, and if they didn't know the person directly, they have a family member or a friend who did. And so as you're hearing all of these names, there really is this sense of devastation that it's 4 people that they all knew so well and grew up with that are now lost.
I think the sheriff kind of underscored that when he talked about during his news conference. He said, I was born and raised in this community. I have kids in this school district. I went to these high schools. So I think whether you're someone in law enforcement, a 911 dispatcher, a nurse, everyone can find some way to be impacted and feel the grief with this.
Right, exactly. That was the trauma doctor I was speaking to earlier said, it's hard enough to do your job when there's a tragedy, but then in these towns, in these communities, these are people who who are coming into your hospital with gunshot wounds. And so it's, they train for this. I saw a really interesting post from the Barrow County Sheriff's Office from years ago about how they train these active shooter drills constantly. And they do it in Barrow County, they do it with force. So they're confronted by people who are waiting in these classrooms, and they know how to respond. The 2 SROs who did respond likely saved countless lives today. But thinking of that mechanism of response when you're in that moment of panic and it's people that it's almost unthinkable. So I'm so glad you said that, Jonathan, that this is so difficult for those first responders who are on these scenes and having to do everything they can to save lives.
And when you think about it, it's anyone who's lost a loved one knows how difficult it is to deal with that loss. But imagine doing it at this age as well. Right. Grief is already difficult enough to process, but to deal with it in such a violent manner in this way is truly devastating. Caitlin, thank you so much.
All right, now we want to get over to 11 Alive's Grace King, because this really has gripped so many of us, not just in the Barrow community, not just here in Metro Atlanta, but also it's prompted a national conversation as well.
All right, so let's get you now to Grace King joining us from the newsroom. Grace, we are hearing from so many people who have comments to say about this tonight.
Right, we're hearing from local leaders, national organizations calling for an end to the violence that claimed 4 lives today. The Children's Defense Fund says its desire for our desire for easy access to guns has overwhelmed the need for physical protection and social emotional wellness for young people. It says it dreams and fights for a day when children will play freely in parks, walk safely to bus stops, and learn in schools as sanctuaries. Georgia House Speaker John Burns says the state's heart breaks today. He wrote they have prioritized making significant investments in mental health and school safety funding. And while there will be a time and a place for policy discussions, his sole focus right now remains on surrounding these students, teachers, and families with their love and support. And finally, Congresswoman Nikema Williams said heartbreak is not enough. Georgians need immediate, urgent action to improve gun safety because we all need to live in communities free from gun violence. Now, of course, we're continuing to follow the reaction to this tragedy. You can find even more responses, including from local school districts, right now on 11alive.com.
All right, Grace, thank you so much. As we are still hearing from so many people, including the governor, our state senators. We've also heard from the White House presidential candidates. So many people weighing in on a tragedy that's touching so many.
It's touched so many people, like we said, not just in that small community, not just North Georgia, but really throughout our country. We heard from Vice President Kamala Harris speaking during one of her rallies in New Hampshire today. Everyone just expressing sadness and really wanting to do something, and let's hope that something maybe can be done. Like he said, maybe some of the policy discussions can happen later, but still really thinking about the people right now, tonight, affected.
Yeah, and speaking of the people, the Barrow County community certainly wanting to open their arms and wrap them around everybody who has been impacted by this today. Let's get you now out to Angelina Salcido. She is live from a vigil that is taking place today to offer that support. Angelina?
Well, Jennifer, this is where people are coming together in order to try and support one another after a tragedy that happened earlier today. And I'll tell you, it is a pretty somber mood out here, of course, but one of just support and a whole bunch of love for this community. Jug Tavern Park is actually about 15 minutes away from the high school where this shooting happened. I'm going to step out of the way so that you can take a look at just everybody coming together. Some people are bringing balloons, other people are bringing candles, and there are people from all walks of life here, all different kinds of communities here. Some of them were students. Others had students, our parents that had students in the school at the time of the shooting and that are still trying to process the fact that this has happened in this community. Winder, Georgia, of course, is small, and the school community is even smaller. So this is a pretty tough time for everybody who is out here. But the one thing that they tell me they knew they had to do was come out here to show their support for everybody that has been affected here. And the one thing that they continue to say is, you never think that it's going to happen, or if it does happen, it's going to happen close to home. This time, it was actually home, and I think that that is extremely tough for a lot of people to process. I just spoke to one woman, and she was telling me that her son was in the school at the time of this shooting. Her son is a freshman currently, and her son actually knew one of the people who was shot and killed today. They have not even had time to process the fact that this has happened to them, and she has been overwhelmed with emotion, but really just trying to be that strong force for her son to try and get him through the day. She said they knew that they had to come here. They knew that they had to come here to try and process everything with everybody else at the same time as everybody else and give that support that they know that they need to everybody else as well. So we're going to be here throughout the night, talking to different people. As we look around, there's a lot of people that have been crying, a lot of people giving each other hugs, a lot of people shedding tears with one another, bringing signs of love and support for others, flowers, balloons, all different kinds of things. So we look forward to sharing their story and sharing all the love that has been brought to this park tonight to remember everybody who was affected today.
Angelina, you mentioned folks bringing different items like the balloons and flowers. Do we know, is there any type of formal program, or is this really just an event for people to come out and share their grief and share their support and love with one another?
right now, the city talked about this a little bit earlier today, put it out on social media as well as the police department as well. They really just wanted to give people a space so that they could come, try to process the news, come together, reunify with one another, and try to talk through everything and process everything that has happened today. With that being said, we have seen like a speaker system being brought out here. We have seen a few different things that have been brought out. So we're not quite sure how the program is going to go moving forward, but we have seen people being given candles. So as that program develops, we'll of course share that with you guys as well.
All right, our Angelina Salcido live for us. We know you'll be joining us again during our 11 o'clock hour for the latest as well. Thank you so much. And one of the things she talked about was processing. It's really sometimes hard to process what you don't know.
Yeah.
And there's a lot that we still just don't know behind what happened today. We don't know, again, the conditions of some of the people that are still in the hospital. So our hearts really go out to those people in Winder who are trying to cope and comfort one another still with so many questions out there.
All right. Well, there are so many questions, but there is some information that we have learned tonight from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. We know 4 people have been killed, 2 students, 2 teachers, 9 people hospitalized at various facilities across North Georgia. We do know from the GBI that there is a 14-year-old suspect who is in custody, who is expected to be tried for murder as an adult, and we understand his name is Colt Gray. We know that this suspect surrendered immediately after being confronted by school resource officers. That information, again, coming from the GBI. So again, this is a developing story. The investigation is underway. Jonathan, earlier today we were hearing from so many families who were looking to be reunited with their students, saying that the students were being interviewed by the GBI and other law enforcement officials as part of this investigation. So this is just the very beginning of this process for them.
Because many of those students, as we've been saying all afternoon and evening, saw the gunfire, they heard the gunfire, saw the gunman in the hallway. So for a lot of them, their testimony, their account of what happened will be key to this investigation. And we do know, again, that we expect another update sometime tonight from the GBI. We were told it could come within the 7 or 8 o'clock hour. We, of course, will bring that to you on our 11 Alive Plus app and have the very latest for you coming up on 11 Alive News at 11.
That is where you can stay with us for any developments, any new information that we get on this developing story. You can also visit our website, 11alive.com, and our 11 Alive News app. You can scan that QR code right there to download it for free. We'll see you again tonight with the very latest, tonight at 11.
All right, so that's the initial shooting, what happened. So now we're going to get into a timeline. This is a really good timeline. And for those that are interested, jury had a question in the Paul Canero trial. They want to see a couple videos from the SUV rear right taillight. So they're playing those videos right now. All right, so let's get to our next video here, which is going to be the timeline of what happened.
Well, it has been 1 week since investigators say a 14-year-old boy walked into a school shooting and killing 4 people. That's Apalachee High School in Winder. He also sent 9 people to the hospital.
Right now, this is a new look at the growing memorial for the lives that were lost. Math teachers Christina Irami and Richard Aspinwall, as well as students Christian Angulo and Mason Skirmahorn, both just 14 years old.
Well, today, the mother of that suspect, Colt Gray, she is sharing her message to the family of those victims. In a new letter, Marcy Gray writes, "To the parents and families, I want to say that I'm sorry from the bottom of my heart. If I could take the place of Mason and Christian, I would, without a second thought. My heart breaks for the 2 teachers who gave their lives while in the service of teaching and protecting our children." She goes on to say that she will never forgive herself for what happened, adding that she doesn't believe her son is a monster. She ends this letter with, quote, "Please pray for him and the rest of our family as I am praying for all of you every moment of every day."
Well, today questions still remain about any warnings the school may have received on Wednesday and the timing of the response from school officials and law enforcement.
That's right. 11 Alive's Grace King joining us now with a look at where we're starting here, Grace.
Right. We know that first period began at 8:15 that morning and let out around 9:38. We don't know what happened in that class or whether Colt Gray attended, but second period is when things took a turn. We spoke with students, parents, neighbors, and law enforcement to piece together the timeline of what followed.
At 9:45, second period began at Apalachee High, and 16-year-old Lila Sayerath noticed Colt Gray in her algebra class.
He was gone for a little while.
At 9:50, text messages and call logs shared with the Washington Post that a relative verified to 11 Alive show Colt's mother Marcy made a 10-minute call to the school warning them of an extreme emergency. Around 10, Lila says an administrator came to her classroom looking for Colt.
They said the wrong name. They said my friend's name because they have similar names.
At 10:22, the Barrow County Fire Department received alerts from the Centiject security system. That's when Lila's classmates saw Colt with a gun in the hallway.
Within minutes, 5 or 6 minutes, they come around the hallway.
And by 10:28, Barrow County Sheriff Judd Smith says Colt was in custody.
He complied with our orders. He got on the ground and he was taken into custody without incident.
And at that point, dozens of law enforcement officers were on scene, going classroom by classroom to confirm there were no other shooters involved.
Grace, thank you so much for putting that timeline together. When we look at this investigation, we know that obviously law enforcement got out there as quickly as possible, and then that investigation moved very quickly.
Right. Neighbors tell 11 Alive that law enforcement was at the Gray home around 11 that morning, less than an hour after shots were fired. And of course, by the next day, they had charged the dad, Colin, too.
All right, Grace King with us for that timeline there. Thank you so much. Now,
all right, so let's get to our next clip, which is going to focus now on the victims. So now we know what happened. We know who did the shooting. So now we're going to turn our focus to the victims.
There was blood everywhere. You could smell the gunpowder. You could smell a lot of screaming, yelling, a little bit of chaos.
Tragedy and sadness overshadows Barrow County as devastating details continue to come out. The harsh reality the community is facing.
I saw a deceased body on the floor, but it was like covered up, and I saw a female with a shot wound to her leg.
Plus, the community emphasizing the need for a united front as students process these emotions from the tragedy.
And a shocking new twist in the deadly high school shooting, where the gunman got his weapon and his connection to the shooter. How investigators are seeking answers for the motive behind this horrific act. Good morning at 5:30. Thanks for being with us. I'm Aisha Howard.
And I'm Cheryl Preheim. This morning we're waking up with a lot of new information about the deadly Apalachee High School shooting and the investigation. Take a look at your screen. We now have the mugshot of accused shooter, 14-year-old Colt Gray. Police say he opened fire among students in a classroom on Wednesday morning. Gray has been charged with 4 felony counts of murder. He sits in the Gainesville Youth Detention Center as we speak this morning, and he will appear before a judge virtually in just a few hours around 8:30. This is 54-year-old Colin Gray. He's the father of Colt, and he is now charged with involuntary manslaughter, second-degree murder, and cruelty to children. The GBI says he's accused of knowingly allowing his son to possess a weapon. NBC is reporting that Colin Gray told investigators he gifted his son the gun that was used in the shooting as a Christmas gift. We want to bring faces to the names of those killed in the shooting, and always keep at top of mind those most impacted. The lives taken of 2 students and 2 teachers taken within hours of the school day starting. These are teachers Richard Aspinwall and Christina Irami, and 14-year-old students Mason Schermerhorn and Christian Angulo.
We want to make sure you know the timeline of the Apalachee High School shooting. A student named Layla Sayareth spoke to CNN and said that the alleged shooter left her classroom around 9:45 a.m. She says he came back toward the end of class with a gun, but another student refused to open the door. So she says he went to the classroom next door and opened fire. Around 10:20 a.m., the Barrow County Sheriff's Office says it received the first alert of an active shooting situation at Apalachee High School. School resource officers responded, and so did law enforcement. And within 6 minutes of that first alert, the sheriff's office says Colt Gray was taken into custody. We're told the alert system teachers wear can immediately trigger a lockdown. It's unclear exactly when that lockdown was lifted, but 11 Alive heard from the Barrow County School District at around 11:34 a.m., letting us know that students were being released to go home and class was canceled for the rest of the week.
All right, so that was quick, but those were the victims. Now let's get to the press conference. This is the charges. So here are the charges against Colt. I'm not sure if these are charges against Colin yet, but these are charges against Colt. So I'm still wrapping my head around this too. Let me see here. All right.
Good evening. I'm Jennifer Bellamy. Right now, we are preparing to take you to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation as they get ready to speak after just announcing the arrest of 54-year-old Colin Gray. He is the father of Colt Gray, the 14-year-old suspect in yesterday's mass shooting at Apalachee High School in Barrow County. We are going to listen in, but we will return you to your normal programming and time for tonight's football game. Let's go ahead and try to get a look at that scene right now as we wait for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and other members of law enforcement to begin. The GBI announcing this evening charges against that father. Again, 54-year-old Colin Gray. He is charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter, 2 counts of second-degree murder, and 8 counts of cruelty to children. We are preparing tonight for an 8 p.m. news conference set to begin at any moment now with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation to discuss these charges even further. Again, it's 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter, 2 counts of second-degree murder, and 8 counts of cruelty to children. This in coordination with District Attorney Brad Smith. This coming just less than 24 hours, or maybe about 24 hours after that shooting at Apalachee High School in Barrow County. And we are seeing them approach the microphone right now. So we will take you live to that scene to hear more.
Good evening. We wanted to come back and update you on the progress of the case this evening. I appreciate you being here. In coordination with the District Attorney Brad Smith, the GBI has arrested Colin Gray, age 54, in connection to the shooting here at Apalachee High School. Colin is Colt Gray's father that was arrested yesterday. He is charged with the following: 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter, 2 counts of second-degree murder, and 8 counts of cruelty to children. Mr. Gray, these charges stem from Mr. Gray knowingly allowing his son, Colt, to possess a weapon. This is a very difficult time, as we know, for students and parents, and so many, I know, of students and parents here in this county and around this state are afraid. You all have likely seen reports of incidents of other students making threats today at various schools around our state. In each of these incidents, police, law enforcement, took charges, they made arrests, acted very swiftly, as we take incidents like this very seriously across this state. This is a time for all of us as a community and a state to come together and remain vigilant. Students must be supported and encouraged here in this community and across this state to contact a member of their school faculty with any and all concerns of suspicious activity that they may see. Local, state, and federal law enforcement will continue to work together around the clock in relation to this incident here and any other incidents that come up around this state that raise concern to the safety of our students, faculty, and citizens here in the state of Georgia. Additionally, Colt Gray, that was arrested yesterday for this incident, has now been charged with 4 counts of felony murder. And again, we will continue to work tirelessly to complete this investigation as we move forward. I will go ahead and mention to you, and as I say sometimes, I'm going to go ahead and apologize to you. As y'all all know, that this is a murder investigation. It is a very serious investigation, one that we take serious, one that we will continue to diligently work on and be very thorough with it with the GBI and our local partners here. So you'll have to forgive us if we don't answer a lot of the questions that you ask. I know you have many, and we wish we could answer many of them for you, but we still obviously want to maintain the integrity of this investigation because it has a long way to go for it to be finished. Again, I also want to remind everyone that we need to continue to pray and support the victims that were involved here, the school teachers, the faculty, the students, obviously those that lost their lives, their families, and those that were injured. So I'd like to call on the sheriff to come and give you a brief update on the status of those that were injured from yesterday's event. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hosey. As Director Hosey said, I'd like to say that obviously we're lifting up those families. Our hearts are hurting for them, our kids, our students, our teachers. But the 9 injured, I am very happy to say will make a full recovery. And that's a testament to the response that we had, in my opinion, the response that medical staff responded with, in my opinion, and we're very happy to say that they will make a full recovery after that response. Again, please lift up our community. Please keep these children, these teachers. We call them teachers, but I call them heroes. We met with them today. Emotions are very high, obviously, but we told them that we love them, we love our teachers and what they do, and we're very happy at the fact that they stood in the gap between evil to protect their children, and we want to include them in the lives that were saved as well yesterday. But I wanted to report to you that all 9 people that are injured will expect to make a full recovery. Thank you.
Are they still in the hospital?
Several of them are still in the hospital, some have been released.
And Director, can you please explain, did the father actually give the gun to the suspect?
Well, I'm gonna leave it as how I mentioned it in the release, that he knowingly allowed him to possess the weapon.
Director, can you tell us about how the arrest happened today? Did he turn himself in? Did you guys make contact with them? How did that go with investigators this afternoon with that arrest?
I'm honestly not familiar with the details. Okay. All I can tell you is that he is in custody at this time.
And is it likely anyone else will be arrested in this case, or is that still being worked on?
It's difficult to say at this point in time. We're obviously still investigating this, following all leads, all evidence, and we'll set to see where it takes us as we progress forward.
Do you believe that the arrest should have been made sooner?
The arrest was made when we had the probable cause to make the arrest.
Do we know when his first court appearance will be?
I'm not sure. No.
Did the dad bring him to school?
I'm not sure about that either. I'm sorry.
Are you able to explain the charges and how he has more charges than the suspected shooter?
Not in great detail. The biggest thing, as I mentioned earlier, is that he is in custody at this point in time. His charges are directly connected with the actions of his son and allowing him to possess a weapon.
Sheriff, will he be housed in your facility? Is that where he'll be held? How does that move forward?
He'll be held in the Barrow County Detention Center.
Will his mugshot be available tonight, or will it take some time until tomorrow to get his mugshot?
It depends on how long it takes us to book him, but if it's available, we can get that to y'all tonight.
Sheriff,
if not tomorrow.
You said some good news that some have been released. Do you know the numbers of patients that are released, victims?
I don't want to speak to that because I don't know the exact number, but I know that I want to just report that all 9 would make a full recovery and be able to leave the hospital.
Sheriff, there are 9 people that were injured. Do you know if there are a mix of students and teachers or staff?
And you have been listening to the director of the GBI and the sheriff of Barrow County giving an update in the shooting tragedy at Apalachee High School in Barrow County. The GBI announcing the arrest of 54-year-old Colin Gray, the father of the suspected shooter, 14-year-old Colt Gray. This is again in connection to the shooting at Apalachee High School in Barrow County. We do know that father is charged with 2 counts of second-degree murder, as well as 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter and 8 counts of cruelty to children. The director of the GBI saying that this comes as they say the father knowingly allowed his son to possess a weapon, not giving any other details other than that. The sheriff, though, saying that all 9 of the people who were injured in the shooting are expected to make a full recovery. Some of them have already been released. We'll, of course, continue to follow this. You can continue to listen in on our website, 11alive.com, and inside our 11 Alive streaming app, 11 Alive Plus. We'll bring you the very latest details tonight following the game.
Brought a gun into a school, committed an evil act, and he took lives, and he injured many other people, not only physically but mentally. But I'm proud of Barrow County. I'm proud of our superintendent. I'm proud of these teachers. I'm proud of these schools, and I'm proud of where I live. And we'll get past this. If you see behind me, up here on the hill, we got a vigil going on at our flagpole. I welcome you to go see those kids and those young people that are hurting.
Director, can you please explain whether you're still expecting more charges?
I think I answered that earlier. Our investigation is still ongoing, so we'll see where things go with our investigation, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much. That's all we have for tonight. Continue to follow the GBI on X. Please monitor our website. We did not anticipate another update, but as you can see, it's fluid. Things are developing. Again, we appreciate your patience and your support and your continued prayers for the victims. Thank you.
All right. So Dad, shown there, is going on trial Monday. They had 3 days. They this week, starting Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. They've picked a jury. They impaneled a jury. So that's Colin. His son Colt is being evaluated right now for mental competency. And I don't know if he has a trial date set yet. If he does, I don't know. All I know is that he's being evaluated. That his dad is going on trial on Monday. So we're going to continue on with another news clip here.
Good morning. My name is Brad Smith. Good morning. My name is Brad Smith. I'm the District Attorney of the Piedmont Judicial Circuit, which encompasses Barrow County, Jackson County, and Banks County. This is Patricia Brooks. She's my Chief Assistant District Attorney. We will be handling this case of Colt Gray and Colin Gray. You just had the first appearance hearing, which is standard for people when they're charged with crimes here in Georgia. I am bound by ethics or constrained by ethics not to talk about the facts of the case, but I wanted to answer any questions you may have about the process or the charges. The next step in the process will be grand jury. The grand jury has already been impaneled and been hearing cases. Their next scheduled meeting is going to be October 17th. That is closed to the public, so you will not be able to see that. After that, he will have a scheduled arraignment. I don't have a date for that yet. And then we'll start the trial process at that point. There will be additional charges on Colt Gray. When he was taken into custody on Wednesday, we did not have the identities or the conditions of the other victims, so we were not able to charge on those offenses. So when the evidence comes in and they've been able a chance to heal physically, emotionally, and spiritually, we will get with them, and there will be additional charges that address the other victims in the case. I do not know if there will be charges on Colin Gray. There may be, depending on how the investigation comes forward. But you can anticipate there will be new charges on Colt Gray because we never addressed the other victims in the school. There will be, when those charges come out, another first appearance hearing. Because of that, I would rather not have the charges come out piecemeal. We will probably wait until the investigation is complete and then do it one time.
All right, so that was the district attorney's press conference after the hearing. Now, here's the actual hearing. I wanted to play his press conference first, just to give us some context. So here's the actual hearing.
All right, thank you.
All right, so here's his actual hearing. So his son had his hearing, and then they broke a little bit, and then now it's his hearing, Colin's hearing.
Good morning, sir. Are you Mr. Colin Gray? Am I pronouncing your first name correctly? Mr. Gray, my name is Curry Mingledorf. I'm assigned to preside over this morning's proceeding. This is your first for you. Why don't you just state your name, please? Colin Gray. All right, pull the microphone down, please. There you go. All right, and how old are you, Mr. Gray?
54.
And are you able to read and write and understand the English language without any difficulty?
Yes, sir.
How far did you go in school?
11th grade GED.
Okay. And I note that you have counsel seated with you at the table. Do you understand that you have the right to be represented by an attorney at all times for this and all future proceedings in your case?
Yes, sir.
And do you understand that, of course, if you cannot afford an attorney, that the public defender will be appointed to represent you upon your request?
Yes, sir.
All right. And counsel, would you identify yourself, please, for the record?
Donna Seagraves. We are going to have new counsel assigned to Mr. Gray later today.
All right. Thank you. All right. Okay. Sorry. Just need to make sure that the system is working. And all right, so the following aren't questions that I'm going to ask. I'm just informing you of some things. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you at further hearings or at a trial on the charges that you're facing. For this hearing, you're not going to be questioned about facts and circumstances surrounding your charges. You are currently charged with, and you'll be provided with copies of the warrants if you don't already have them. You're currently charged with 2 counts of. If you have questions about these charges, which I assume that you will, the court urges you to discuss those with your attorney. Let me inquire as to whether there's a motion for bond if Mr. Gray is moving for
decision.
All right, thank you. All right, I also need to inform you that you have the right to an indictment by a grand jury, and you also have the right to a preliminary hearing unless you make bond or waive such a hearing. You have the right to a speedy and public trial by a judge or jury. You have the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses. You have the right to call witnesses on your own behalf and testify in your own defense if you so choose. I want to make it clear to you, Mr. Gray, that you are presumed innocent. Your refusal to testify at any point cannot be used against you in determining whether you are guilty or not guilty. I mentioned the first appearance hearing a moment ago. That is being set for you for December 4th, 2024 at 8:30 a.m. Currently that's set to take place in the Magistrate Court of Barrow County. It could be subject to change, but I just want you to know that that is the date that we currently have. All right. I do want to thank those who are in the gallery who have an interest and who have appeared. I appreciate the decorum that has been maintained throughout this proceeding, or both of these proceedings today. And with that, this matter is adjourned.
The attorney who's going to represent you, I think his name is James Rogers. We're going to have the official later today, but he'll come and see you probably the first part of next week.
Okay.
All right, so that was his initial hearing. That was from September of 2024. And now we're going to hear about an FBI threat, and then I'm going to play his body cam. The body cam when police came in 2023 to talk to him. So Colt was on their radar. So it's going to be one of those, you know. Colt was on their radar. So let's see what this is. What this shows us.
Also digging into a tip from the FBI about a school shooting threat that the agency says a suspect made more than a year ago. The FBI says it passed a tip on to the Jackson County Sheriff's Office, which investigated the threat but determined there was insufficient evidence to charge the then 13-year-old. 11 Alive's Cody Alcorn reported on this investigation last night. He's live tonight from the Jackson County Sheriff's Office in Jefferson. And Cody, you spoke with the sheriff who has been criticized over her detective's decision.
Jennifer, these FBI tips came from a gaming chat platform with more than 500 million registered users. One of the names mentioned, Colin Gray, and the account, which was used to make this threat, was tied to several different IP addresses and phone numbers. It was vague, but it mentioned a shooting at an undisclosed middle school. Now, at the time the FBI handed this threat over to the Jackson County Sheriff's Office, Colt Gray was enrolled in a middle school just down the road.
I have looked at the case.
Jackson County Sheriff Janice Magnum says the FBI contacted her hours after the Apalachee High School shooting regarding an investigation in May of 2023.
I have read it over and over.
Anonymous tips accusing the suspect, Colt Gray, of making threats of shooting up a school in a gaming chat room platform known as Discord.
And when you had the gaming app, it made it more difficult to pinpoint that he definitely did it because there were other IP addresses on that account.
A Jackson County detective confronted Colt and his father with the allegations. Colin denying owning a Discord account, his son admitting to creating one, but denying threatening to shoot up any school.
That has to be substantiated.
The shooting threat couldn't be proven, but Colt's father admitted to owning guns used for hunting, denying Colt had access without him around.
He had knowledge from last May.
Now Now, a year later, the GBI accusing Colin Gray of allowing his son to possess a weapon, which the agency described as an AR-style gun they say he used in the Apalachee High School shooting.
This is an assault rifle, and he knew the allegation had been made a year ago, but yet he should have been, there's no way that kid should have had a gun.
Sheriff Magnum says she stands by their investigation in 2023. She says even if the evidence would have supported a charge, it would have likely been a terroristic threat, which would not have kept Colt Gray out of a high school, alluding to what you heard tonight from the GBI. Colt Gray should have never had access to a gun, and if he did, whoever allowed him to have access to that gun should be charged alongside him in Wednesday's shooting. In Jefferson, Cody Alcorn, 11 Alive News.
All right, Cody, thank you so much.
All right, interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Yep, again, this trial starts on Monday. They took 3 days to seat a jury. They took it out of the county because everybody in this county knows what happens, has somebody who knows, that got affected by it. So they moved the trial out of, I guess, Barrow County. And it is going to start on Monday.
So what? Tell me what.
All right. So next up is this.
So what? Tell me what. You have any kids?
Hold on. Next up is this body cam. So this was May of 2023. So this is from May of 2023. You can see right below me. See, 2023, May 21st. All right, so this is May of 2023. So this is a year before. This is a year before the shootings happened. The shootings were September of 2024. This is May of 2023.
So what? Tell me what. You have any kids or anything living here?
Colt Gray.
Colt?
Yeah, Colt. He's my oldest son.
How old is he?
He's 13.
Does he play a lot of video games and stuff?
Yeah, he does. Playing all the time.
Is he here right now?
Yeah.
But you think it's something he might have?
I want to know.
Can we talk to him?
Yeah, absolutely. Now look, he gonna get all red faced when you talk to him. Just calm. All right. So him and his. Let me give you a backstory. So we lived over Traditions.
Mm-hmm.
I went to work one day. I'm sole provider. Build high rises downtown.
Mm-hmm.
So I get a call from one of y'all. So my family's in law enforcement. So when I get the call, I'm trying to think the officer's name. Turns out, nicest guy ever. He's like, I just want to let you know I'm at your house. I'm like, for what? He said, y'all have been evicted. I'm like, no, I just paid rent. He's like, nope. He's like, I'm gonna stay here till you get here. So I drove all the way home. All my front yard. And I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, I'll just let you know this is what's going on. There's people standing there with trailers. And I'm like, what are they doing? He's like, well, they're gonna get your stuff after 24 hours. Is that right? Like, I don't even know why y'all are here. So, long story short, I'm like, trying to figure out what's going on with my wife. She's in the house. So we split. Long story short, for obvious reasons. She took my younger two and went back home, lived with her mom. Colt and I rented a house and came here.
Mm-hmm.
So we've been good, no problems. He struggled at first with the separation. All school was kind of so-so. So I've been up at school countless times just tracking with him, hey, make sure you're good. They understand what's going on.
He goes to Jefferson School?
He goes to Jefferson Middle School, yes, sir. So he's been doing really good. In the beginning, he kind of struggled a little bit, but.
Let me ask you this: Do you have weapons in the house?
I do.
Are they accessible to him?
They are. I mean, there's nothing loaded, but they are down. We do a lot of shooting. We do a lot of deer hunting. He shot his first deer this year.
Yeah. Okay.
So like, I'm pretty much in shock, to be honest with you.
Well,
I'm a little pissed off, to be even really honest with you, if that is what was said. But
well,
hell, we've been up to the school for so many times now.
The information I got was sort of incomplete, and I don't know how old it is. And like I said, the original complaint went to your other address, or your previous address, and that's where we just came from, and it wasn't them.
Yeah, no, I'm sure
So,
it wasn't.
I don't know if, and so we ran I had your name and date of birth, so
yeah.
That's how we got this address. So,
I mean, I swear to God, we've been up to school. I've been up to school, like, I'm on first name. I just was up there 3 days ago for his finals, talking to the principal, like, look, make sure Colt's good. He gets flustered and under pressure. He doesn't really think straight. Can we just, just kind of put your arms around him, get him through 7th grade? I just want to make sure he's good. Like, I mean, we're up there all the time talking to the school. If you talk to that school, they'll know exactly who I am. I'll say that.
Okay.
I mean, because I'm up there that much,
Checking in on him.
Yeah,
Sure
I just want to make sure he's good.
Yeah.
So I'm a little taken back by the whole thing, but I can tell you this, I take that very serious, and so does he, as a matter of fact. He's...
Say his first name's Colt?
Colt, C-O-L-T, yes, sir.
I mean, all I can do is ask him.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Yeah, I want you to talk to him and just tell him. Like, I don't know anything about him saying that, and I'm gonna be mad as hell if he did. And then all the guns will go away, and they won't be accessible to him. I'm trying to be honest with you. I'm trying to teach him about firearms and safety and how to do it all, and get him interested in the outdoors. Like on my phone,
and get him away from those video games.
Exactly right. That's the God honest truth. And the picture on my phone is him with blood on his cheeks from shooting his first deer. It was just the greatest day ever. So he knows the seriousness of weapons and what they can do and how to use them and not use them. So it's kind of
no need.
It's kind of a little bit of a shock. So in whatever y'all telling him, please instill in him that if this is whatever or wherever this is coming from, it's no joke.
Yeah.
Like, it's no joke.
But we wouldn't be here if it was.
No, I know. And I'm telling you right now, we talk about it quite a bit. Okay. All the school shootings, things that happen.
Yeah, scary.
Hey, are you getting picked on at school? He is. He's getting picked on at school, and is everything okay? That's why I keep going up there. Yeah. Because you never really know, and I don't want anything to happen to him, so... yeah, y'all.
All right, well, if you want to grab them,
y'all talk.
Or we can go in.
It's all cool. Hang on.
That's the worst part about it. I don't know
what information,
when the information came in.
These are good dudes. Just
hey, Colt, what's going on, bud? So did your dad kind of explain everything to you?
Said something about shooting up a school.
Did you say something about school shooting?
Never. I just told him, I don't know what. Maybe they misheard somebody else. I don't never say that. I'm threatening.
You never ever said.
No, I swear.
Do you use Discord?
Discord?
Yes, sir.
I used to. I don't have it anymore.
When's the last time you used it?
Like a few months ago.
Really?
Was it at Traditions, or was it here?
No, it was at Traditions because in that Discord account that I had deleted it before.
Before you moved here?
Yeah, because I think it got it been password pulled or something. Like I clicked on a link and somebody.
Have you heard anybody on Discord when you were using it say something like that? You remember?
Like at that time?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think I ever had anybody that.
Never. And I mean, I'm not trying to get anybody hemmed up, but this is some serious stuff.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, he knows how serious it is. Trust me.
Because I'd hate to You know, my boss was even like, you know, I don't know how old this information is, and if you want to wait till Monday to follow up. And I was like, nah, I'd rather do it now, because
so would we.
Because God forbid something happened and I didn't do my job, I'd feel pretty bad about that. So I just want to make sure you understand that if something like that happens, or you hear something like that, report it.
Yeah,
tell your dad, tell teacher.
Like I told him, I would promise I would never say something like that.
So you haven't used Discord in a few months, and you're saying you didn't say anything like that?
No, the only thing I have is TikTok, but I just go around there and watch videos.
Okay. All right, well, fair enough.
What's your birthday?
He's just going to do a little report saying that
we talked.
We done in reference to this, and that we talked, and you saying that you didn't say anything like that. And I got to take you at your word, and I hope you're being honest with me. I'm not saying you're lying, but it's
a serious thing.
Yeah. It's not unusual for people to lie to police.
Okay. He's familiar with that too.
Hey, Colin, what's a good phone number for you, sir?
How's school going?
Oh, it's going good here.
About ready to get done with it?
I actually already finished. Yeah.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I finished.
When was your last day?
Let's say Sunday, so Friday.
Friday? What grade you going into?
8th grade.
8th grade, almost high school, man.
Yeah.
The last 4 years, really, the last 4 years is what matters.
Yeah. So I'm trying to, I'm just focusing on school.
Get them good grades, man. It'll set you up for the rest of
Yeah, so look, you all are welcome any time. We take it like dead serious around here, and I just want to make sure that I'd even feel better if you do find out what or where. Mm-hmm. Like, can somebody let us know? Cause
sure.
He's gonna be full of anxiety until this gets resolved. I can tell you that right now.
I've never really say something related to.
So did you switch schools when you moved from Traditions? Where were you going before?
West Jackson.
West Jackson Middle? Okay. Is things a lot better now?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. That's good.
Let me grab you one. Can I walk through your grass? I'm gonna grab a card real quick.
Yeah, it's all good.
Are you getting bullied over there at West Jackson Middle?
That's the thing. I wasn't back there. I wasn't getting bullied.
Now look, be honest with him about now in middle school. I told him you were now, and that's
you getting switched out halfway through the school year, being the new guy.
Yeah, I'm doing that for a while. We moved like 6 times already. So.
Well, my dad was a logger and grew up in the military. We moved a lot when I was a kid.
Yeah. Well, at the past schools, surprisingly, I had friends. Like, I didn't even necessarily have a reason that I would say that or anything.
No. Well, there's always somebody you can talk to if you need to.
Yeah, sure.
School resource counselors.
Yeah, and I do talk to them. Yeah, I talk to the counselor quite often.
Okay.
Just, let her update her on, just how my life's going and stuff like that.
Yeah, start looking out and making goals for yourself.
Yeah, I'll do that.
You interested in anything?
I want to be a philosopher when I grow up.
A what?
A philosopher.
A philosopher.
Yeah. It's kind of an out there thing.
Yeah. Well, do what you enjoy. I did 20 years in the military. You don't have to settle on just one thing.
Yeah.
Did 20 years in the military, retired from that, and been doing this for 7. So you don't have to fit everything inside the box.
Yeah, that might branch out to different stuff.
No. We got guys at the sheriff's office that are full-time plumbers, full-time police officers, and do what pays the bills. Do what they enjoy. But everything's going good?
Yeah, for sure.
No, that's good. You got a phone?
Your iPhone? Yeah, I have a phone.
What's your phone number?
Like I said, I changed my phone number.
Okay. Alright. Dad said you went deer hunting for the first time this past year.
Oh, yeah.
What'd you get?
3-pointer.
3-pointer?
Yeah, it was nothing much, but I still.
fork on one side and one on a prong on the other, or?
It was one on one side and two,
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, fork on one side and one on the other. Spike.
Yeah, fork.
All right. So that was from May of 2023. So that's the year before. So he was kind of on their radar, right? He was definitely on their radar. Unfortunately, there's not much you can do, right? I mean, he's saying that he didn't post anything on Discord. They clearly didn't follow up. They didn't follow up as to what, if he posted or not. And
everybody's present, so the prosecution is Brooks.
Here we are a year later for him, and he shoots up a school. All right, so this is a preliminary hearing. So now we're going to get back to Father Colin. So this is from prelim hearing from October 16th. All right, so this is from October 16th. Pull it down there. All right.
Good morning. Make sure everybody's present. So the prosecution is Brooks and Mr. Smith this morning. Yes, sir. Good morning to you. And you all are prepared to move forward?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then I have Mr. Hobbs and Mr. Berry. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Good morning to each of you.
Good morning.
And you all are prepared to move forward this morning?
We are, Judge.
Okay. If we could bring Mr. Gray out, please. Good morning. Is it Colin or Colin Gray?
Colin.
Colin Gray.
Yes, ma'am.
And as you, sir. All right, and Mr. Gray, is it your intent this morning to have Mr. Hobbs and Mr. Berry represent you in this hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, good morning. My name is Caroline Tyler Evans, and I am the Chief Magistrate Judge of Barrow County. This is the preliminary hearing calendar for the Magistrate Court of Barrow County, Georgia, held this 16th day of October, 2024. The hearing that we're holding today is called a preliminary hearing. They are not the trials of this case, and the results here do not necessarily determine whether the defendant in the case is found innocent or guilty at later trial. The purpose of the hearing is to conduct an inquiry into the defendant's case to find out whether or not there is probable cause justifying the issuance of a warrant or warrants for the defendant's arrest and justifying proceedings further towards the trial of his case. Probable cause means, is there enough facts to cause a reasonable man to believe that the crime charged in the warrants against you were committed by you, or whether the warrant should be changed to reflect the crime, if any, the defendant actually committed and it is misstated in the warrant. So Ms. Brooks, Mr. Smith, if we are ready to go, I will turn it over to you. I asked all the parties this morning, anytime you want to bring anything in the case, we ask that you use the podium. There is a recording going on, so if you would please just use the podium so that the microphone and the recording system can pick you up. Yes, sir. Are you Mr. Hobbs or Mr. Berry?
I'm Jim Berry.
Mr. Berry, yes,
I'm
sir.
the older of the two.
I got you. I'll write that down. How about that? Yes, sir.
I wanted to inquire, Judge. I have not seen Rule 22. I know there are a number of...
So in magistrate court, it's a Rule 11. We do have one that's been filed, and it is next.
Do you guys recognize that attorney? Do you guys recognize that attorney? Who can pick him out? Who can pick out that attorney? I don't remember his name, but I remember the. I'll get his name in a second. Do you guys remember him? The guy standing up right now? See if I can find it. Do you guys recognize him? I'll give you guys a minute if you recognize him or not. I'll continue playing.
I'll be happy to go get you a copy if you'd like that this morning.
As long as it has been filed, I trust the court.
It has been filed, yes, sir. Okay, thank you.
Judge.
Anything else? that
Yes,
we
Your
need
Honor,
to-
just
yes,
based
sir.
on that same issue, so these mics are cold, my understanding?
That is correct.
And that mic is hot.
That is correct. Also, the flat microphone is for the recording system. So you see the flat microphone on the podium?
Yes, sir.
There's one at the witness desk, and there's one up here for me. They are this right here. This is for the recording system itself. It is very sensitive, so just make sure that if you are speaking with your client this morning, you can either tell us to pause the recording so it does not pick that up, or just be aware that it's very sensitive, even if the one's up here, okay? Yes, and if you wanted to use those microphones just for audible reasons, that's certainly fine too, but those are covered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Smith or Ms. Brooks, you will call your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Lucas Byer to the stand.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Judge.
Could you raise your right hand, please? Swear the testimony you give in the matter now pending before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay. Have a seat, please. And if you could introduce yourself to the court.
My name is Special Agent Lucas Byer. I'm with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Take your attention back to September 4th of this year. Were you involved in an investigation involving a shooting in Apalachee High School?
Yes, sir, I was.
Tell us how you became involved in that.
On September 4th, in the morning, I was located at the Athens, or the GBI's Athens Regional Office. We were notified of an active shooter situation at Apalachee High School, and myself and a number of other agents from the Athens Regional Office dispatched ourselves to the high school in order to assist, and we were ultimately tasked with the investigation.
Okay. As part of your investigation, were you able to look at surveillance video that was captured by the school surveillance system?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. And were you able to see all the video that pertained to Colt Gray arriving at the school up until the point he was apprehended?
Yes, sir. I was provided a number of video clips, and the video clips included footage from a school bus, hallway surveillance video footage, and also surveillance video footage from within classrooms.
Okay. And based on this footage, were you able to piece together Colt Gray's movements throughout from when he arrived at the school until he was apprehended?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. Were you able to, at that time, how did Colt arrive at the school?
Colt Gray arrived to the school via a Barrow County school bus. The school bus picked him up from his residence at approximately 7:46 a.m. on September the 4th, and he boarded the bus, and it transported him to Apalachee High School.
Okay. When he boarded the bus, did he have a firearm on him or with him?
It was not immediately obvious, but through other investigative acts that were conducted in the case, we did determine that he did have a firearm in his possession when he boarded the school bus.
How was it concealed when he boarded the school bus?
The firearm was located in his book bag. It was a rifle, so it was long, so it did not fit in his book bag entirely. We determined that the rifle was protruding out of his book bag, and that the part of the rifle that was protruding from the book bag was concealed with a rolled up poster board. And just by a quick glance, it appeared that Colt Gray was possibly transporting a school project.
Okay. And when he arrived at the school, where did he go?
After arriving at the school, Colt traveled to his first period class, which was in classroom number 1.515, and that was located on the G Hall of Apalachee High School. It took him maybe 2-3 minutes to travel to the classroom after getting off the bus. During that time, based on my review of the surveillance video, it did not look like he engaged with any other students, and he maintained control of the book bag the entire time.
When he was in the classroom, his first period classroom, did he leave the classroom at any point?
Yes, sir. He did leave the classroom at approximately 8:30 a.m. Colt Gray got up and spoke to the first period teacher, who we identified as Miss Suzanne Harris. It appeared that he asked to use the restroom. Surveillance video showed him exiting the classroom, traveling up G Hall, and then ultimately entering a student restroom that was located on G Hall. He was in the restroom for a few minutes, and then he returned to the classroom and appeared to continue with the lesson plan for the day.
Did he stay in the classroom for the remainder of first period?
Yes, sir, he did.
What happened when first period ended?
After first period, Colt Gray left the classroom with the book bag with the poster board still inserted in it in his possession. He then traveled through K Hall and ultimately turned onto J Hall, where his second period classroom was located. The second period classroom was identified as classroom number, classroom number 2.151, and the teacher of that classroom was identified as Miss Catherine Greer. It was a math class.
Okay. And what did he do once he arrived in the classroom?
Mr. Gray sat down at a desk, and he propped the book, or he placed the backpack on the floor, propped the poster board against the desk, and it appeared that he was preparing for class. He, at one point before class actually started, he produced a black notebook or binder from his backpack, opened it and placed it on his desk, and then he sat there for several minutes on his phone. It wasn't clear if he was typing or texting or what he was doing on his phone, but he was actively using his phone.
Okay. How long did he stay in that classroom? I don't need the exact time period. When did he leave the classroom?
He left the classroom at approximately 9:54 a.m. So he was in the classroom for approximately 20 minutes or so before he left. Based on information obtained during the investigation, Mr. Gray asked the teacher, Miss Greer, if he could leave the class in order to go see the counselor. She granted him permission to do that. He obtained a hall pass from the classroom, and then he departed the classroom.
Did he take anything with him when he left the classroom?
He took his book bag.
Did he leave anything in the classroom when he left?
Yes, sir. He left the black notebook that he had placed on the desk.
And was it still open?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. Before we follow Colt Gray, let's stay with that black notebook. Were you able to follow the video as far as to what happened to that black notebook?
Yes, sir. During my review of the in-classroom camera from that particular classroom, the notebook remained on the desk for an extended period of time. It remained open up until the point where a student that was seated next to Colt Gray closed the notebook and placed it on a whiteboard that was behind her. And the notebook remained in that position throughout the remainder of the day. While, of course, after the shooting occurred, while GBI crime scene agents were processing the scene, that notebook was recovered.
Now let's go back to Colt. So when Colt left the classroom at 9:54, is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
At 9:54, where did he go?
He went to a restroom, a student restroom located on J Hall.
Did he take the book bag with him?
Yes, sir, he did.
Okay. And were you able to determine what stall he went? I know not from camera video, but from other investigations later, were you able to determine what stall he went into?
Yes, sir. Of course, there were no cameras inside the restrooms, but upon a inspection of that restroom area, there were some items of evidence that were associated with Colt Gray inside the first stall within that restroom.
Okay. How long did Colt Gray remain in that restroom?
He remained.
I don't need you to do math on the stand. If you'll tell us.
I appreciate that, sir. He exited the restroom at 10:21 a.m.
And what did he have with him when he exited at 10:21?
At the time that Colt Gray exited the J Hall restroom, he was wearing yellow gloves that he had not previously been wearing. The white poster board that had been inside the backpack was no longer there. He was carrying the backpack in his left hand. The white poster board was. He appeared to have it wrapped around his lower torso as if to conceal something.
Okay. Where did he go at that point?
Mr. Gray proceeded to return back to his second period classroom, which was classroom 2.151.
What happened when you arrived there?
The door to the classroom was secured. Based on video footage, it appeared that Mr. Gray stood outside of the classroom door for approximately a minute. At some point, I should note that none of the video that I reviewed had any audio associated with it, but based off the reaction of students in the classroom, it looked like Mr. Gray may have knocked on the door. A student stood up and appeared to be preparing to open the door. She observed Colt through the door's window. In her reaction, she backed away from the door. She put her hand over her mouth, and she appeared to get the attention of Miss Greer, who also went to the window, observed Mr. Gray, and immediately told students to get into the corner of the classroom. Miss Greer then took control of a badge that she was wearing and pushed a button that initiated a lockdown procedure.
Okay. What did Mr. Colt Gray do at that point?
Colt Gray moved to his left and went to the door of classroom 2.152, which was identified as Miss Cassie Ryan's classroom. He entered that classroom and proceeded to fire the rifle into that classroom.
Did he fire it one time or multiple times?
He fired multiple times.
Okay. Were you able to tell about how many times or from the video?
No, sir. Once Colt Gray started discharging the rifle, there was a lot of dust and debris that obscured some of the camera footage. So I was not able to determine based off that video how many times he discharged the rifle, but it was clear and obvious that he did discharge the rifle multiple times.
Were people in that classroom struck?
Yes, sir.
Do you know about how many?
I believe it was 6 or 7 individuals were injured in that classroom.
And was anyone killed in that classroom?
Yes, sir. Student Christian Angulo was killed in that classroom.
Okay. How long was Colt in the classroom? And again, I don't need you to do math. You'll just tell us about what time he left the classroom.
His actions in that classroom were approximately 7 seconds.
And what did he do when he left that classroom?
He backed out of the classroom, and he proceeded to run down J Hall in the direction that he had originally come from the bathroom. So he ran back towards the in the general direction of the bathrooms. While he was running, video footage showed him in possession of the rifle, carrying it, and at approximately 11:29, or excuse me, 11. Correction. Let me start that over. At approximately 10:22 a.m. And 29 seconds, the video depicted Colt shouldering the rifle, aiming it, and discharging several rounds. And those rounds impacted teacher Christina Ermy.
Was she struck?
Yes, sir, she was.
And did she die from her injuries?
Yes, sir, she did.
Okay. What happened at that point with Colt?
Almost immediately after firing at Miss Ermy, Colt turned his attention down I Hall.
Did he go down I Hall, or did he just turn his attention that way?
He just turned his attention that way. He did not access I Hall. I Hall and J Hall intersect, and when he reached that intersection after firing at Miss Ermy, he turned his body and the rifle towards I Hall, but he did not travel down I Hall.
Okay. What did he do when he turned his attention down I
Hall? He observed Coach Aspinwall and Coach Phoenix, and video depicted him discharging multiple rounds towards the coaches.
Were they struck?
Yes, sir. They were both struck.
And did Coach Aspinwall, was he killed by his injuries?
Yes, sir, he was.
And was Coach Phoenix killed?
Coach Phoenix was not killed. He was severely wounded.
Okay. What happened with Colt at that point?
Colt continued traveling down. He turned his attention back down J Hall. Video footage appeared to show him searching for more targets or trying to access other classrooms. He didn't pull on any door handles. I believe he was just looking for open classroom doors. Once he reached the end of J Hall, he stopped and turned around, and it was that point that another student exited the restrooms.
Who was that student?
That was student Mason Schermerhorn. Colt Gray was positioned behind Mason at a distance. Mason did not see Colt initially, and the video footage depicted Colt again shouldering the rifle, aiming, and discharging multiple rounds at Mason Schermerhorn.
Okay. What did Colt do at that point?
Shortly after...
I'm sorry. Did Mason Schermerhorn, was he struck by the...
Yes, sir, he was.
And was he killed by the actions of Colt?
Yes, sir, he was.
Okay. What did Colt do at that point?
At that point, within a matter of 2 or 3 seconds, 2 Barrow County Sheriff's Office school resource officers entered J Hall. They had their weapons drawn and aimed at Colt, and it appeared that they were issuing verbal commands. Colt placed the rifle on the ground. He raised his hands, ultimately laid down on the ground, and surrendered himself to the school resource officers, who were able to take him into custody.
Okay. And was the firearm taken into custody at that point?
Not at that point. It remained where he dropped it, and the firearm was ultimately recovered by GBI crime scene agents during the processing of the scene.
And what kind of firearm was that?
It was a black in color Sig Sauer Sig M400 rifle. There was 1 magazine loaded in the rifle, which was found to contain 18 rounds, and there was also 1 round in the chamber of the rifle at the time of recovery.
What was the capacity of that magazine?
The capacity of that particular magazine was 60 rounds.
Okay. Were there other magazines found in Colt Gray's possession?
Yes, sir. There were an additional 3 magazines located in his possession, one of which was a 30-round capacity magazine. And there were additional 60-round capacity magazines in his possession.
And what type of ammunition was used in this attack?
Based on crime scene examinations, the ammunition was all 5.56 or 223 ammunition. Most of it appeared to be Winchester branded ammunition.
I want to take your attention back to the notebook that Colt had left in the classroom. Could you basically describe, was that notebook, I think you said earlier, recovered by crime scene specialist with GBI?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And were you able to see what was inside that notebook?
Yes, sir. What was inside the notebook appeared to be writings and drawings from Mr. Gray.
Okay. And what were those writings and drawings?
There were various writings. There was a 2-page section in the notebook that appeared to be a written plan of how to execute the shooting. There were also various sketches that appeared to depict Miss Greer's classroom.
And was that sketch accurate with what you saw as the layout for a classroom?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay.
There were also some additional writings where it appeared that Mr. Gray was estimating possible casualty counts.
Okay. And you could describe, you said there was one, the detailed planning of it?
Yes, sir.
You could describe that to us.
Would you like me to read it, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is a quote from the pages that were in Mr. Gray's notebook. Second, walk from first to the bathroom, so I'll set my bag down, open it, put on a vest, take a moment or 2 to stay calm and really think about if I want to do this. Take out the poster covering the rifle, take out rifle and prop it against the stall. Vest should be on at this point. Get out gloves, put them on. They're in your backpack. Clap a few times to make sure they're on tight. Once done, zip up backpack. Check mag slots in vest. At this point, there's a diagram that's drawn depicting the rifle magazines. Next page. Onto the thing. Wait a bit. Make sure no one was walking in or out of the bathroom. Gloves should be on. Take out your 60 rounder and put it in and chamber around. Okay. Turn on your red dot. Aim down at the floor. Make sure your sight is on. Check your vest and make sure it's on tight. Once done, check stock to make sure it's in your preferred setting. Put on hat. Make sure hair is out of your face. Set backpack to the side. Pick up rifle with right hand. Open stall door with left. Don't shoot anyone in the bathroom. You'll alert people.
You said that he had an estimate on casualties.
Yes, sir.
What was that?
There was a page in the notebook identified. Excuse me. The top of the page is labeled hallway and classroom. In the hallway column, it's written, I'm thinking 3 to 4 people killed, injured, 4 to 5. Under the classroom column is written 15 to 17 killed, injured, 2 to 3. Further down the page is written classroom 2, 3 to 5 killed, injured, 2 to 3. And in parentheses off to the side, it says, surprised if I make it this far.
And this was all in the notebook that was found in the classroom that he had left when he went to the bathroom?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
I want to take your attention now to another part of your investigation. Did you interview a Lisa Butler, who was a counselor at the Apalachee High School?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. When was it that you interviewed her?
I interviewed her on September the 4th at approximately 4:30 p.m. Myself and Special Agent Ashley Isaacson conducted that interview with Miss Butler.
Okay. And what was her job duties and what was her role at the school?
Ms. Butler told us that she was a school counselor for Apalachee High School and that she was also Colt Gray's assigned school counselor.
Okay. And prior to September 4th, did she have any interactions with Colt Gray?
Yes, sir, she did. She described having had 2 prior encounters with Colt Gray. The first one was during the week of August the 5th. And that was when Colt and Mr. Colin Gray came to Apalachee High School in order to enroll Colt in the school.
Okay. And did anything happen on that day out of the ordinary?
Nothing out of the ordinary, no, sir.
Okay. And that was Colin Gray. Who was Colin Gray to Colt Gray?
That was his father, sir.
Okay. And did she have the second time she had an interaction with Colt Gray?
Miss Butler described having a second interaction with Colt Gray, possibly August the 14th. She advised that Colt came to her office and expressed that he was suffering a severe anxiety attack. A Apalachee High School staff member had escorted Colt to her office and mentioned at that time that Colt had made comments that showed possible suicidal ideations. Miss Butler told us that while Colt was in her office speaking with her, he was shaking and rocking back and forth uncontrollably. Miss Butler stated that she spoke with Colt Gray, asked him if he had any intent to harm himself. He denied that, but she was also unable to get him calmed down. And Miss Butler assessed at that time that Colt was not suitable to continue with classes on that particular day due to his condition.
What did she do at that point?
At that time, Miss Butler tried to call, she advised that she tried to call Colin Gray, but he did not answer her phone call. Miss Butler then requested Colt Gray to call his father using his cell phone. And Mr. Colin Gray did answer that call. Miss Butler stated that she spoke with Colin Gray, informed him of Colt's condition, what he was experiencing, and what she was observing. And she requested Mr. Colin Gray to come pick Colt up from school. Ms. Butler advised that Colin informed her that he would not be picking Colt up from school. He was working, and she mentioned that he stated that he was stuck on I-85 at that time. He further advised that there were no other family members that could come get him.
Okay. Did she express to Colin Gray Colt Gray's state and what he'd been going through?
Yes, sir. Ms. Butler told us that she did describe Colt Gray's state to Colin, advised him of the anxiety attack and what her observations were in that moment, and how she did not feel that he was suitable to continue classes.
And did Colin Gray ever come to pick up Colt Gray?
No, sir.
On that day?
No, sir. Colt ultimately was able to calm down, and according to Ms. Butler, at approximately 2:30 that afternoon, he was returned to class.
Okay. I want to take you to September 4th. Did she receive any calls that day from Colin Gray about his son?
From Colin Gray, sir?
Yes, sir.
Not that she described to me, no, sir.
Okay. So he never called the school on that day to her?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
And did she receive a call from Marcy Gray?
Yes, sir. She described receiving a phone call from Marcy Gray at approximately 9:50 a.m. Marcy Gray was identified as Colt Gray's mother, and Ms. Butler described to me that Marcy expressed concern for Colt, and that Colt had texted something to her that day that led Marcy to believe that something bad was imminent. She wasn't sure what it was, but she also told Ms. Butler that Colt had a fascination with school shooters and school shootings, and Marcy further advised Ms. Butler that Colt did have the means and access to firearms through his household.
Okay. And how did he receive those through his household?
I'm sorry, sir?
How did Colt have access through his household to firearms?
I did not personally go to Colt's house.
Did Marcy say anything about it?
Marcy said that Marcy told Ms. Butler that Colin Gray owned several firearms and that they were located in the house.
Okay. Just a second, please.
Well, I guess we're not. Oh, that's part one. Okay. I was going to say, hey, wait a minute. Why'd you just cut off? All right. So that's part one. So that was clearly direct. Let me just make sure that this is crossed. So that's Mr. Barry. Mr. Barry coming up. He's the one. He represented Matthew Lance. Matthew Lance.
Good morning, sir.
Was the young man. I think he was in his 20s. Remember, he and his parents and his brother lived next to the neighbor, and his brother harassed that neighbor. That neighbor moved out. His brother ended up going to like the Pentagon, I think, and he got off a bus and he stabbed and killed a security officer. And so he's in jail, and then, or was he shot? I can't remember if they shot him or not. Anyway, so then Matthew, like a couple months later, another couple moved in, the young couple with the little baby, and then he goes and he stabs them. Do you remember that? And he was going to school, I think, excuse me, in Athens, I guess. I think Georgia, University of Georgia. So Mr. Barry, here's that guy right there represented. It might even be the same courtroom. Could be the same courtroom. And remember, Matthew Lance didn't say anything, didn't talk. He just sat there and didn't say anything. So that's the same. That's the same attorney. And Aaron told me. So Colin had a public defender, Arnold Regas, on September 10th of 2024. but then he hired Berry and Hobbs the next day. So this is still October 16th. So he had a public defender, but then he hired Mr. Berry here. So exactly, Brett. Yep, brothers who unalive. Totally. Yeah, remember he saw the Christmas tree lights on the Christmas tree lights, and he thought those were like, I thought it was like the devil or something like that. I mean, he just sat there. He didn't say anything. He didn't speak. He didn't even show up for the sentencing, I think, right? Do you remember that? Matthew didn't even show up for the sentencing. So anyway, all right. So now that's Mr. Berry. So for those that were wondering, that's Mr. Berry. All right, here we go. So this is Cross. This would be Cross.
And how long have you been a special agent?
Coming up on 5 years, sir.
Okay. And were you in law enforcement prior to the time that you went with the GBI?
I was a probation and parole officer with the Department of Community Supervision prior to my employment with the GBI. Okay.
And as I understand, in the investigation of this case, the two primary things that you did, assume you went to the school.
Yes, sir.
And observed the area there at the school and spoke with Miss Butler. Is that correct?
Those are some of the things that I did. Yes, sir. I did conduct other interviews as well.
Okay, and tell us the other interviews that you conducted.
I spoke with Assistant Principal D. Martin. I spoke with Miss Butler. I spoke with Miss Greer.
I'm sorry, Miss Greer?
Yes, sir. The Colt Gray second period teacher. Mm-hmm. I spoke with Miss Ryan. I spoke with Miss Valerie Lancaster. And I also spoke with Miss Suzanne Harris, who was Colt Gray's first period teacher.
And I assume that all of these interviews were recorded?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and those have been turned over to the district attorney's office?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Other than those interviews, is there any other interviews that you've conducted?
Not personally, no, sir.
Okay. Is there any other thing that you have done in this case since you completed your last interview?
Since I've completed my last interview, I conducted the video review, so the review of all the surveillance video that I obtained. I assisted in facilitating transport of certain items of evidence, including cell phones, in order to get those extracted. And I have I've participated in a number of other things. It wasn't just the interviews and the video review. There were several other things that I participated in.
Okay. Are you the actual case agent in this case? Are you going to be classified as the case agent? Or?
No, sir, I'm not the case agent. I assisted the case agent with this investigation.
Okay. And you indicated that you assisted in collecting cell phones. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and whose cell phones did you collect?
One of the cell phones was the property of Colt Gray. That cell phone was actually physically collected by GBI crime scene personnel. Mm-hmm. That phone was subsequently turned over to me, and I transported it to the Barrow County Sheriff's Office in order to have it extracted. Okay. Upon completion of the extraction, that cell phone was placed into evidence at the Athens Regional or GBI Athens Regional Office.
Okay. And did you do anything from the standpoint of reviewing what was extracted from the telephone?
No, sir. The Barrow County Sheriff's Office conducted the review of the extracted data.
Okay, so you have not been made aware of what was on that phone?
Not in complete detail, no, sir.
All right.
Only through conversation.
And was that the only cell phone that you're aware of that was confiscated in this investigation?
There were other phones that were confiscated. At the time that I transported Colt's cell phone to the sheriff's office, I also was provided with Colin Gray's cell phone, and the procedures for that were the same. I brought it to the sheriff's office. in order to facilitate the extraction of that device. Upon completion, it was also placed into evidence at the GBI Athens Regional Office, and similarly, I have not reviewed full contents of that phone.
And were you instrumental in obtaining a search warrant for the search of that phone?
Another special agent obtained the search warrant for Colt Gray's cell phone, and Colin Gray's cell phone was obtained through consent.
Through consent. Okay. Now, did you have an occasion to talk with Colin Gray at any time?
No, sir, I have not spoken with Mr. Colin Gray.
And you never went to his residence?
That's correct.
Do you know whether or not his truck was searched?
I am not aware, sir.
I just have a few questions. I'm not going to belabor it. But you had indicated that Colt was texting on the telephone somewhere between first period and second period. Is that correct?
There were multiple occasions throughout that morning where he appeared to be texting, or at least engaged with his phone, starting from the time that he got onto the school bus through various points during the first period class, and also at some points while he was in the second period classroom.
And through your extraction, did you find out who he had been texting during that time period?
I did not personally review the extractions in order to obtain that information. I was verbally informed who it was believed that he was texting.
Okay, and who did you get that verbal indication from?
Investigators with the sheriff's office.
Okay, do you remember who that may have been?
That would be Investigator Jason Smith.
Okay. And reviewing the video, you told us you observed Colt with the backpack and with this cardboard wrapped around would have been wrapped around the barrel, I assume, of the weapon.
Yes, sir.
And when he left the first time, left the classroom, and he left the backpack, was the gun still there?
Presumably, yes, sir. The backpack remained in the first period classroom, and the protruding poster board was still there.
Mm-hmm.
And it was the poster board and its contents were propped against the table that Colt Gray was seated at.
Okay. So the backpack had been left in the classroom while he was gone? That's
correct.
And then he took the backpack the second time that he left?
Yes, sir.
That's when he went to the bathroom, I assume?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you spoke with Ms. Butler, did she indicate that she had had any other conversations or attempted conversations with Colin Gray or Marcy Gray from August the 14th on?
She indicated that she had communicated with Colin Gray previously in reference to Colt, and that she had tried to offer counseling resources, and she had provided forms in physical and electronic copies to authorize Colt to participate in counseling. She specifically mentioned a program. I can't recall the name of it at this time, but I do recall that she mentioned a program where a counselor could come to the school and meet with Colt. She also mentioned that Colin Gray had expressed some concerns about being able to pay for counseling. Those, best of my memory, those are some of the conversations that she had with Colin Gray.
Okay. And do you know whether the documentation of that, the paperwork for that, was ever located?
Not by me. I'm not sure, sir.
All right. Let me just ask you a couple of questions about this weapon. You indicated that it was an M400 rifle.
Yes, sir.
And tell us exactly what an M400 rifle is.
I'm not personally familiar with Sig Sauer rifles, having never personally handled one, but based off of the photos that I've seen, based off seeing it at the crime scene itself, it appears to be an AR-15 platform rifle, semi-automatic, magazine-fed rifle, black in color.
All right. Well, it was about 54 years ago when I was in the military, so I don't know much about the guns today. But you said it was a semi-automatic, not an automatic.
Correct.
Okay. And I'm not going to, since you're not an expert, I'm not going to ask you the difference, but that's what you understood, that it was semi-automatic, correct?
Yes, sir.
The black notebook, which we've had an opportunity to take a look at, do you know when those notations were made? When Colt was interviewed, did he make any indication or give any indication as to when that was written?
Not that I'm aware of, sir. In reviewing the notebook, I didn't see anything specifically indicating dates or times when any of these notations were made.
Okay, so it could have been made the night before, that morning. Really don't know at this point, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else, Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ask to be excused.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
State calls Agent Kelsey Ward. Kelsey Ward, K-E-L-S-E-W-A-R-D.
Thank you.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Can you introduce yourself to the court?
Yes, I'm Special Agent Kelsey Ward. I am a GBI agent at the Regional 11 Field Office in Athens, Georgia.
And does that office cover Bexar County?
It does.
In your capacity as a special agent there, did you become involved in an investigation to the Apalachee High School shooting?
I did.
And how did you become involved in that?
I received a text message from my supervisor as I was returning to the office that morning from another case I was working on. And when I pulled in the parking lot, I observed the other agents at that office donning their gear and leaving the parking lot, at which point I was informed that there had been a shooting and that we were all en route to the location at the high school.
In or as part of your investigation, did you create a timeline of events leading up to the September 4th shooting?
I did.
And at this time, I'd like to go through that timeline with you. Can we start with May 21st of 2023? What happened on that day?
On May 21st, 2023, the Jackson County Sheriff's Office made contact with Colt and Colin Gray at their residence in Jackson County in reference to an FBI tip that had come in to their office about some school-related shooting threats that had been made on the app Discord.
Okay. And what was the discussion, I guess, with Colin about the nature of the tip and what the reason that the sheriff's office was there?
When the deputies arrived at their residence, Colin came to the door alone. The deputies asked him to come outside to speak with them, which he did. They had a general conversation about the children that he had who was living at the home at the time. He stated that his oldest son, Colt, was living at the residence with him. They discussed if there were firearms in the residence, to which he said there were. They asked if those firearms were loaded. He said they were not loaded at the residence. They asked if Colt had access to those firearms. He said he did. Colin stated that Colt did have access to them. They discussed some previous bullying that Colt had experienced at schools he had attended in the past. And some other anxiety that Colt had experienced.
And what happened at that point?
At that point, they asked if they could specifically speak to Colt. Colin agreed and returned inside the residence to retrieve his son. Colt came outside, and the deputies asked him, "Did you say that?"
And when he said, "Did you say that?" what were they referring to?
Colt indicated that his dad had somewhat briefed him inside the residence about what the deputies were at their home to discuss. They didn't really provide Colt with any specific background about what they were there for. They just asked, "Did you say it?" To which he said he believed they might have misunderstood. They asked him if he had a Discord account. He paused, looked at the ground, and stated he did, but it had been deleted, and he had not had it when they had been at that current residence.
And at that point, did they leave, or was there any other discussion?
There was a very brief discussion about the bullying he had experienced in the past. They stated they were going to take his word for the fact that he did not say anything about school shootings at that time, and then the conversation with him concluded, and they left the scene.
Now drawing your attention to October of 2023, was the Department of Family and Child Services involved with the Gray family?
They were.
Okay. And so in October of 2023, did they have an open case with them?
They did.
At that time, did Colin provide any information to DFACS about counseling?
He did. Colin stated that all of his children were in counseling at the Barrow Ministry Village. That has been checked into, and Barrow Ministry Village does not have any record of those children attending any counseling.
Okay, and that would be including Colt?
That's correct.
Now, moving to November 17th of 2023, what happened on that day?
On that day, Colin purchased Colt a firearm from Mike's Gun Room. That is a M400 6-hour automatic rifle.
And you said it was purchased by Colin for Colt?
That is correct.
And what was the occasion?
He stated that he was purchasing as a Christmas gift for his son. It was to be a replacement weapon for a firearm he had previously purchased for Colt earlier that year as a hunting weapon. Colt did not like the way that firearm had shot, and so his dad took it back to the store and then later purchased that 6-hour firearm in November.
And that Christmas present that was for Colt, was that the weapon that Colt Gray used in the shooting?
It was that weapon.
Moving to December 19th of 2023, what happened on that day?
On December 19th, 2023, Colin ordered a laser sight for Colt's automatic rifle from Amazon.
Okay. And then moving to June 10th of 2024, what happened that day?
Colin ordered Colt a tactical vest from Amazon.
Okay. And are you familiar with the kind of plan that Colt had written out about the school shooting?
I am.
Was his plan to wear that vest?
Yes. We do know from detailed notebooks that he had written in about his plan for the shooting that he had intended on wearing that vest.
Moving to August 11th of 2024, what happened that day?
On August 11th, 2024, Colt texted Colin, his father, to stop by Academy Sports, an outdoor store, and to pick him up 150 rounds of 5.56 or .223 ammunition.
And is that the type of ammunition that is used in that 6-hour rifle that he had purchased?
It is.
And then August 15th of 2024, what happened that day?
Colt asked his dad to buy him a Apalachee bore sight in a text message.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear that.
A Apalachee bore sight to go on the firearm. Colt asked his dad to buy that for him in a text message.
Okay. The day that Colt asked his dad to buy him that, had Colt been in a fight with his mother that day?
Yes, he had been in a fight with his mom on that date.
And what was a kind of the fight about?
It was about his possession of his firearm and having weapons available to him. They had gotten in an argument over it.
And did his mother want Colt and Colin to put the weapons up?
She did. She had indicated to both of them that she wanted the weapons locked away so they were not accessible.
Okay. And so after that fight, is that when Colt asked his father to buy him something for that gun?
He did, yes.
And then the next day after August 15th, on August 16th, did Colin order that bore sight from Amazon for Colt?
He did. He ordered the Apalachee bore sight from Amazon the next day on August 16th.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention to August 18th of 2024. What did Colin Gray do on that day?
On August 18th, he sent a submission form to the Enlightenment Counseling.
Okay. I'm going to show you this. Can you read what that submission form stated?
Yes, I can. So Colin emailed the Enlightenment contact. He stated, "I am a working dad of 3. Colt is my oldest, 14 years old. We have had a very difficult past couple of years and he needs help. Anger, anxiety, quick to be volatile. I don't know what to do. I have United Healthcare. Can you help? Thanks."
And that was August 18th?
That was.
Now I'm going to show you another contact from Enlightenment on August 21st. Did Enlightenment follow up with Colin?
They did.
And what did they tell him or ask him?
They stated, "Hi, Mr. Gray. I hope that you are doing well. I wanted to follow up and let you know that I tried to call you to touch base on Friday and left a message for you today as well. If you could please call me back when you have a moment to discuss details and get services started for Colt. Sincerely, Enlightenment Counseling."
Did it appear that Colin had followed back up with them?
No, he did not.
Moving to August 26th of 2024, what happened that day?
One of the counselors at the high school, Lisa Butler, actually sent Colin via email a form to fill out for the AWARE counseling. Colin did complete that form.
And did Colin Gray do anything else that day?
He also ordered a unisex half mask for Colt. On that same day, we also know that Colt spoke to his grandmother, Deborah Polhamus, via phone about the Parkland shooter and asked her, "If something terrible happened to me or I did something terrible, would you still love me?"
And as far as that mask, was there any indication that Colt had also intended to use that mask in his
Yes,
plan?
there was. That was also in his detailed plan.
Going to August 27th of 2024, what happened that day?
On August 27th, at approximately 2:02 p.m., 3 calls were made by Deborah Polhamus, that's Colt's grandmother, to the Advantage Mental Health Clinic in Athens, Georgia. Deborah, the phone was answered by clinic staff who helped determine who would be best to speak to her on the phone. She was transferred a couple of times to different employees, who then the last employee answered her questions. She told Advantage that Colt was having intrusive thoughts about hurting himself. The Advantage Clinic stated that they would have to have a parent come with Colt to the clinic, but that he could come any day. Best day for him to come would be Saturday, August 31st, and they were told to just walk right into the clinic. There was no need for an appointment, but as I stated, the parent must be present.
Did anything else happen on August 27th at school?
Yes. Colt actually had an anxiety attack that day at school. He was taken to the counselor's office where he remained for the rest of the school day. Colin was actually called by personnel in the high school's counseling office, and he refused to pick up his son because of work.
The next 2 days, August 28th and 29th, were those school days?
They were.
And did Colt attend school?
He did not. He skipped school both of those days.
And then August 30th, was that a holiday?
It was a holiday, so he did not, of course, attend school that day either.
And you indicated that on August 31st was the date that they were intending on taking Colt to Advantage Behavioral.
That's correct.
Did you have a discussion with Colt's mother, Marcy Gray, about that specific instance?
I did.
What was the plan?
The plan was that due to the fact that she had a warrant out of Barrow County at the time, Colin was going to pick her up in his vehicle in Macon, Georgia, and they were going to go to Athens together to take Colt to Advantage. That was the plan that had been discussed for that Saturday. She informed me that the night before, so that would have been Friday the 30th, she spoke with Colin over the phone. They got into an argument over whether or not the firearms at Colin's residence had been secured, which she had been informed by another child had not been secured. Due to that argument, she stated that Colin did not pick her up in Macon the next day, and in return, Colt was not taken to Advantage. Marcy stated that Colin stated he could not pick her up due to not having money for gas.
Now, moving to September 2nd, 2024, was that also a school holiday?
That's correct. There was no school that day.
And was September 3rd a school day?
It was.
Did Colt attend school that day?
He did not. He skipped school again that Tuesday.
Now, moving to September 4th, the date of the shooting, around 8:30 in the morning, did Colt text his father, Colin?
He did.
And what did he say?
He sent his dad a text that stated, "I will text you in about an hour. It's important. Please answer when I do."
Were there any follow-up texts from Colt to his father?
There were. At 9:42 a.m., Colt texted Colin again. He stated, "I'm sorry. It's not your fault. Know I love you and Jenny and Coley. You're not to blame for any of it."
And did Colt also text his mother?
He did.
And around when did he text her?
He texted her at approximately 9:50 a.m.
And what did he say to her?
"I'm sorry."
What happened after Marcy received that text?
Marcy called the school at approximately 9:50. She was on the line with them for approximately 8 minutes and 29 seconds. During that call, she spoke with Lisa Butler. She explained that she, Marcy, and Colin had received some very concerning text messages from Colt, and she wanted the school to put hands on him immediately and determine where he was inside the building.
Okay. And while Marcy called the school, did Colin also call the school?
He did not.
Now, what approximate time did the school shooting begin?
The school shooting started at approximately 10:22 a.m.
Okay. Now, moving to Colin Gray's home, was a search warrant conducted at his home?
It was.
Is that home, where is that home located? I guess in Barrow County.
It's in Barrow County.
What day was that search warrant completed?
It was completed the afternoon of September 4th, which was the day of the incident at Apalachee High School.
Were guns located in the home?
There were.
And approximately how many guns?
There was an AR-15 located in the home. There was a black and color shotgun located in the home. There was one black Glock located in Colin's vehicle, and then there was one black BB gun that looked like a real gun located in the kitchen. And then later, I actually received a text message from Marcy indicating that when she had returned to the house later that day after the search warrant was complete, she had located a tan and color handgun in the floor of Colin's bedroom.
As far as the assault rifle and the shotgun, where were those located?
The shotgun and the rifle were located in the top of the closet in the bedroom that Colin and Coley, his youngest son, shared.
And how old is Coley?
He is 8 years old.
And were the guns secured in any way?
They were not.
And whose guns were those?
Those belonged to Colin.
Was anything else at the top of the closet?
There was also ammunition as well as multiple magazines that could have been used in that firearm as well as other firearms.
They pick strange places to just stop. I don't know why they just don't continue playing it. Anyway, all right, here's part 3, and then there's a part 4. I don't know why they cut it up like that, literally right in the middle of what she's saying, but all right, let's get back to it.
In addition to the ammunition that was found in Mr. Gray's closet, did y'all locate any other ammunition in the house?
Yes, ammunition was located in multiple rooms inside the residence, including Colt's room, which was also the laundry room. There was a green tin of ammunition, mixed caliber ammunition. There was a plastic bin inside Colt's room that also had loose ammunition inside of it. There was ammunition found in the cabinets in the bathroom that the family shared, as well as in a lab-style mask that was located in Coley and Colin's bedroom as well.
And we're going to go into more depth with the interview you did with Colin Gray, but in that interview, did he talk about that green tin that you said y'all found in Colt's room?
He did. He indicated that he believed it was in the garage of the residence.
And did he indicate what was kept in that green tin?
Yes, he stated that the ammunition was all kept in that green tin.
Were there any writings of Colt Gray's that were found in the house that were concerning?
There were.
I'm going to show you. Couple of them. If you could just describe, or if you want to read what the writings were and kind of approximately where they were located.
Yes. So these were found in Colt's bedroom. This is a crumpled up piece of notebook paper. It says, "Fuck this life of mine." It appears that he's kind of talking to himself while he's writing. He says, yeah, that was good. So yeah, I hate this life. Anyways, I'm just about to my breaking point. I am, and then he does a list, depressed, eager to die, horny, delirious, and then he spells something that doesn't spell a word. He also says, well, yeah, that's about it, nothing else here. We also found a letter that he had written that he left in the gaming room where he kept his computer. It says, just know it's not your fault. You tried your hardest, not only for me, but for Jenny and Coley. Forgive me. As for what I've done, it's out of my control. Know that I love y'all. See ya. We also located during the execution of the search warrant a notebook in Colt's bedroom. It had pretty detailed drawings of a stick figure that he had labeled you, so him. It then says, shoot the teacher first. There's another stick figure with a bullet going through their body. It says gut shot. There's then pictures of 2 stick figure students. It then says the students next with an exclamation point next to their desks. It then shows what I believe he's indicating is a deceased stick figure lying on the ground. Him again wearing his hat with the gun, shooting towards those 2 students he had drawn at their desks. One of them appears to have a head wound, and the other one is yelling in horror. And then it shows his stick figure again with the word suicide and a smiley face written. He shows the stick figure shooting himself. We also found another notebook in that same room. It was a drawing of a rifle with what appears to be ammunition coming out of it, and then the word kids written past the ammunition.
And you indicated that they were found in Colt's bedroom, and then also Colt had a gaming room?
That's correct.
Was the gaming room his only? Is that like he would only be the person to go there?
Yes, that's what we understand. It was his gaming room with his computer in it.
So with those 2 rooms, were these writings hidden underneath the mattress, or were they just kind of out in the open?
They were out in the open. The letter specifically that he had written to his family was sitting on the computer desk in plain sight.
In addition to those writings that y'all found, did y'all find anything in the house that suggested Colt Gray had an interest in school shooters.
We did. In that same gaming room, we found GBI, when they executed the warrant, located what would be described as a shrine of sorts. There were multiple clippings from newspapers, pictures that had been printed off the internet of other shooters that had been involved in similar incidences.
And I'm going to show you kind of a picture of this shrine. Can you describe approximately how many pictures are in that shrine, where they were in the gaming room, and who they are of?
There's approximately 15 pictures. They were mounted with thumbtacks to the wall directly behind his computer desk. The pictures show newspaper article clippings labeled with the toll of students that had died during the Parkland shooting, articles from Los Angeles Times and the New York Times showing the firearms that were located during that shooting incident, as well as students mourning the loss of their friends. There's also pictures of Nicholas Cruz from his court appearances, as well as other pictures of Nicholas Cruz leading up to the incident, him holding a firearm, an attack vest, and other school photos that were in his yearbook.
Now, kind of going to the interview that you conducted with Colin Gray. When did you conduct that interview?
I conducted it on the day of the incident, so September 4th.
Do you remember what time approximately? Was it closing time to when the search warrant was completed?
It was at the exact same time the search warrant happened. I don't have the approximate time written down here. I want to say it was approximately 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
When you interviewed him, did you discuss with him the firearm that Colt used in the shooting?
I did not specifically discuss that firearm. I just discussed that a shooting had taken place. At that point, we didn't know all the details, so I didn't want to give him too much information.
And when you talked to him, did he tell you about the firearm that he had purchased for Colt that was used in the shooting?
He did. During our interview, he went into great detail describing the time he had spent with Colt, trying to get him involved in a hobby that he, as his father, enjoyed as well, which was shooting deer as well as shooting at the range. He discussed in detail why he had purchased that specific assault rifle as the Christmas gift for Colt. He discussed buying him a laser and a laser sight for the rifle. But he also stated that Colt had, for at least approximately a week, been keeping that firearm in his bedroom, specifically in the corner of the room near his guitar.
And so did they practice shooting at all?
They did. They had gone to the range multiple times. We verified that. And they also had spent time the week before actually sighting in the new attachments for the rifle in the backyard of the residence.
In addition to discussing the firearm, did he mention that Colt used his computer routinely?
He did.
Did he kind of describe Colt's friends?
He stated that he didn't have a lot of friends that he interacted with in real life. Most of his friends were individuals he had met electronically over the computer, and he wasn't even really able to tell me any specific friends that he had. Did
he ever look into Colt's computer or his friends on the computer to see what they were talking about or what they were doing?
No, he stated at that time that Colt had never given him a reason to need to go through his phone or computer.
Did he mention anything to you about the visit from the Jackson County Sheriff's Office, specifically about Colt talking on the computer?
He did. He mentioned that they had just come out to speak to his son about threats that had been made online, but it was very brief. He didn't go into any detail about what had been discussed during that conversation.
Did he give you any indication that he had tried to or wanted to get Colt into counseling?
Yes, he did say that.
And what did he say about that?
He specifically detailed the interactions he had had with Lisa Butler, the counselor at the high school, in reference to filling out the forms for the AWARE counseling. He stated that he needed to sign the form, that they had sent him the form, that he had filled it out and he had sent it back. He also stated that there had been discussion about taking Colt to Advantage Behavioral Health in Athens, that it was a holiday weekend when they were supposed to be taking him and it never happened. He also stated that Colt was supposed to be attending counseling at the school, but as we know, Colt had skipped the days he was supposed to attend counseling. He hadn't even gone to school. So,
did he give any indication as to the reason why he had not gotten Colt into counseling before the school AWARE program came up?
Very briefly, he stated that there were some issues with his insurance as he had a newer job and he had waited for that insurance to come into effect, but otherwise, no, there were many attempts. He just never stated why he hadn't officially attended.
So previously in the timeline or in the search warrant, you had mentioned there was a shrine of Nicholas Cruz, the school shooter, on Colt's wall. Did you discuss with Colin whether or not he went into that gaming room of Colt's?
Yeah, I just point blank asked him if he went in the rooms that Colt occupied at the residence, if he had noticed anything on the walls. And he stated that he had noticed one specific picture of a male wearing glasses. I believe it would be the court picture of Nicholas Cruz. He stated that originally Colt had a picture of some rock-related individual hanging on the wall, but that picture had been taken down and the picture of Nicholas Cruz had been hung where that picture was on the wall. And he stated that he didn't know who that was, and when he brought it up to Colt, Colt basically said, "Dad, you really don't know who that is?" And he said, "No, son, I don't." The topic was dropped for a while, and then later that night, Colin asked Colt again who were the individuals hanging on his wall, and Colt explained that it was Nicholas Cruz, a previous school shooter. There wasn't any further discussion about that other than, why is he on your wall, and he just said he was. So,
moving to the day of the shooting, did Colin provide a timeline of what he did that day?
He did.
Kind of go through what he said.
He said early that morning, the day kind of went as planned. He checked on his kids. He made sure that Colt was getting up and was going to school that morning because they had discussed how important it was for Colt to attend school because he needed to go to counseling and had skipped so many days. He left and took his youngest son to school as he normally did, Coley, and then Jenny, his daughter, and Colt were left at the house to get on the school bus as they did every morning. He then went to work after he dropped Coley off at school. Later that morning, he got those very concerning text messages from Colt that I previously touched on. He then spoke with Marcy, who had also received concerning text messages. He also received text messages from his daughter Jenny, indicating that her school was on lockdown. He left work after receiving those concerning text messages, speaking to Jenny and Marcy, and went home. He stated that when he went home, he turned the news on in the den and was watching it and saw that the shooting had taken place at the high school by that point. He then went into Colt's room under the impression that all the weapons were secured in the residence, but then stated that he realized that the rifle that was Colt's was not sitting in the place inside Colt's bedroom where it had been previously. It was no longer in the corner of the room propped up against the guitar.
So did he admit to you that on the day of the shooting, Colt's gun was actually in Colt's bedroom?
Yes, he believed that that morning it was in the bedroom where it had been the whole week before, and then when he got home from work, it was no longer in Colt's bedroom.
Did you, I know, and I think we talked about this already, but you also interviewed Colt's mother, Marcy Gray.
I did.
Did she tell you anything about Colt's deteriorating mental state?
She did. She said that she also stated that Colt had increased panic attacks specifically over the last month.
Did she indicate whether or not she discussed this obsession with school shooting with Colin? Did you have an opportunity to watch the body camera when Bexar County Sheriff's Office arrived at Mr. Gray's house the day of the shooting?
I did.
And was Mr. Gray present when law enforcement got there?
He was.
What did he say when law enforcement arrived?
In a not very surprised manner, he said he had just received some text messages from his little girl who was at the middle school about being in lockdown, and he said, God Almighty, please tell me that your brother didn't do something. He said that out loud to the deputies on scene as well as the other law enforcement that were arriving as residents. They asked him, why do you think that he would have done something? And he stated that they were trying to get him into counseling. He didn't fit in at his high school. He had let him do some online schooling, and that they had brought him back to normal school this year, and he had been going okay. He said that he had reached out to the school and that they had stated they had counselors, that he had filled out some paperwork for that counseling for the school through a third party, for the counselors to get involved. And then he asked if he'd use his phone.
Did, in that body camera when he was talking to you, did he appear to express any remorse about what had happened?
No, he did not.
Now, did you ultimately take out warrants against Colin Gray?
I did.
And how many did you take out?
I believe it was 13 total warrants.
What charges did you take out warrants for?
Felony murder in the second degree. I took out 2 of those. I took out 4 counts of felony involuntary manslaughter, and then 8 counts of felony cruelty to children in the second degree. The last 2 of those counts will be for mental anguish.
So as far as the probable cause for the second degree murder, can you tell the court what that was?
Yes. Colin Gray did cause the death of the victim, who was under the age of 18, by providing a firearm to Colt Gray, knowing that Colt was a threat to himself and others.
And that was 2 counts because there were 2 students who were killed?
That's correct. So those are listed with those 2 separate students.
And as far as the 4 involuntary manslaughter charges, what was the probable cause for that?
That Colin Gray provided a firearm to Colt Gray with the knowledge that he was a threat to himself and others between those dates as well.
And those are for all 4 of the deceased individuals?
That's correct.
As far as the 8 counts of cruelty to children in the second degree, what was your probable cause for that?
That he caused the victims cruel and excessive physical or mental anguish, as with the last 2, by providing a firearm to Colt Gray with the knowledge that he was a threat to himself and others on the date of the incident.
And were those the, 8 children that went to the hospital?
Yes.
And you indicated that 2 of them will be mental pain. Is that because they were not injured, they were at the hospital for anxiety attacks?
That's correct, and it was 14 total, not 13. I think I said 13 previously.
And as far as cruelty to children in second degree, is that based on criminal negligence as opposed to malicious intent?
That's correct.
And the involuntary manslaughter, is that based on reckless conduct, which is also a criminal negligence standard?
That's correct.
And then do you see Colin Gray in the courtroom?
I do.
And can you identify him by a piece of clothing he's wearing?
He's wearing the orange and white jumpsuit sitting here to my left.
And one last question. You indicated that, one of Colin's children, the daughter, had texted him and said that her school was in lockdown. Did she go to a different school or did she go to Apalachee?
She went to a different school. She went to Heyman Morris Middle School.
I don't have any further questions.
Can I ask one question of you, Agent Ward? You testified that Mr. Gray got a text from Jenny that she was on lockdown, and then you said he left work. Do you know why he left work?
He stated during his interview that he was concerned because of those text messages from Jenny, as well as the text messages he had already received from Colt. stating that he was sorry and that it wasn't their fault. He had also gotten a call from Marcy stating she had received similar text messages from Colt stating that he was sorry. That made him concerned, and he felt that he needed to go home.
Okay, and to your knowledge, I think you testified he left work and went home and turned on the TV.
That's correct.
So he went straight home from work. He went straight home.
That's
and
what he
turned on
stated.
the TV.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. Baird.
Thank you. Good morning, Agent Ward.
Good morning.
And Agent Ward, how long have you been working in law enforcement?
I'm going into my 9th year working into law enforcement, I believe.
Okay, and is that all in the same place, or have you moved around any?
It's not at the same place. I did almost 6 years at the University of Georgia Police Department, where I was on patrol. I left there as a corporal, and I was hired by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, where I've worked for almost 4 years.
Okay. And hired by Mr. Reynolds, Agent Reynolds?
Yes, it would have been.
Okay.
It would have been Mr. Reynolds at the time.
He
Yes.
was my law partner for 13 years. So
okay.
I know him very well. You got involved in this case, I think you indicated to us, the morning of the shooting.
That's correct.
And were you instrumental in taking any warrants? I mean, not warrants, but search warrants?
No, I did not take any search warrants. I just took the arrest warrants.
Who did the search warrants?
The search warrants were taken by Special Agent John Genta. He's another agent at our field office in Athens.
All right. Now, you told us that that you were the agent who took the warrants themselves, and you just went over those.
Yeah, the arrest warrants for Colin.
And let me just be sure. The predicate acts for each of these counts that you have spoken with us about was cruelty in the 2nd degree. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that cruelty being, 1, providing a weapon.
That's correct.
Correct. And 2, knowing that Colt might hurt himself or others.
That's correct.
Those are the 2 areas through each one of these warrants. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you talked to us initially about when the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office went to the home of Mr. Gray.
Yes.
And I want to talk just a minute about that. As I understand, the FBI had some sort of a tip, and they notified then the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department. Is that correct?
The Jackson County Sheriff's Office, but yes.
Jackson County, right. And then in response to that, the Sheriff's Department, I think 2 people went out to talk with Mr. Gray.
That's
Is that correct? Now, was Mr. Gray ever shown any sort of evidence as to what this notification that they had, the FBI had?
Not based on the body cam footage that I reviewed.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, was it Officer Miller that was involved in asking most of the questions there that day?
Yeah, Investigator Dan Miller and Deputy Justin Elliott, but yes.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, Detective Miller talked to Colin and also talked to Colt.
He did.
And Colin was agreeable for them to look in the house, to talk with his son. Didn't have any problem, cooperated fully.
Yeah, I mean, he never told them that they could go in the house. They talked outside on the front patio, but he was agreeable.
Okay. And Detective Miller indicated when they left, as I understand, that he believed that Colt was not the one that was making any threats and didn't see a problem.
He stated that he would take Colt's words as they were.
Okay. And Agent or Detective Miller never followed up with Colin Gray. Is that correct? Never called him back?
No, I believe there was a phone call either the next day or the day after between the investigator and Colin. That was over the phone, though.
Okay. But after that, there was no communication?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay. So at that interview, there was not an FBI agent there.
No, there was not.
And the way that it was left is everything's okay, I don't see a problem. They knew that there were guns in the home.
Correct.
And they never told Mr. Gray, you got to lock those guns up or you got to get rid of those guns. Is that correct?
Not on the body cam that I reviewed.
Okay. Nor in the telephone call, as you understand. Is that right?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay. Did any counselors or psychologists, psychiatrists, anybody who dealt with Colt Gray ever tell Colin Gray, don't have guns around the house?
I can't speak to that because I don't know every single conversation that he had, but in the things that I have personally reviewed, no.
Okay. Now, you talked a good bit about what Marcy said.
Correct.
You interviewed Marcy.
I did.
And I assume you interviewed her mother.
I did.
And was this recorded?
It was.
The mother as well as Marcy.
That's correct.
And you were aware that Marcy had made threats to kill Colin and also kill Colt.
That was made aware to me by Deborah's interview, her mother.
Okay.
I did not have any inclination of that prior to the interviews.
And do you know approximately when that is that she made these threats to kill both of them?
It was approximately 6 months to a year prior. I don't have the specific date in front of me.
Okay. Did you get any information that bothered Colt a lot, that his mother threatened to kill him?
According to Deborah Polhamus, it did bother him mentally that his mother would have made those threats.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge about the fact that Marcy Gray moved back into the house at some point prior to this shooting?
Are you talking about the house in Barrow County?
Mm-hmm.
I know that she had frequented that house. I would not say she specifically moved back in. She had been there quite a few times that I'm aware of.
Do you know whether she may have stayed there for approximately a week before she was asked to leave?
I can't speak on how many days specifically, no.
Did you have an opportunity to interview Colt?
I did not interview Colt, no.
Okay. Did anybody interview Colt?
Yes, he was interviewed.
Okay. And I'm sure that interview was recorded.
I can't speak to that because I wasn't there, but
right.
Yes, I'm quite positive it was.
Okay. And can you tell me who else you interviewed in relation to this case?
I've interviewed multiple people in relation to this case, so that would be a long list.
Just if you remember, I know maybe might not have remembered.
Specifically, it was family members of the Gray. So I interviewed Colin, I interviewed Marcy, I interviewed Deborah Polhamus, the grandmother. I interviewed Colt's aunt, Annie Brown, and then I've also done some other interviews.
Okay. Did you get the information from Mike's gun room about the date that this gun was purchased?
Yes, I did.
And that was November the 17th of 2023.
It was.
And I think you indicated that it was an automatic rifle. Do you know whether it was an automatic or semi-automatic?
It was an AR-15 style weapon. I can check. Wait 1 second. I just know it was a 6 Sauer. I'm not going to speak to whether it was semi or auto, but I don't have that in front of me.
You mentioned that it was an automatic. I didn't know whether you had the paperwork there showing.
And it was an AR-15, so an automatic rifle 15. I mean, that's what it's called.
Did you obtain Marcy's telephone to do any search of the telephone for any of these texts that she said that she had received
I did not specifically download her phone, so I did not specifically do that. I know it was downloaded by law enforcement.
It was downloaded?
From what I understand, yes.
Okay, and who would have done that, if you know?
One of our law enforcement partners.
Okay. And that information would also be turned over to the district attorney's office?
Yes, it will be turned over to the district attorney's office.
And I'm sure you got the information about Marcy tying up her mother and leaving her there for quite some time, about the time she made this threat to kill Colt and Colin.
Yes, I have been informed of that information.
Okay, and had the mother been banned from Barrow County?
When you say the mother, you're talking about Marcy? Not banned. She had a warrant out of Barrow County for specific reasons.
You spoke about the paperwork that Colin Gray had completed for counseling with Ms. Butler. Does anybody have that paperwork? Has that been located?
Yes, we have it.
You have it?
Yeah.
Okay. Was it with Ms. Butler?
Yes, she was involved in the email chain. There was multiple people involved in that email chain.
Okay. So the paperwork had been filled out and had been sent to Ms. Butler.
That's correct.
Do you know whether Colt had gone to school for the 8th grade? You know, he completed the 8th grade or didn't complete the 8th grade?
I haven't specifically looked at school records. I've obtained information in my interviews, but I'm not going to speak to the exact attendance or not attendance that he did because I don't have it in front of me.
And do you know during the time that he would have been in the 8th grade, he was living with his mother part of that time down in Fitzgerald?
I do know that he had lived in Fitzgerald for some time, but I don't have it in front of me the exact months he lived down there.
Okay. Did Miss Butler indicate to you when you had a conversation with her why Colt was put in the 9th grade if he did not complete the 8th grade?
I didn't speak to Miss Butler, so I did not get that information from her.
If I could just have 1 second, Judge. One thing that I forgot to ask, did you get any information or interview anybody from DFACS about any prior intervention?
I have spoken to DFACS supervisors. I have not conducted an interview with any of the actual DFACS caseworkers that would have been assigned to the Gray family.
And I assume at this time this is still an ongoing investigation?
It is an ongoing investigation, that is correct.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Can you read your ad? Number the day, you can step in. Thank you. You're going to call them one more. I'm going to do just a brief process to kind of get people so we'll come back at 10:20.
So let me see what's going on here. Let me try and figure out. I guess they were taking a break. All right, they must be taking the lunch break here. All right, let me fast forward. Okay.
Have a seat. If you could introduce yourself to the courts.
My name is Investigator Jason Smith. I'm an investigator with the Barrow County Sheriff's Office.
What are your duties at the Sheriff's Office?
I'm assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division. We work crimes against persons that can range from child molestation, murder, shootings.
Okay. And were you involved in the investigation of the shooting at Apalachee High School?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. I want to take your attention to a very specific part. Did you have a chance to interview Colin Gray?
Yes, sir, I did.
Tell us when that was.
That was on the 5th, September the 5th.
So the day after?
Correct.
Okay. To your knowledge, had he already been interviewed by the GBI?
Yes, sir, he had given one previous interview.
And when was that?
I believe that was on September the 4th.
Okay. And when you came into you, was your interview recorded?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And about how long did you talk to him?
It was a few hours.
Okay. And during that interview, did he talk to you about who had custody of Colt at the time of the shooting?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
That was himself.
Okay. And did he talk to you about the guns that Colt used in the shooting and how he acquired those?
Yes, sir, he did.
Tell us about that.
Colin told me that he had purchased the firearm for Colt as a Christmas gift the previous year.
Okay. And did he say anything about the clips that held the ammunition for the guns?
Yes, sir. He mentioned that at least on one occasion that Colt had asked him for a larger magazine. I believe the original magazine came with 20, capable of holding 20 rounds, and he had asked for a larger magazine.
And did Mr. Colin Gray acquiesce to that request and give him the...
Yes, sir, he said he did.
Okay. Did he also talk about any other accessories to the firearm that Colt asked for?
He did. He mentioned some odds and ends. One that kind of jumps out to me is a bore sight, a laser bore sight to sight in the rifle. But he mentioned other things that he had gotten for the rifle as well.
Okay. And did he get the things that Colt asked for?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did he ever talk about going with Colt to practice shooting the firearm?
He did.
Okay. And where were that at?
I believe one of them was Big Laser. There was a second one. I don't remember the name of that one right now.
Okay. And the ammunition that was for this gun, who purchased the ammunition?
Mr. Colin Gray.
Okay. And where was it stored when it was at the house?
So during our interview, Colin Gray mentioned that the ammunition was stored in a green box. And through the GBI search warrant, I was later informed that the green box that Mr. Colin Gray was referring to was actually located in Colt Gray's bedroom.
Okay. And did he talk to you about Colt being violent?
Yes, sir, he did.
And tell us about that.
Colin Gray stated that that Colt's behavior had become more aggressive over the past few months, and he detailed at least 2 occasions where Colt had become physical with him, that he had punched him, he had kicked him. On one of those occasions, he had also thrown a screwdriver at him. He also mentioned that Colt had done some various damage to a door in the household that was close to his sister's bedroom.
And this was all in the few months before the shooting?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And had he ever been violent with his mother?
He had. There was an incident, I believe, a week or 2 prior to this that Mr. Colin Gray shared with me that Colt had got into some type of verbal altercation one night with his mother, who was in front of his bedroom, and he had ultimately shoved his mother into a wall or doorway directly across from Colt's bedroom.
Okay. And this, you said a week or so before this being the shooting?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And because of that, was there a discussion between Colin Gray and Marcy Gray about removing the guns from Colt's access?
There was.
And were those guns ever removed from Colt's access?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
Okay. Did he talk to you about Colin's mental health issues?
He did.
About Colt's mental health issues?
Yes, sir. He did. He mentioned that that the family had been trying to get him help, that Marcy and he had talked about getting Colt help at Advantage Behavioral Health, that they had discussed having him perform some inpatient treatment.
And did they ever go to that?
No, sir.
Okay. And did he say anything about Colt asking to be placed in a mental asylum?
I believe that came from Marcy. That was discussed between Colt and Marcy.
Okay. And did Marcy relay that to Colin?
Marcy said she did, yes.
Okay. Did you ever talk about Colt harming himself?
We did. After I showed Mr. Colin Gray a photograph of some injuries that I observed to Colt's left arm, Mr. Gray admitted he had knowledge of those injuries and stated about a year ago, give or take, some few months ago, that Colt had used his knife or a knife that was in Colt's possession to cut himself.
Okay. And you saw wounds on Colt at the time of the shooting?
I did, yes, sir.
Consistent with cutting himself?
Yes, sir.
Just think, please. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Good morning, Investigator Smith.
Good morning, sir.
Just have a few questions for you. I was a little unclear. You were talking about this green box that the ammo was kept in.
Yes, sir.
That was kept in Colin Gray's room, correct?
Colt Gray's room.
Okay, so Colt kept it in his room?
So Mr. Colin Gray stated that he kept the ammo in a green box in his closet. Mm-hmm. And during a search of the household, the only green box that was located containing somewhat of ammunition was found in Colt Gray's bedroom.
Okay. So, but Colin told you it normally stayed in his room.
That's what Colin said, yes, sir.
What happened was that supposedly that Colt moved it, that got it out of his father's room and took it to his room.
Well, Colin Gray did not mention anything about him moving it. He just said that the box was normally kept in his bedroom.
Okay, but that it was not there when he got back to the house. It was in Colt's room, correct?
We didn't discuss where the box was when he got back to the house.
Okay. And you indicated that Marcy had made a statement about Colt saying he needed to be in an asylum. Did you interview Marcy?
I did.
And when did you do that?
I would have to go back and look at my notes. I don't have that date specifically offhand right now.
Okay. Who else did you interview other than Marcy?
I interviewed Colin Gray. I interviewed Colt Gray. I interviewed Marcy Gray. I interviewed Debbie Polhamus. And then there was an aunt by the name of Annie Polhamus. I believe she goes by Annie Brown as well.
Okay. Did you take Marcy's telephone and have it inspected?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And has that been completed?
I have not entirely gone through it. I've gone through a majority of it, but not entirely.
Okay. And that information will be given to the district attorney's office?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
All right. And were you involved in the taking of any search warrants in this case?
I did not author any search warrants, no, sir.
And I'm sure you did a background check of Marcy Gray. That'd be fair to say?
I did not run her criminal history, no, sir.
Okay. So you don't have any idea what her criminal history is?
I've heard that she has a criminal history. As far as exactly what that is, I don't know.
Okay. And so when you interviewed her, you did not know what her background was from the standpoint of any criminal history. That'd be fair to say?
Not entirely, no, sir.
Okay. And did you ask her mother, Debbie, anything about her criminal background, about her daughter's criminal background?
We did discuss an incident that occurred in Fitzgerald, Georgia.
Right. And that's when she was tied up?
Yes, sir.
And you were also aware, I assume when you talked to Marcy, that she had made a threat to kill Colt and Colin?
Yes, sir. I had heard that.
Okay. And did you ask her about that when you interviewed her?
We did talk about the incident, yes, sir.
Okay. And that would be reflected on the video?
Yes, sir.
Great. Thank you.
Mr. Smith.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. You said no.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any other witnesses from the
No, Your Honor.
prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Any witnesses from the defense?
We have no witnesses, Judge, and we'll submit.
Okay. Any argument?
Just basically, Your
We're
Honor.
going to submit it, Judge. Nobody can argue.
Mr. Smith, did you have anything?
I was just going to explain the charges, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
The 4 involuntary manslaughters in the commission of an unlawful act to cause the death of another human being. 4 human beings have been stated in the warrants, Your Honor. And the unlawful act that we're alleging is the reckless conduct that a person who causes bodily harm to or endangers the bodily safety of another person by consciously disregarding the substantial and unjustifiable risk his or her act or omission will cause harm or endanger the safety of other persons. And the disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care which a reasonable person would exercise in the situation. That would be the reckless conduct, Your Honor, that precipitates the involuntary manslaughter. The murder in the second degree is based on cruelty to children, Your Honor. A person commits murder in the second degree when the commission of cruelty to children in the second degree cause the death of another human being. Those would be the 2 children that were listed in the warrants, Your Honor. And the person commits the offense of cruelty to children in the second degree when such person with criminal negligence causes a child under the age of 18 cruel, excessive physical, mental pain. Criminal negligence is defined as an act or failure to act which demonstrates a willful, wanton, or reckless disregard for the safety of others who might reasonably be expected to be injured thereby. In this case, Your Honor, he had primary custody of Colt. He had knowledge of Colt's observations with obsessions with school shooters. He had knowledge of Colt's deteriorating mental state, and he provided the firearms and the ammunition that Colt used in this attack, Your Honor. So we ask the case to be found over.
Thank you. All right, first of all, I just want to thank everyone that's here today. I appreciate your grace and the way you have handled yourself in this courtroom today, all the parties involved. So thank you very much for everything that you've done today. Based on what I have heard, the court does find that the state has met the probable cause standard on all the warrants as written, and they'll be transferred to the Superior Court of Bexar County for trial. Thank you. We'll have a copy of this for each party, and if anyone else wants a copy, we'll be happy to provide that. Outside of that, if there's no other business.
Nothing further, Judge.
Nothing further from the state. Anything further from the state?
Yeah.
All right, we're adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Barrow County grand jury Barrow County grand jury has indicted the accused Apalachee High School shooter Colt Gray, as well as his father Colin, on additional charges connected to that deadly September 4th mass shooting. And we want to get straight out to 11 Alive's Angelina Salcido, who is live outside that courthouse in Winder. So, Angelina, can you lay out a picture for us of this grand indictment that the grand jurors handed down?
Well, these charges just came down moments ago. The indictments right here in my hand. Combined total, Colin Gray and Colt Gray, his son, face 84 charges. Total 55 of those charges have been affected by this shooting. These charges are directly connected to the 2 teachers and 2 students killed that day, as well as 3 teachers and 18 students who were either shot or shot at in the math hallway in a classroom that Colt went into. Now, in this case, Colt is charged with teachers Richard Aspinwall and Christina Irami. Now, there are several other child cruelty charges that are in this case as well, and reckless conduct charges that he also faces. The next step in this case is going to be an arraignment for both Colt and Colin that is set for November 21st. We're live in Barrow County. Angelina Salcido, 11 Alive News.
Angelina, thank you so much for breaking down those charges for us. We will stay on top of this.
All right. Now we're going to, okay, so that's the grand jury. We just found out, and that was from October 17th. Now we're going to get to his bond hearing. This is from February 11th of 2025. All right, so now we're going to get to his bond hearing, because it's interesting that,
In Georgia.
let's see what this shows us. All right, hold on. All right, he's actually going to talk. The audio isn't the best, but he's on the stand talking about why he should get bond. All right. So this is from February 11th, 2025. This is a bond hearing. And he, as you see, he's gonna take the stand here.
In Bethlehem, in Barrow County.
How long had you lived at that address?
A little over, coming up on a year.
Where did you live previous to that?
I lived in Jefferson.
And what county is that in?
I believe that is Jackson County.
Okay. And just to kind of cut to the chase, how long have you lived in Georgia?
My whole life.
Do you have family here in Georgia as well?
Yes, sir, I do.
And who would that be?
I have two sisters that live in Georgia. I have 5 children, and I have 4 granddaughters.
And when you say in Georgia, are any of those folks living in the metro Atlanta area?
Yes, sir, they are. My immediate family, 2 sisters that I just spoke about, they live in the metro area.
Okay. And prior to your arrest, were you employed?
I was, yes, sir.
And what were you employed as?
I was a general superintendent at Kevin Price Construction.
Okay. And how long did you have that job for?
It's coming up on 5 months, 5.5 months.
Okay. What about prior to that? Were you employed before that?
I was with Van Winkle Construction out of Atlanta.
What was your position with them?
Project superintendent.
And how long did you have that job?
A little over a year.
And is that what you primarily been doing as an occupation?
Yes, sir. I've been doing it for 28 years.
And that job, does it require you to travel at all?
It does, and that's why I made the move from Van Winkle, was the travel, and I've recently come into being a single parent with all 3 of my kids, and travel was just not an option anymore, so change of jobs kept me close to home.
Okay. And have you ever been convicted of a felony before?
No, sir.
What about a misdemeanor?
No, sir.
What date, if
you can recall were you arrested?
I was arrested on September 5th,
And have you been in custody this whole time?
the whole time.
And you currently have no bond on any of your charges, is that correct?
What's that?
You currently have no bond on any of your charges. If you were to be granted a bond by this court, and the court set certain conditions, would you abide by those conditions?
Absolutely.
Would you attend court hearings as ordered by the court?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
And 1 second, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Gray, I have no further questions. The state probably has a couple questions for you, so just hang tight.
Okay. Cross, Mr. Smith.
You said earlier that you didn't have any prior misdemeanor convictions. Did you have an abandonment of a child in Cobb County in 1998? Is that you?
And that was my understanding at the time. It's been such a long time ago that was overturned because I produced the proper documentation.
At that time, were you living in Cobb County?
I was in Cobb County.
Okay. And then you had a conviction for possession of marijuana in Paulding County in 1999?
In 99? Yeah, that's kind of a long time ago. I'm not sure about that one.
Were you living in Paulding County in that time?
No, sir. I believe I was living in Cherokee County, possibly.
Cherokee County?
Yes.
So in 98 you were in Cobb County, in 99 you were in Cherokee County?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to take you more immediate time frame.
Okay.
In 2017, 2018, you lived at 2439 Bear Creek Road in Statham, Georgia, is that correct?
That's correct.
And at that time, Colt, your son, was enrolled at Statham Elementary School.
That's correct.
That was the 2017-2018 school year.
Correct.
And in the next school year, 2019, did he transfer to White Sulphur Elementary School in Hall County?
In Hall County, yes, sir.
And y'all lived at 3208 Winterberry Lane, Gainesville?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that was just the very next year?
Yes, sir. We sold our property.
Okay, and then at some point, he ends up at Chattahoochee Elementary School in 2019, 2020, and that's in Forsyth County?
Correct.
Okay, where were you living at that time?
We had moved up to Lake Lanier because we were considering building a house up there. So that was, I need to think, I can't remember the exact address of that. It was basically on the northern side of Lake Lanier.
Of the Cumming area?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's three houses and 3 schools in 3 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then in March of 2020, he transfers to Ben Hill Elementary School?
Yeah, correct.
And now you live then at 139 10 Mile Road, Fitzgerald, Georgia?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now we're at a 4th school in 3 years, a 4th residence. And in January of 2022, he transfers, I'm talking about Colt, transfers to West Jackson Middle School?
Correct.
Okay. And at that time, did you live at 2975 Rice Creek Drive in Jefferson?
That's right.
Okay. And I have another address for you shortly thereafter of 2983 Rice Creek Drive in Jefferson. Is that mistaken?
Yeah, that's
okay. It was just the 2975 Rice Creek Drive, Jefferson. Okay. And then in September of that year, he transfers to Jefferson Middle School. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I believe when we lived in Jefferson, it was just him and I. He did attend that school.
Okay, and you moved at that time to 954 River Mist Circle in Jefferson. Is that correct?
No, in Jefferson, it was just it was the only home that we had in Jefferson was 954 River Mist. That's where he attended Jefferson Middle School in 7th grade.
Correct, that's what I said. So y'all moved from 2975 Rice Creek Drive to 954 River Mist Circle. And he went from West Jackson Middle School to Jefferson Middle
correct,
School.
Yeah, because the first was in Houston, so sorry.
So 6 places and 6 schools in 5 years.
if that's what you have.
And you own the 2439 Bear Creek Road in Statham residence, correct?
Correct.
But all the other residences you were just renting?
Yes.
Okay. So while you were at 954 River Mist Circle in Jefferson, a defects case was opened on your family in November of 2022. Is that correct?
I wasn't aware of that.
You don't remember them coming out to your house and interviewing you after November of 2022 into May of 2023?
Defects never interviewed me at that time.
Between November 2022 and May 2023, they never did a home visit and spoke with you at your home in Jefferson?
No, sir.
And at that home visit, they told you on May of 2023...
Judge, we're going to object this ask and answer. It's been 3 times. He's answered the question 3 times, and now we're getting into hearsay.
Let me ask you a question. In May of 2023, was there a home visit by defect where they told you there would be monthly home visits?
No, sir. Not at that location.
Not at that location. What location did you have contact with defects?
I had contact with defects in my home recent here in Bethlehem. I received a phone call at 10:30 at night from a defects caseworker that gave me instruction to get in my car and come pick up my younger children from Fitzgerald, Georgia, that they were in great danger.
That would have been in June of 2023? Or no? That would have been, you moved to the residence you're talking about there, it was 896 Harrison Mill Road?
Yes, sir.
And that was also a rental?
Yes, sir.
And you signed the lease to move in there on June 23rd of 2023?
Yes, sir.
So this would have been after June 23rd of 2023?
Yes, sir.
And you're saying that you had no contact with defects prior to that?
No, sir.
And when you moved, and when did you get the call to go pick up your kids from Fitzgerald?
So, let's see, that must have been, probably I'd say it's about 8 months into that lease. I can't remember exact dates. My wife and I were separated, and it was just Colt and I living at that home and that residence at the time, and we'd been there probably, we signed a 2-year lease, we'd been there for a little over half a year, I'd say.
Okay. Would it have been that fall of 2023?
Coming up on it, yes, sir. I would say it was before Halloween.
And so you went and got the kids and brought them to that location?
Correct. I drove down to Fitzgerald that next morning with no understanding of why I was being brought down there, and they laid out why I was there. And due to a hair follicle test with my ex-wife, and that the danger that they were in, and I needed to take those children.
And when you brought the kids up in October of 2023, you did not enroll them in school, did you?
I did, yes, sir. I enrolled Coley Jr. in Austin Road Elementary, and Jenny Ring was enrolled in Hangman Morris.
And when did you enroll them?
I don't know, shortly after they got there. I think it wasn't too long because I didn't want them to fall behind and whatnot, but I also wanted to give them a little bit of time to process what had happened and just let them kind of get settled with their new surroundings.
But you did not enroll Colt in school until the next August, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So from October to August, he was not in school?
Yeah, he was homeschooled.
He was homeschooling? Were you?
Online, yes.
Online? Were you following that?
Yes, sir, I was.
You signing off on things?
What's that?
Were you like signing off on things?
In the beginning, I was, and he was, he was into it and doing well. And then the more things kind of unfolded with my ex-wife, things kind of escalated on her side of things, and he wasn't as attentive to it as he should have been. So.
How long was he doing the online program? Was he doing it from that October all the way till the end of the school year?
He was off and on. In the beginning, he was on it, doing what he should have been doing, and as, like I said, as things happened, he kind of slacked off, and the nature of what was being done, said, and escalation-wise, I realized it was very hard for him to concentrate as it was for all of us.
Now, this residence is 896 Harrison Mill Road in Winder. We already established that that was a rental, correct?
Yes, sir.
So do you still have the ability to go back to that residence if you make a bond?
If I make a bond, I have a little sister, retired law enforcement, that I'm going to be able to stay with her.
And where does she live?
She lives in Cherokee County.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you come down, Mr. Chairman. Any additional to this?
No, Your Honor.
Witnesses from the state?
Your Honor, we do have a few. We have Terry McElhannon. He's the grandfather of one of the victims, Taylor Jones.
And Judge, before we do that, I would like to invoke the rule of sequestration on the state's witnesses.
Your Honor, these are just victim impact statements. They're not something that's subject to the rule of sequestration. It's not a evidentiary hearing.
Yeah, we didn't know what they were doing. So, okay. Assuming they are giving victim impact testimony, I'll deny the request. If you have any that are providing any sort of evidence, and I will grant the request.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. McElhannon. Do you want him on the witness stand or stand at the podium?
Let's just go ahead and get witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McElhannon, if you could raise your right hand quickly. Swear the testimony you have right now, and you pull this court with the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Okay. If you could just quickly introduce yourself so the court can write your name down and stuff, your last name, please.
Terry McElhannon. Ashley Taylor's dad. His dad's not in the picture. Dad and grandpa all in one.
Mr. McElhannon, we're here to discuss the issue of whether or not Mr. Colin Gray should be granted a bond. If you have something to say on that matter, please address the court.
This nightmare began on September 4th, 2024. And now, 5 months later, it's still going on. For some, it will never end. Those who lost their family, their friends, or their loved ones will never forget it. It will always be in their minds and hearts. I went to school on that day, September 4th, and I could not find Taylor. I asked several cops where she was. No response did I get. They set up a command center in the middle of the flagpole area, and to no avail, nobody knew where Taylor was. I was told by a student on the football field Taylor was shot. Hours went by. Panic set in on my behalf. No one knew where she was. When she was put on the helicopter at the flagpole, she did not even know her name. And she was transferred to Grady as a Jane Doe. Still nobody knew who she was. Mr. Grady's caused this. Look at Taylor now. She has a hole in her leg, a metal rod there, and he seeks freedom today. My child, my girl, lost her freedom. We are still dealing with doctors, therapies, and a whole lot of other matters that we can't take in. You took her volleyball playing away from her. You took her childhood away from her. She's only 14 now, 15. Why should your son and you have freedom when she has none of it? She cannot do what she wants to do. She can't do anything on her own. Look at Taylor Jones today. A pitiful little kid with pride, hurt, confusion, and despair. I want to thank y'all for allowing me to speak today. We're here because of Mr. Gray's indifference, or because he just simply didn't care. I'm not here for vengeance, but to seek justice for my daughter, Taylor Jones. Because of his stupidity, he bought his son an assault rifle, not a BB gun, an assault rifle, knowing the mental challenges that they have. His son made a threat at the prior school, and when he came to Apalachee 2 days later, he carried out his threats. He had a plan of action where he made a hide and concealed his rifle, the rifle that he bought, stupid, and Colt carried out his plan of terror on the school, the victims, the faculty, and the staff. He hurt many students, and he killed 4, 2 adults and 2 children. One was my daughter's greatest friend. My daughter has injuries, and she was life-lifted by a helicopter from Gray. She would have died too that day, except for the care that she had received, the blood transfusions, which she actually bled out on my helicopter. She received the best care at the trauma center at Gray, and after many surgeries, not just one, many, she had the steel rod placed in her leg, and we're still hoping that she will recover. As of right now, she still cannot walk. We spent 94 consecutive days in 4 different hospitals. We started at Grady Trauma. We went there to Children's Health Care of Atlanta, Showa for short. We left there, went north to Arthur Blank, and then we went back to Showa. And after many visits, I can't count them all, we spent at the ER at Northeast Georgia at night when the pain was so bad that she could not stand it. There have been countless nights of sleep, no sleep, dealing with the stress that she was. Mr. Gray and his son carried us about buying a gun for him. And he should stay in jail as far as I'm concerned, and as far as that's concerned. He should stay there. Our lives have been changed and impacted beyond belief. Changed forever. We still deal with doctors, physical therapists, psychiatrists on a daily basis. If he's a father to his son, how could he let this happen? Our community, our schools have suffered great losses. Trust is gone. Parents are outraged. Children don't know who they can trust. They don't know who to look to. We teach our children, we try to know them to be what we think they are to be, and what God intends for them to be. In conclusion, our lives have changed. There is no more volleyball for Taylor. Maybe someday in the future, God will provide a way to let her play again. But until then, I seek God's guidance. And I want to thank the police, the firefighters, the doctors, and all those that have helped. They have been all amazing to get us to this stage where we're at right now. To everyone here, keep praying that our world will change and our lives will be better.
Thanks. I do want to, before the next witness testifies, they are going into what they believe some of the evidence is. I don't have any problem with the victim impact part, but testifying about what they believe the mental health issue was, child, purchase of the gun, how that happened, all of that came from somebody other than us. It's not evidence yet. Trial is based on so I'd like to be able to keep that out. I don't have a problem with the victim impact. It deals with the evidentiary issues that we're going to deal with at trial with the judge. Statement of response. Let me answer.
Personally, I would disagree that a bond hearing is admissible. They're not testifying any sort of thing they know personally. They're testifying things that they believe and seen and heard. Court, of course, can parse through what it needs to parse through to make its decision. Just to have a civilian witness that's giving a statement of what it means to them. And the court is allowed to look at the seriousness of the charges and the seriousness of the offenses when he's making a decision and it goes toward that evidence. So while I understand what they're saying, I can't let them just read evidence in. There's going to be dipping and back and forth in that kind of arena, and I think that the court's instructions should be to what that.
Anything else? We don't want to take the witnesses that may come out, the jurors that may come out. At this point, I did hear a number of things that were apparently information that they had gathered from some source, either news video or sheriff's office or somebody. We haven't heard evidence in this case. So that's what I'm concerned about. I just don't want the evidence to come out in this type of setting. It's just not the proper place.
Yeah, certainly I understand that each of these people have a right to give an impact statement. I also am certainly aware that they are not, I'm not taking what they say as evidence about the facts of the case, about what happened in the case. That will come later through a trial or other proceedings. That's not what the bond hearing is about. I don't know that I can expect them to divorce their impressions of the case from their emotions and what it is they want to tell me. That's a difficult thing. I will point out, we obviously have news media coverage here, and one of the concerns at some point down the road is trying the case and being able to find a fair and impartial jury. So anytime a witness is going into facts, whether they're accurate or not, that is going to make it harder in the future for us to pick up a fair and impartial jury, which is necessary in order to try a case. So, in essence, I'm going to overrule the objection because I don't think I can expect the witnesses to divorce their feelings from what they've heard about the case. I'm not taking what they say as establishing facts about what did or didn't happen. Okay. Who's our next witness?
I'm going to say call Rick Aspinwall.
Yeah, this audio is brutal, right? That buzzing is brutal. It wasn't there, earlier, and then now it just kicked in. I hope whoever's running the sound on this, and again, this is from last year. This is from February of 2025. So yeah, literally over a year ago. It's just this audio, just this feed. I don't think it'll be on the trial. We heard some other pretrial hearings. Nothing. we have like more pre-trials. So I think it's just this one. It's just, unfortunately, it's just this. So doing my best over here to, put some filters on and try and dampen it down at least a little bit. So let us soldier on.
Mr. Aspinall, if you could raise your hand. For the testimony of you, this matter now being before true, the whole true self of God. Okay. If you could state your name for the court reporter and spell your last name.
My name is Mr. Richard William Aspinall.
Mr. Aspinall, we're here to talk about issues of bond for this case. If you could, to the best of your ability, keep away from the facts that you may have heard or you know about the case, and just talk about how the impact was on you and your family from this case.
I can tell you that it's been devastating for my family. I have 2 little girls who are going to be growing up without a daddy, 2 granddaughters. My daughter is devastated, lost a job. She's trying to recoup, find a new job. It really affected her emotionally, and she served 2 tours in the Army. And it struck her real bad. By trade, Mr. Gray, I'm a heavy civil general superintendent. I've had hundreds of men work under my direction. I've seen men like you many a time.
Mr. Aspinall,
I'm not going to say anything else.
I'm just going to have to ask you to address your testimony to the judge. I said we were talking to today.
I will say that due to some actions, instigated or by action or whatever, that is affecting everybody, the entire state. I've been working with the state to try to make changes, and hopefully it'll come about. But what happened is inexcusable. Inexcusable. I don't know what else to tell you. If I say any more, I'm liable to get in trouble.
Thank you, Mr. Aspinall.
Any questions? No questions. Thank you, sir.
Brianna Shermore. Commissioner Horn, if you could raise your right hand. To the testimony given right now, pending Willis trial, true, whole truth, nothing true, so help God. You could introduce yourself. You can have a seat. If you could introduce yourself to the court reporter and spell your last name for her.
My name is Brianna Shermore. That's CHERMERHOR.
And what we're here to talk about today is bond for Mr. Gray. If you could address the judge and let them know your feelings about bond without going into the facts of the case that you may or may not first.
So we'll see that I struggled personally with thought like I was trying to Mr. Gray out on the insurance issue officer and I don't know if the judges are going to do its job, which is and protect our state before he's released to the public. And we have a launch street justice paid advice. Since my son was murdered, I was in court. So sworn on which should be allowed to happen. I don't know the sheer irresponsibility of Mr. Gray's opinion. And I feel which is crazy myself. Mason Gentleman, right? When you're in the future, is Casey Mason's son, brother, and he was initially. He possessed some innocence that she could not imagine. For the 20-year-old that Mr. Gray held in purposes to report. And they got told that Mr. Gray. And honestly, I'm very person. And then not thought about any impact or influence on anyone there.
Thank you. No question. Let me know. I'm assuming.
Kevin's name.
I don't know, you guys. Do you want me to continue on with this? This audio is terrible. Do you guys want me to continue on with this? I'm willing to bail on this, or at least maybe fast forward. What do you guys think? We still have we have an hour to listen to that. What do you guys think? Do you want me to continue on or no? Because what do you think? Do you want me to continue on playing this? I could fast forward a little bit. Yeah. Let me fast forward a bit because it was fine at the beginning of this stream, of this video. Let me fast forward. Maybe let me jump through here. Let's just see. I don't think I can deal with another hour of this. Let me try here. Let's see what this sounds like.
Shown that he would pose any significant danger. He had a misdemeanor marijuana charge 26 years ago.
All right, that sounds okay.
That's the only thing that the state has been able to show the court from that standpoint. Number 3, poses no significant risk of committing any felonies while out on bond. The state has not shown that he would be subject to committing any felonies. He's, I think, 54 years old. This is the first time that he's been in any trouble other than the 1999 marijuana. Poses no significant risk of intimidating witnesses or otherwise obstructing the administration of justice. The state has not brought any witnesses before this court to show that he would be any significant risk of intimidating.
All right, yeah, Brad, that's a good idea. We'll just skip to the decision. We'll just skip to the decision and go on to the next video.
All right, we're all present. Mr. Gray is back in the courtroom. The community has great interest in the case, which is certainly understandable. So I'm going to give a detailed explanation here. What you, the families, are going through, what the community is going through is it's undeniable pain, and I understand that. The emotions that the community feels are overwhelming, I'm sure. I don't know that you can, but understand that the law does not permit me to be emotional, and I'm constrained by the law. Now, a statement was made, again, understandably, that I'm here to seek justice. Understand that at a bond hearing, is not where justice is dispensed. Ultimate justice, in whatever form that takes, comes later through a jury trial. The law at a bond hearing is that the accused is presumed innocent. Now, that's despite whatever's been said about the case through the media or through a first appearance hearing or through any other avenue. As we sit here, the law presumes that Mr. Gray is innocent. No facts have been established in this case yet. Again, despite anything that's been said before. Those facts will come through other hearings, they'll come through a jury trial. Now, the legislature and the Supreme Court, and it's been referenced, have laid out factors that constrain the courts in determining bond. One is a risk to flee. Now, what that normally looks like is someone has prior failing to appear at court convictions, or someone has in fact fled charges before. That is not what we have here. Another factor is the danger to the community. Now, if we assume guilt, that danger is obvious. But I'm not allowed to do that. He's presumed innocent as we sit here. There's no independent evidence that he's a danger to the community. There's no recordings of him in jail saying he's going to do this when he gets out. There's no prior crimes where he has done something else that puts those in the community in harm's way, which leads into the next factor, the risk of committing a felony while out on trial. I think it was said that he's 54 years old, 50 some odd years old, has no prior felony convictions, as a 1998 or 99 marijuana misdemeanor charge. The fourth factor is intimidating witnesses. Generally, again, there's evidence of that. He's making jail phone calls, trying to get someone to change their story. He's making statements about what he's going to do so that this witness can't testify. We do not have that in this case. Now, the legislature nor the Supreme Court have said that one of the factors for determining bond is the impact on the victims. It's not one of the factors that I'm supposed to consider in granting bond. Now, having said that, the foremost consideration in determining bond is whether or not the accused will appear to stand for trial. And I do have grave concerns here. While in court, Mr. Gray is presumed innocent, in the court of public opinion, he bears a scarlet letter. I don't believe that there's any way that Mr. Gray could return to this community as an accused often does when granted a bond. Now, his ties to this community are minimal. The state has pointed out that he has moved and lived in 6 or 7 different places over a relatively short period of time. I am allowed to consider the charges and the punishment that he faces if convicted. I'll prepare more.
Thank you.
All right, we need to take up anything else. I know that we had a conference call. If there's a case that's not going to be, it's continued off of this trial calendar that I'm having court for today. I think the defense indicated you'd be filing motions in the next week or so. Is that right?
That's accurate, Judge. Yes, sir.
Okay. After those motions are received, reviewed by the state, then we'll discuss a scheduling order.
Thank you.
All right.
Be excused.
Thank you,
Yes,
Judge.
thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So now, his bond was $500,000, right? His bond was $500,000, so he'd have to come up with $50,000. His bond was $500,000. All right. So now let's fast forward to June. This is June 17th of last year. So let's go to June 17th of 2025.
So this morning we have motions. We need Mr.
And these are motions. Always a fan of motions. All right, so this is a motions hearing. No, he did not make bond. He did not make it. As far as I know, he did not make it. He did not make it. He did not come up with that. Even though he had public defenders, but now he has private defenders. Pretty sure he's still. Yeah, I don't think he made bond. Let me see. As far as I know, he didn't. Let me just double check that. Bond was granted, but news reports say he remained in custody. He has not been released. So he didn't post bond. He was granted bond, but he wasn't able to post it. So no. So he's still in jail.
Did I send you an email about serious pending charges in our division?
You did. I was out yesterday, but I'll remember.
I just couldn't remember if I thought to do it or actually did it. So
You did it actually.
all right. All right, Mr. Gray is present. So good morning. We have motions today. I understand we have demurs.
Yes, Your Honor.
What else are y'all presenting today?
Judge, we just have a special demur as well as a general demur for today.
Okay. No other motions?
Not today, Judge.
Okay.
I think we still have a deadline per your scheduling order when some of the other motions should be filed.
Yes, sir.
I know discovery is still been incoming. We got some more this week, so we're just kind of putting together our motions as the discovery comes in.
All right.
And they didn't file a motion to revisit the change of venue to know if that was, your plan was on that today, or?
We can certainly, Judge. It's not going to be that 3 or 4 minute arguments. Sure. I'm happy to entertain that today. Sure. All right. Defense can go ahead with their demurs.
All right. Jimmy, do you want to do the special one first? Do the general first? Sure. Sorry, Judge.
It's all right.
Judge, we're going to, just for the state's information, I'm going to do the general one first, and then Mr. Barry's going to do the special.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to respond after. It's probably easier for the court, but I'll leave that to the court.
Yeah, we'll do the general first, and then we'll hit the special. The state can respond as we go.
And I'll keep it.
Just need the indictment.
I'll try and keep it simple, Judge, or straightforward. I know we're all pretty familiar with the facts of this case and what a general demur is. I know the court's well aware. We are demurring as to counts 1 through 29 as being void for vagueness as applied and for failing to allege that the defendant's actions were the proximate cause of the deaths that have been charged in this case, as well as a reasonably foreseeable consequence of the defendant's actions in this case as well. I'll talk mostly about the vagueness. I think the proximate cause issue also bleeds over to the special demur, and so I know my co-counsel is going to touch much more extensively on proximate cause, so rather than do the same argument twice, I'm going to defer and let him make that argument as to proximate cause, as well as the prong of reasonably foreseeable consequences. So in terms of vagueness, Judge, we're moving the court to dismiss counts 1 through 29 of the indictment because it rests on irreparably vague statutes stemming from the 14th Amendment's due process clause. The void for vagueness doctrine ensures that the people's representatives make certain conduct a crime. And as only the legislature may do, they must provide enough detail so that people of ordinary intelligence don't need to guess at what it is the state commands or forbids.
I'm sorry, is there a claim that the various statutes are unconstitutional?
Well, we think they're unconstitutional for vagueness, Your Honor.
Okay.
Based on, so for example, in the cruelty in the second, it references cruel and excessive physical or mental pain. That would be one of the clauses we believe is vague as applied in this case. As to the reckless conduct, the involuntary manslaughter, the involuntary is based on reckless conduct, and the murder in the second degree is based on the cruelty to the second degree. So the vagueness flows from the cruelty to the second up into the murder to the second as well. And then we believe that by not clearly defining the conduct, by leaving the definition of this conduct to, for example, prosecutors or judges to define, or more likely a jury to define, it creates a situation where the statute itself is unconstitutional for that vagueness. In federal vagueness cases, courts construe the statutory language in context, determining whether the statute itself or prior construction provides sufficient notice to the defendant. Reviewing Georgia law, this appears to be a case of the way this case is charged in regards to the cruelty of the second, meaning our client is charged by either doing or not doing certain actions that led a third party to do the action which makes up the basis of the cruelty in the second. By interjecting that third party, not only does that create issues with proximate cause, as my co-counsel will further elaborate on, but it also leaves not only the actions or the actions that define the crime vague, but it doesn't put an ordinary citizen on notice of what the prohibited conduct would be. And in terms of looking at case law for the Court of Appeals or for other courts or Your Honor, to determine definitions of prior actions that have led to this charge, the way it's charged in this case by that extra third party causing the action that makes up the cruelty in the second, there's very little case law for the court to look at, and there's very little case law for my client to be informed on what the prohibited action is. Wholly separate from any federal claims, defendant also demurs to vagueness on both separation of powers and privileges or immunities grounds. In Georgia, all crimes are defined by the legislature. The power to define crimes and prescribed punishment has long been held to be an exclusively legislative power. And in criminal law, the legislation can only exercise that power constitutionally if it defines the crime with clarity and precision. When the legislature adopts a statute that renders an essential element subject to the jury's unfettered discretion, such in this case with the definition of cruel and excessive physical or mental, then we lack the clarity necessary to put the defendant on notice as to what it is the prescribed conduct is. By leaving that definition to the jury, then in each case, the jury itself construes the law for itself. What that means is that there's no chance that a final construction of the law that would occur and the limits and duty imposed remain unsettled until after the fact. Here, by constituting or by making what constitutes cruel or excessive mental or physical pain depends solely on the jury's discretion, the cruelty to children in the second statute is abdicating the legislative power to the judicial branch. And instead of knowing with certainty and definiteness what conduct is prohibited, the defendant is left at the dark, subject ex post facto to the random determination of the jury. Judge, we feel the same argument applies also to reckless conduct because it's also a statute that depends upon the determination of a jury after the fact as to what conduct constitutes a gross deviation. So it's the same argument in terms of abdicating the power of what the prescribed conduct is and taking that away from the legislator and bestowing it upon the judicial branch to determine. For those reasons, Judge, and I will just make for the record, we also believe that there's an issue with proximate cause and that my client's actions as this indictment has been charged were not only the proximate cause of the death charge, but also a reasonably foreseeable consequence. But as I said, I'll let Mr. Berry address that more fully in his presentation. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Brooks? I assume Ms. Brooks.
I do have a quick clarifying question. The actual general demurrer motion that was filed by defense does not allege anything about unconstitutionality, and it alleges just, the general demurrer that a crime was not alleged. So are they abandoning that allegation?
Judge, we won't abandon it, but we'll just leave it as it's been addressed in the motion for the court's determination.
Well, I'll address the general demurrer first, Your Honor, and then Ms. Daniels pointing up some cases on constitutionality.
You're going to do the general or the specific? You argued the specific.
I argued the general. And Mr.
I'm sorry, I thought I heard you say you.
Specific.
I was a little confused. Okay.
No problem, Judge.
Go ahead.
So essentially, Your Honor, pursuant to Kimbrough versus State, which is 300 Georgia 878, a Supreme Court of Georgia case from 2017, to prevail on a general demurrer, an accused must be able to admit each and every fact alleged in the indictment and still be innocent of any crime. An indictment is sufficient to withstand a general demurrer if the admission of the facts alleged would lead necessarily to the conclusion that the accused is guilty of a crime. So ultimately, if the defendant's actions can rise to the level of criminal negligence, then the indictment is good against a general demurrer. And I think Kane versus State is a very informative case on this, and that's 287 Georgia Appellate Court's 45, a 2007 case. The defendant there was charged with cruelty to children in the second degree based on allegations that with criminal negligence, she had caused the children cruel and excessive physical and mental pain and suffering, to wit, a drowning death, by failing to reasonably supervise and reasonably watch said children. So there, the defense counsel argued the allegations of the indictment were insufficient to charge the defendant with a crime because failure to supervise or reasonably watch one's children does not amount to criminal negligence. The Court of Appeals held that the indictment was sufficient and found that while the failure to reasonably supervise one's child may not in itself constitute negligence, such dereliction certainly may rise to the level depending on the circumstances. And And that is what we have here. The indictment is not subject to general demurrer because the conduct can rise to the level of criminal negligence. And each of the counts are based on criminal negligence, so the argument for each count is generally the same, and that's pursuant to Johnson versus State, which is 341 Georgia Appellate Courts 425, a 2017 case that stands for the proposition that reckless conduct and cruelty to children in the second degree are crimes involving criminal negligence. So while allowing a child access to a firearm and ammunition may not in itself be negligent, such recklessness may be negligent depending on the specific facts presented at trial. And in fact, the wording of our indictment specifically requires that defendant's conduct be reckless by alleging that defendant consciously disregarded a substantial and unjustifiable risk that his act of allowing his son access to a firearm with sufficient warning that his son was capable of harming others. So ultimately, if the defendant has sufficient warning that his son was dangerous, then he should have taken his AR-15 style rifle away from him. And not doing so before his son shot and killed multiple people is criminally negligent. But whether or not the state has sufficient evidence is not the question before the court today. That's pursuant to Putnam versus State 257, Georgia Appellate Courts 902, which states that whether or not an act is criminally negligent is ultimately a question for the jury. The indictment adequately alleges a crime and it's up for the jury to decide whether or not the state can prove that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. There aren't any cases, obviously, with this specific set of facts in Georgia, but the appellate courts have found sufficient evidence for criminal negligence in circumstances analogous to this case. Other cases where children were allowed access to dangerous instruments or hazards. So while these cases are not based on general demurrers, one of them is, but most are not, what these cases show is that if properly alleged, an indictment would be good or would have been good against a general demurrer. So you have Turnip Seed versus State, which is 186 Georgia Appellate Courts 278, a 1988 case. And that case affirmed the conviction for involuntary manslaughter in the commission of reckless conduct. Even though at the time of the pit bull attack on the child, there was no state law specifically forbidding the ownership of pit bull terriers or specifically outlawing any one of the defendant's isolated acts regarding the dogs, this did not preclude the jury from finding that the acts of keeping the dogs in the circumstances evidence and leaving them unguarded, all with the knowledge of past incidents, built up to reckless conduct on this occasion. So there, essentially, the defendant did not properly secure his pit bulls. They got out of the house and they killed a child, and that was found to be reckless, and that was found to be the basis for involuntary manslaughter. That case also found that the indictment was not subject to a general demurrer. In Baker versus State, which is 280 Georgia 822, a 2006 case, that case held that evidence was sufficient to support a conviction for misdemeanor reckless conduct when the defendant left his 9-month-old and 3-year-old sons unsupervised on upper floor of a 2-story home near an unprotected flight of downward stairs. Again, did not secure his children away from a dangerous hazard. Reyes versus State 242 Georgia Appellate Courts 170, a 2000 case, held that evidence was sufficient to support a mother's conviction for reckless conduct and failing to supervise a 3-year-old who was apparently attacked by an animal when evidence showed that the mother allowed her daughter to wander unsupervised, and the daughter was missing for more than 1 hour before the mom began looking for her. So again, not supervising her child, not preventing her access to the outside, and that resulted in reckless conduct. Johnson versus State, 341 Georgia Appellate Courts 425, a 2017 case, found evidence was sufficient to uphold involuntary manslaughter, reckless conduct, and cruelty to children in the second degree convictions, where defendant left her 4-, 3-, and 2-year-old children completely unattended for an extended period of time in a room where they were sleeping on a mattress that was placed directly on the floor next to a space heater. Essentially, the court found that the mother knew that space heaters can catch fire, that they barricaded the children in the house so they could not leave, and when the space heater did catch fire and killed 2 of the children, that was found to be reckless and also involuntary manslaughter. So again, they put the children next to a dangerous hazard and did nothing to prevent them from being injured.
Johnson versus State, 292 Georgia 856, a 2013 case, held that a jury could reasonably have concluded, based on the evidence, that the defendant acted with willful, wanton, or reckless disregard for her son's safety, both in failing to prevent her son from accessing her methadone medication and in failing to seek medical treatment once it became clear he was ill. So essentially, Your Honor, those cases show that an indictment for reckless conduct is sufficient against a general demurrer if it alleges a crime. The crime here being not preventing his child access to a gun when he had knowledge, when he had warning that his child was dangerous. And if the jury finds that he should have taken the gun away from him, then it is criminally negligent and he can be found guilty of these charges. And the state is just requesting that you let the jury decide that and not grant a general demurrer.
What's your best case on it, Mr. Hobbs? I know it's nothing may be directly on point. But
sure, Judge. As to, and Mr. Berry will give the court this information more in his argument, but as to the proximate cause, reasonable consequence, there's Bell v. State, which is 317 Georgia 519. That is a Georgia Supreme Court case. And I never know how to say this one, but there's Melancon, Melancon v. State. And do you have the site for that, Mr. Berry?
I do, Judge. I have copies of those.
Okay.
Of that, if I can put it in.
yes, sir. Mr. Hobbs, did you want to make any final argument on the specific demurrer?
Judge, I think both arguments are fairly clear, and I think the court has a pretty good grasp of what we're dealing with this. Obviously, this case is a little bit different than the cases that were cited, just based on there being a third party in the form of Mr. Colt Gray, who actually committed the action which is intended. But I know the court's aware of that and will rule appropriately. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Berry, you want to do the general?
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning. The specific. Yeah, you would do the specific.
Your Honor, the thing that we know about the indictment in this case is that he's not charged as a party to a crime or as a co-conspirator. So it's kind of a hybrid indictment. In all 29 counts, it's interesting that the language is exactly the same in all 29 counts as to what allegedly occurred. I've given the court the case of Melicant. I think that is the leading case right now. There are a couple of cases that are going up, have been sorted up to the Supreme Court, but I think this is the leading case right now. It was decided in September of last year. And basically what it says, Judge, is that for each kind of murder set out in our statute, the state must prove that the accused caused the death of another human being. And looking at all of the previous cases that led up to Melicant, cause is broken down into two parts: a cause in fact and legal cause, which they have outlined in Melicant as proximate cause. In addition to cause in fact, the decisions describe a separate requirement that they call proximate cause. That's in Bell versus the state at 317 Georgia 523, Eubanks versus the state 317 Georgia 563 and 565, and Jackson versus the state at 287 Georgia 648 and 649. The overall elements of causation required, the murder causes is proximate cause, and that elements include cause in fact and legal cause. Legal cause requires foreseeability or likelihood of death happening in the way that it did or alleged in the indictment, which gives the defendant the conduct which they allege. When you look at the indictment based on Melicon, there's some striking things that you see. In the beginning of the wording, they say consciously disregarding a substantial and unjustifiable risk. This is the language that's used in reckless conduct, but they use it in each one of the charges. All 29 charges uses this same wording. The problem is you are using wording from reckless conduct in a murder charge, murder in the second degree, which is very vague. Which one are they talking about? Are they going to argue reckless conduct, or are they going to argue murder in the second? That language should not be in the indictment. Secondly, in looking at the indictment, they indicate that access to firearms is an issue. There's no requirement under Georgia law that people have their guns locked away. I think it's come before the legislature a couple of times. That has not been, no law has been passed in that regard. Even if you lock your guns away, what is access? Somebody can break into a gun case, get the guns out. So what do you mean by access? Is it just that everybody's going to have to get rid of their guns if they have kids under a certain age? We don't know. It's not specific in the indictment.
Now let me ask, so just trying to think of an analogy there. There's no law that says you can't leave your prescribed narcotics on the coffee table. But you could certainly be charged if you left open prescribed narcotics on a coffee table and a child came and overdosed. I mean, would you disagree with that, or?
Well, you can take that analogy a lot of different directions. If I have an automobile, I have a 16-year-old, and I know my 16-year-old's gotten a couple of speeding tickets, but I leave the keys in the kitchen. And my 16-year-old gets the keys, drives down the road, runs into somebody and kills them. The access to the keys, is that the proximate cause of the murder? It's very vague at best. And that's why we're saying the indictment is vague in and of itself on a number of levels. That just being one of them.
And I realize we have a uniqueness here with the third-party actor.
Correct. This is one of the most bothersome parts of the indictment to me, is it says, after receiving sufficient warning, we don't have any clue what that sufficient warning is. I don't know. I've looked at all of the discovery. I don't know what that sufficient warning is. It doesn't outline it in the indictment. So how do I know what a sufficient warning is? Is it your son's having some problems? Is that a sufficient warning? I don't know, because the indictment does not say. So how can we say that a warning is the proximate cause? Because we don't know what that warning is. It's interesting, too, that in the indictment, it alleges that this occurred on or about September the 4th. On or about September 4th. We don't know what sufficient warning he received on or about September 4th, because they put it kind of in a capsule. It's got to be close to September the 4th. We don't know what that warning was close to September the 4th. And was it sufficient? What does sufficient mean? How do we know? Because they haven't outlined it in the indictment. The next part of the indictment, which is confusing, is is that Colt would, after getting this sufficient warning, that he would cause bodily injury to somebody. Now, where in the indictment does it tell us that he knew he would? Not that he may, but knew. It's not in the indictment. We don't know how in the world he would have known unless Colt told him. We've got Colt's statement, unless he's made some other statement that we don't have. He's not made that claim. So how would he know that? We don't know. The indictment doesn't tell us. The indictment basically, I think, Judge, shows some conclusions that the state has. But what we have to have in an indictment is primary facts. We have to have some facts to go on. So in this indictment, the reason we've demurred to this indictment especially is that the state's failure to properly allege the probable cause issue. There's nowhere in the indictment that it uses the word probable cause. And two, the state's failure to allege that the death was reasonably foreseeable consequence of the defendant's action. And we don't know whether it's the defendant's action or inaction. They really haven't told us whether it was an action or an inaction that the defendant did in this indictment. Since they were not alleged in the indictment, there's no way to determine whether the grand jury found sufficient probable cause to issue a true bill. Additionally, the indictment lacks specificity as to material elements of an indictment. For those reasons, Judge, and I think the indictment just is very vague. It does not put us on notice of exactly what we have to defend. It does not allege probable cause or foreseeability of this knowledge. So in our opinion, it's too vague and should be either the state can redo it or it should be thrown out. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brooks.
Yes, Your Honor. To begin with, as I stated earlier, reckless conduct in criminal is regarding criminal negligence, and so is cruelty to children in the second degree. The only difference is that cruelty to children involves a child, reckless conduct would involve an adult. So the language can be the same because it's essentially the same charge, with the only difference being the age of the victim. Involuntary manslaughter is based on the death of an adult. Cruelty to children in the or murder in the second is based on the death of a child. And I think it's important, Your Honor, when we are talking about special demurrers, that we actually cite what the law and what the standard is. And under State v. Lehman, 279 Georgia 340, a 2005 case, while it says that an indictment must be perfect in form, that does not mean that the state has to allege every fact and every piece of evidence that we are relying on in proving our case. What the defense appears to want us to do is to go through each and every piece of evidence that we have, each and every fact that we have, but that is not the purpose of an indictment. The true test of the sufficiency of an indictment is not whether it could have been more definite or certain. It is whether the indictment, 1, contains the elements of the offense intended to be charged, and 2, alleges the underlying facts with enough detail to sufficiently apprise the defendant of what he must be prepared to meet. And that's under Hinston v. State, 310 Georgia 388, a 2020 case. Considering whether the indictment is insufficient, it is informative to remember that the purpose of an indictment is to allow the defendant to prepare a defense. It is not for for us to tell them everything that we are going to present at trial. We've given them discovery. They know what we are presenting at trial. We are not required to outline every piece of evidence in our indictment. As far as each count in the indictment, the state did allege each and every essential element, which is prong one of the requirements to withstand a special demurrer. So for cruelty to children, those elements are 1, cause cruel or excessive, 2, physical or mental pain, 3, to a child under 18, 4, through criminal negligence. And here we charge each of those elements. We charge the type of pain, the name of the child, and what act constituted criminal negligence, which is, quote, consciously disregarding a substantial and unjustifiable risk that defendant's act of allowing his minor son access to a firearm and ammunition after receiving sufficient warning that defendant's son would harm and endanger the bodily safety of another. That is his act of criminal negligence. And essentially, it's the same thing for reckless conduct. We indicted each and every essential element that is outlined in OCGA 16560 and charged the defendant with the harm that he caused, the victim's name, and the specific act of criminal negligence. Now, for murder in the second degree and reckless conduct, it's essentially the same elements, but you add proximate cause. And to go along with the defense counsel's analogy, whether or not you know that the 16-year-old driving the car, the dad giving him access to that car, was the proximate cause of death is up for a jury to decide. It's whether or not the jury finds that it was reasonably foreseeable that the child would kill somebody. And that is the same case here. Something is the proximate cause of someone's death if the person could reasonably foresee that someone would die as a result of the actions. Pursuant to Eubanks v. State, 317 Georgia, 563, a 2023 case, proximate cause requires that the death actually happen in a way that was a reasonably foreseeable result of the criminal conduct. But what constitutes proximate cause is undeniably a jury question and is always to be determined on the facts of the case. And that's Butler v. State, 363 Georgia Appellate Court, 753, a 2022 case. And for indictment purposes, what that means is that the state has to allege an act that could, under any circumstances, result in the death of another. Under any circumstances, be the proximate cause of the death. That's Graders v. State, 263 Georgia Appellate Court, 754, a 2003 case, and Funk v. State, 296 Georgia, 371, a 2015 case. And in this case, the state alleged that the defendant acted with criminal negligence by disregarding a substantial and unjustifiable risk, that is, act of allowing his son access to a firearm, again, after receiving sufficient warning that his son would harm another. The plain language in the indictment requires that harming another by use of a firearm be within defendant's knowledge and therefore reasonably foreseeable. We put the wording in there of sufficient warning. The defendant had to know that his son was going to do something or was capable of doing something in order for him to be responsible for the actions of his son. And that in itself is reasonably foreseeable in the indictment. And going along to the next argument that the state should have been more specific with regard to whether or not we charge party to a crime, what access the defendant gave his son, and what warnings specifically he had. Well, again, an indictment does not have to contain every detail of the crime to withstand a special demurrer, and that's Kimbrough v. State, 300 Georgia, 878, a 2017 case. And again, sufficiency of the evidence is separate and distinct from sufficiency of the indictment. And that's State v. Hart, 183 Georgia Appellate Court, 737. According to Scruggs v. State, 309 Georgia Appellate Court, 569, a 2011 case, the state does not need to spell out in the indictment the evidence on which it relies for a conviction. Simply put, the law does not require the state to define further define essential elements of the crime. We have to put what the essential elements are. We have to apprise the defendant of the evidence he is to meet so that he can prepare a defense, and the state has done that. And I want to go through some examples. Again, we have a unique set of facts, but we have a lot of cases, a lot of charges from the where additional facts are not required. So you have Hinkson versus State 310 Georgia 388 and Arthur versus State 275 Georgia 790, which hold that for aggravated assault, an indictment need not say how the defendant used the weapon or even what that actual weapon was. So to say that we have to put the exact warning and the exact access would contradict the fact that you don't even have to put what the weapon was in an aggravated assault. State versus Tate, 262 Georgia Appellate Courts 311, which is a 2003 case, found that a terrorist threats indictment only alleging the crime of violence that was threatened as opposed to the actual wording of the threat was sufficient. So all they had to say was, did threaten a crime of violence, to wit murder, and that was fine. They didn't have to say exactly what he said. They didn't have to say the means of communication for the terroristic threats. In Snyder versus State, 238 Georgia Appellate Courts 55, a 1999 case, an indictment for cruelty to children and child molestation did not allege the specific immoral and indecent act that constituted child molestation and cruelty to children. And that was found sufficient. So they didn't even have to say how the defendant molested the child or caused the pain, and that was fine.
So just real quick for you guys that are watching here. So the jury had another question. They broke for lunch over at Paul Canero. They had another question. They asked what was count 10, and then they wanted to see the knife. So there was no count 10, and it just so happens count 11 and 12 happened to do with the knife. So we're thinking that I'm thinking they've made it through counts 1 through 9. They asked it, where's count 10? Because why would you ask that unless you're just, I guess you're looking at it and you want to say, hey, where's count 10? And then they asked specifically for the knife, which just happens to be counts 11 and 12. So we'll keep you posted. I'll definitely post in here if there is a verdict today, but just want to give you that update.
In South versus State, 268 Georgia Appellate Courts 110, a 2004 case, that was an aggravated stalking indictment that was sufficient even though it didn't allege the exact ways in which the acts of aggravated stalking occurred. So in this case, the state has put the defendant on notice. The incident date, and he argues that we did not provide a detailed date or that the date isn't sufficient. Well, what the date is the date that the defendant giving his child access to a gun resulted in people dying and people being injured. That is the date. We didn't say the date of the warning. It was what knowledge he had at the time he allowed his child to have access. And that is the date, and that was September 4th of 2024. They are on notice of the date. They are on notice of the specific victims' names. They are on notice of the act that the state is alleging was criminally negligent, again, giving his son access to a firearm, not taking it away when he knew that his child could harm others. And we allege that the defendant's actions were the proximate cause of the deaths of Christian Angelo, Mason Skirmahorn, David Aspinwall, and Christina Yermy. Specifically with regard to party to a crime, the state doesn't have to allege that. That is long settled law. There's no requirement that we put in any sort of indictment that the defendant was a party to the crime of someone else's actions. So that is under Leaks versus State, 303 Georgia 104, a 2018 case. Indictment did not need to be charged with defendant's culpability in it to be proved in that manner. That is also Metz versus State, 284 Georgia 614, a 2008 case. The law is well settled in Georgia that the state is not required to specify in the indictment that it is charging the defendant as a party to the crime. Specifically with regard to the warning that the state alleged, indictment or charge after charge has the phrase knew or should have known in it. And the term sufficient warning is analogous to knew or should have known. Statutes like theft by receiving under OCGA 1687, which requires the defendant knew or should have known the property was stolen. Drive-by shooting under 1615 4.1 requires that the defendant knew or should have known a building at which he fired a gun was occupied. Or harming a public safety animal, OCGA 1611 107, that requires that the defendant knew or should have known the animal harmed was a public safety animal. There's no requirement in the law that demands that the state allege what knowledge the defendant had in each of these cases. And it's the same in this case. There is nothing that says the state has to prove these specific warnings or the specific knowledge that the defendant had when he let his son have a firearm. Requiring the state to outline each and every warning that the defendant had would not only make this indictment entirely unwieldy and just pages upon pages long, but it would also require the state to prove elements that is not required to under the law, and it would give us a heightened burden of proof that we are not required to have. Ultimately, it is for the jury to decide whether the evidence presented is sufficient to prove that defendant's knowledge and actions rose to a level of criminal negligence. And the state respectfully requests that the court allow the jury to do that and deny the special demurrer.
Thank you, Mr. Berry.
Thank you, Judge. One thing that the state didn't talk about is this new case, Melancon. It requires that you allege proximate cause. They don't do that. They don't say that because he got this notice, that was the proximate cause of the death. Because of the access, that was the proximate cause of the death. Or foreseeability. Both of those are outlined in the Melancon case, and I think that certainly it's very important. And when we don't expect, and we know that indictments are not perfect. However, you are to put in an indictment what you allege that you're going to prove. You have to put us on notice what that is. And if you read the indictment, and they say some of the cases say it's just known that it's knew or should have known, that's not what's in the indictment. That's very specific. He knew because he was given specific warnings on or about, and they said, well, we don't have to put exact date that he got the warning, but that's not what the indictment reads. The indictment reads that all of this was on or about the 4th of September. So we have to assume that that notice was given on the 4th of September because that's what's in the indictment. No knew or should have known. And I think when you read the Melancon case, which is a case from last September. It's the most recent case. There are two cases that have gone up to the Supreme Court with similar situations. They have not been decided yet, but this is the leading case right now on what proximate cause, what you have to show in proximate cause. And none of the things that they put in that case are alleged in the indictment. And we still believe, Judge, that they should give us some information as to exactly how this specific warning was given, by whom to him, when he got it, how he got it, what that warning was. I mean, how do we argue proximate cause if we don't know what the warning was? It's not in the indictment. So we're not asking for a perfect indictment. We're just asking for one that we know what the heck we got to argue. And that's what we don't have. Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
And Your Honor, I know he gets a lot for it. I just need to correct the brief misstatement. The Melancon case is not a case about a special demurrer. It's a case about sufficiency of the evidence. It doesn't outline what is required to be in an indictment. It outlines what is required for the state to prove at trial for proximate cause. Again, it's sufficiency of the evidence, and that is not what today is about.
To make sure you get the last word. Go ahead.
ahead.
Thanks, Judge. And that's correct. However, it outlines what it is. And obviously, if you don't have that in the indictment, you got to go back and say, okay, that should have been put in the indictment. So even though what they say is true in one regard, it's still the law that you need to put it in there now, because that's what Malcolm said.
So I know the state just this morning in open court filed their brief. What are y'all's opinions on submitting proposed orders?
Your Honor, we can do that. We can adjust.
I assume you can turn your brief into one. I don't know about the defense.
Would like to do that.
10 days to file. Yeah, sketch an order.
We can certainly submit a proposed order, Judge. If you would like us to submit a brief, we would simply ask for about 21 days. We can have it briefed to your Honor pretty quickly if you'd like one.
The proposed order citing the law and such would be sufficient if you're okay with that.
We are. Thank you.
I missed how long you wanted for that.
How about a week, Judge?
Sure.
Thank you.
All right. So I've just been handed the scheduling order, so I could look at that. So number 1 says all discovery in the possession of the state be served on the defense on or before June 16th, which is yesterday.
Yes.
Where do we stand with that?
We served everything that was in our possession. I think there are a few outstanding things that we requested that we have not gotten. I don't think it's a significant amount, but the majority of all the items that we are going to get have been retrieved by the state, have been served on the defendant. Obviously, we'll be serving jail calls on an ongoing basis, and if there are any additional witnesses we come upon in interviews, we would serve those as well.
What sort of evidence you say you don't have yet? I want to make sure we don't run into a situation where they're handed 1,000 pages of.
We have a list. So the majority of the stuff that we're still waiting on, we're waiting on a few medical records from some of the victims, which won't be much to see. We are waiting on some certified copies of search warrants, there were some additional school records of the defendant's son that we had not received, where he had been up for a short period of time. We're waiting on those. And I think the only thing that appears to be a little bit more lengthy would be call detail records for the defendant. We already have provided what we have. I think we've asked for some additional call detail records, and those have not come in yet.
Do you have any kind of estimated timeline of when you're going to?
We have.
I would think school records.
School records should be. I know we've received emails back from the school saying they are working on it, so we just think that'll be hopefully this week. Medical records. Usually those are pretty quick. We've been working on those for a while at this point. And then as far as the CDR records, we did do a search warrant. I think it was maybe a month ago. It's been 3 weeks ago. So that should be soon as well.
Okay. I know y'all will be, but just continue to be diligent in accessing that so that the defense has it in a timely manner.
Yes, sir.
I realize y'all don't have all the discovery, but what other anticipated motions do you believe we're going to hear?
Judge, I think we've got some motions to suppress that we're going to be filing.
Okay.
And there are some that we'll need to speak with the court without the district attorney present, dealing with psychiatric situations.
So I just want to make sure, obviously, we're scheduled to commence the trial September 8th. I want to make sure that we have time to get in court, argue the motions, time to rule on them. If things get tight in the summer, but there's a judges conference 1 week towards the end of July, vacations, but okay. So we do need to confer and maybe just go ahead and get a backstop. Do we have a backstop already for a day to argue those motions? Have you all talked about that with Mandy?
We have, Judge.
Okay.
She gave us some additional dates other than this one, so if those are still available, we can look and come up with a date.
Do you anticipate any of the motions taking more than a day or a half day to present and argue?
I don't think so.
Okay.
And it won't take long to prepare the motions, it's just more of a matter of witness availability. So the sooner we know, obviously, what witnesses would be required, then the sooner we can make sure that they're available for whatever day.
All right.
Maybe after our deadline of the 15th, we'll try to come over and sit down with the state.
Okay.
See if we can go through some of those ahead of time.
And then, and I'm certainly okay with y'all filing them before the 15th. All right, and y'all filed a motion to reconsider the change of venue, is that right?
We did, Judge.
Y'all want to address that?
Yes, Your Honor. We'll take a minute. Judge, we're concerned over where the court has chosen to move this case, Hall County. Hall County is contiguous to this county.
It's got a tip, but go ahead.
It's still contiguous, at least in our perspective. It is.
Yes, sir.
The thing that we're concerned about also is some of the witnesses in this case are from Hall County. Hall County was where they raised about $50,000 through their T-shirt. They were done in Hall County.
Tell me more about that. I don't remember hearing Hall County with a T-shirt fundraiser.
We had argued it initially, Judge. Some of the business people there in Hall County did the Apalachee Strong T-shirts.
As in the company made the T-shirts, or there was a in the community fundraiser there?
Well, they made the shirts there and, of course, sold them there.
Okay.
As I understand, there was about $50,000 that was raised from the making of these T-shirts. The primary concern that we have is that demographically it doesn't match. It's in the same, you got the same news programs there as you do here. So we really haven't changed anything much except this very small epicenter. And I would venture to say it probably doesn't take much longer to get from this courthouse to the Jackson County Courthouse than it would to get here to the Hall County Courthouse. I don't know, I haven't driven it, but it's pretty close. And I assume if the court does Hall County that you'll allow people to drive back and forth from Hall County here every day.
So I will discuss some logistics with y'all a little later. I will make arrangements. Go ahead.
But that's what our concern is, Judge. It's just not far enough away. I think that we're still in that epicenter of where this occurred. And I think that you're going to have people in Hall County as a neighboring county. Even though it's a tip, it's still neighboring county. And of course, the other county in your jurisdiction covers a lot more of the territory. It's in the same.
All right, verdict has been reached, guys, in Paul Canero. There's a verdict. Verdict has been reached. If you guys want to come over, verdict has been reached in Paul Canero. All right, I'm going to get rid of our clock because it's off. And so 4:57. All right, 4:57. Verdict has been reached. 4 hours and 57 minutes. So a verdict has been reached. If you guys want to join us over at Paul Canero, I'm going to continue playing this, but a verdict has been reached.
Right. So we're just very concerned about that. I know the court wants to try to accommodate everybody and do the right thing, but we feel like that we need to be a little bit farther away. This is just too close. We're demographically not the same, and
is there a case that says the demographics are a problem, and specifically when you say the demographics aren't the same, is there a specific allegation there?
well, the percentage of black white is different.
How different?
See if I've got my notes on it. I don't think I brought my notes up on that.
Because I think the percentage of at least white is the same or a percentage less than at least one of the counties suggested by you guys in your original request for South Georgia.
I think from the standpoint of the number of people, they're about 2.5 times.
It is a bigger population.
Correct.
No question. So obviously I reached out to, it's in the order, I reached out to the South County Georges that were recommended by the defense. None of those were going to be able to accommodate us, certainly not on our September trial schedule. Now, if we went into 2026, one of them seemed more likely to be able to try and make it work. So the trial dates present some problem. We're also talking about, I'm being told, a 3-week trial. So we're also talking about disrupting the lives of jurors, which is going to be a big ask for 3 weeks or so. And what we want is to not have a jury, once they're seated, not get tainted, not lose jurors for any improper conduct or improper information that they've received outside of the trial. So I really was reluctant and am reluctant to put jurors in a hotel for 3 weeks. So that means I need, with that in mind, that means I need to be able to get the jurors here in a reasonable amount of time and back each day. If I put them in a hotel, I don't think that we've eliminated the problems that we have with sequestering a jury, unless I take their cell phones away. And I can't imagine in this day and age taking the cell phones from jurors for 3 weeks. So I think, and again, I may prove to be wrong, but I think allowing them to continue some normalcy of life increases the odds that we don't have jurors do something they're not supposed to do over the course of a 3-week trial, which did limit how far away I could go. Now, the other looming problem is finding some other place that can accommodate us for a 3-week jury trial. We had kind of already earmarked some time here and were able to arrange things, which is, I have more control here than I do anywhere else. Normally, and correct me if I'm wrong, but in a change of venue, you usually go through where the crime occurred, trying the case where the crime occurred. In other words, here in Barrow County, we're doing jury selection, and then we find out too high a percentage of the jurors can't be impartial. So we're removing that, at least in some degree, by bringing jurors in from somewhere else. I realize it's not as far as you would like. And certainly, we may be in jury selection and find out that too many of the jurors there can't be impartial. And that puts us where we would have been if we'd have tried to get the jury here. Either way, whether I try and find somewhere else, which is going to be 2026, or we try it with Hall County jurors and find out that perhaps we can't get a fair jury there, we're still going to be 2026, going somewhere else, doing it again. I realize, and I knew the order wouldn't make everybody happy, and I realized that it may ultimately prove to be a bad decision. But I think it's work, since we already have plans to try this in September, we have the ability to do it here. I think it's worth getting a jury from somewhere else that's close enough to get them here and back every day without them having to stay in a hotel for 3 weeks. And if I'm wrong and we find that out in those 3 days of jury selection or 2 days of jury selection, then either way, we're in 2026 trying this thing. And if it happens that we can't get them in Hall County, then I'm much more likely to try and go to South Georgia or make plans in advance where somebody can accommodate us. So I certainly understand the motion, but I don't intend to grant it.
And just to let the judge know, I know you want to get it tried in September of this year, but there may be some impediments to doing that anyway, depending on what we may want to take up. So if we do that, it may put it into 26 anyway. So if that's the case, then I've been doing this for a minute. I know what it's like to spend 2.5 weeks of voir dire and not be able to get a jury. So I certainly would like to avoid that, and I know everybody would like to avoid that. I know you want to accommodate the DA's office and the witnesses. We drive an hour and 45 minutes every day to get here.
Yes, sir.
So that's not outside the realm either. Maybe we could go up towards Chattanooga. They don't have the same news media coverage to get it out of Chattanooga instead of Atlanta. So I just want to keep that open for the court if you see that we may have to go into 26.
Yes, sir. And I'll keep that one to myself. If there's anything that y'all see on the horizon, either side, that is going to be an impediment to trying this as we have it scheduled, let me know as soon as possible, because if we do need to make changes, I want to know about those as early as possible. We've put a lot on hold here for the 3-week trial, that if we're not doing it then we can adjust the court schedule here so that other cases can be tried. Okay. I do have just some logistics to discuss if counsel are comfortable coming to chambers after you pack up here.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir.
That was made to Jackson County Sheriff's Office.
All right, we're all present. State of Georgia versus Colin Gray, 24 CR 593. We are here for motions. If I recall, we did not finish a motion from before because there was a witness that wasn't available. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor, for the Jackson DNA hearing on the statement.
Okay. Can y'all tell me what motions we are hearing today?
My understanding is we are going to hear the Jackson DNA on one of the statements on the day of the shooting, and then we're also going to have a witness testify about the statement from the year before that was made to Jackson County Sheriff's Office, to Investigator Miller, and then the other part of the motion to suppress from the previous hearing with the search of the phone. That witness was unavailable, and so she is Agent Ward. She did both the interview and then she also got consent. So.
All right. That that right, Mr. Hobbs?
That is correct, Judge. And on the motion to suppress the search of the phone, we're going to ask if we can prepare a letter brief, though we will make a short argument just so that we know what we're going to be arguing in that letter brief.
Okay. Yeah, not an issue.
Thank you, sir. Otherwise, we agree with what's left.
All right. Go ahead.
State calls Agent Kelsey Ward. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Have a seat and introduce yourself for the record.
I am Special Agent Kelsey Ward. That's KELSEYWARD, and I work for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Okay. And what is your role at the GBI?
I am a special agent, so I investigate crimes that we are requested to work by local agencies.
And what region are you in?
I'm in the GBI Region 11 field office, which is located in Athens, Georgia.
Does that include Barrow County?
It does.
And were you in that same role in September of 2024?
I was.
Did you become involved into an investigation into Colin Gray related to the Apalachee shooting?
I did.
When did you become involved in that investigation?
That morning, not long after the incident occurred, my field office responded to the school where I actively became involved in the investigation.
Did you interview Colin Gray?
I did.
And when did you interview him?
I interviewed him later that morning at his residence in Bethlehem, Georgia.
What was the purpose of that initial interview?
We went there with the intention of just gathering more information about the shooting itself and background on his son, Colt Gray.
Where did you first come in contact with him when you got to the defendant's residence?
I noticed that he was sitting on the bed of a pickup truck outside of the residence, and he was sitting on the tailgate of that truck.
And did you approach him?
I did.
Tell us about that initial interaction with him.
I approached him. I introduced myself to him. I explained that I was a special agent with the GBI and that I wanted to conduct an interview with him, and would he be willing to speak with me? And he asked me if I could provide him with any information about what had happened at that time, and I told him I didn't have very much information to provide.
Did he agree to speak with you?
He did.
And was that initial interaction where he was sitting on the bed of the truck, was that recorded on body-worn camera?
It was.
Okay. Was it recorded on a body-worn camera that you had?
It was not.
Okay. Does the GBI have body cameras?
No, I'm not issued a body camera with the GBI.
Whose camera was it recorded on?
It was a Barrow County Sheriff's Office deputy named Anthony Townsend.
And have you had an opportunity to review that recording of your interaction with Colin Gray on September 4th?
I have.
Is it a fair and accurate recording of that initial interaction with him?
It is.
Have there been any additions or deletions?
There have not.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, I would like to introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 2, which is a small clip of that initial interaction between Agent Ward and the defendant.
Mr. Hobbs?
No objection, sir.
All right, two's admitted.
Okay, and we're going to publish that for the court.
Do you need the...
We need...
All right, it's on
the
your
TV.
table. You need the TV.
Yes.
As far as more details than that, I'm not going to be able to tell you. Okay? Is this okay for us to interview here? Would you like to sit in my office so that it's more personal? Why don't we do that?
And so, in that clip, y'all get up and leave. Where are y'all going?
I asked him if he would feel more comfortable interviewing in my state-issued vehicle, which was on scene, and he said yeah. So we moved to my Tahoe, which was parked in the driveway.
Okay. And where in the Tahoe was everybody seated?
So I sat in the driver's seat. Special Agent Amelia Maddox sat in the second row behind me, directly behind the passenger seat, and then he sat in the front passenger seat.
And was your door locked to your vehicle?
It was not.
Was he free to leave at any time?
He was.
Did he have a cell phone with him that he could use if needed?
He did. He had it in his hand for most of the interview.
Was he handcuffed?
He was not.
Was he restrained in any way?
No, ma'am.
And was that interview recorded?
It was.
And how was it recorded?
It was recorded on my digital recorder that I use for all of my interviews.
Have you had an opportunity to review that interview, which is State's Exhibit 1?
I have.
Okay. And again, is it a fair and accurate reporting of your interview with the defendant on September 4th?
It is.
Any additions or deletions to it?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time I would like to introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 1 and provide it to the court to review at a later time.
Mr. Hobbs?
No objection, Judge.
All right. State's 1's admitted.
Approximately how long was your interview with the defendant?
It was about an hour and a half long.
And what time did that interview conclude?
At 3 p.m.
How old was the defendant at the time of the interview?
He was 53.
And could he read and write?
He could.
During the course of the interview, did you promise him anything to get him to talk to you?
I did not.
Did you threaten him or coerce him in any way to get him to talk to you?
I did not.
Did you provide him any hope of benefit in getting him to talk to you?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Throughout the interview, did you maintain a conversational tone?
I did.
Did you ever raise your voice?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did it ever become contentious at all?
No.
In your training and experience as a law enforcement officer, have you had the occasion to come in contact with individuals under the influence of alcohol or drugs?
I have.
Did the defendant appear to be under the influence of any alcohol or drugs?
He did not.
Did he appear lucid and able to understand the questions that you were asking him?
Yes, he did.
Was he able to answer those questions?
He was.
To the best of your knowledge, were the defendant's statements given freely and voluntarily?
They were.
At any point, did he ask to end the interview or leave the car?
He did not.
Did he ever ask for food or water?
No.
Did he ever ask to use the bathroom?
No, he did not.
At the end of the interview, was he free to leave?
He was.
And did you, in fact, leave him at his house at the end of the interview?
I did.
Okay. Now, in addition to doing that interview, did you also seize his cell phone from him? Okay. Before seizing his phone, during the course of the interview with him, did he show you his cell phone?
He did.
What was he showing you on his phone?
A number of different things. So he showed me text messages that he had sent and received from his son, Colt Gray. He also showed me emails that were in reference to obtaining counseling services and communication about counseling for Colt Gray.
And was he actively bringing out his phone, showing those to you, and kind of manipulating his phone?
He was. So we would talk about something, and then he would show me the text messages, and then we'd talk about it, and he'd show me the text messages, and it went back and forth that way.
Did you ask to photograph the phone?
I did.
And did he allow you to do that?
He did. He let me take screenshots.
And how did he do that? Was he holding the phone and you taking pictures?
He was holding the phone, and then I used my state-issued cell phone to take pictures of what was on his screen.
So after the interview was over, did you then ask for consent to seize his phone and to search it?
I did.
Tell us about that.
So when the interview concluded, as we were exiting the vehicle, I made the decision that due to the rapport I had established with him during the interview, that I was going to ask if he would be willing to consent to turning his cell phone over to me. I presented him with a consent to search form, which is a GBI document, and explained what that meant, which was that we would extract the information from his cellular device using a software program and review that information.
Okay. And when you were requesting consent, was your recording device on at that point?
It was not.
When had you turned it off?
I turned my recording device off at 3 o'clock when the interview ended inside of my vehicle.
Is that your general practice?
It is not. Typically, I probably would have recorded, but this was a last-minute decision after I'd already finished that interview.
When you, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 4. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that as?
This is the waiver of constitutional rights to a search warrant of an electronic or cellular device.
And is it a fair and accurate copy of the waiver that you provided the defendant?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I'd like to introduce into evidence Exhibit 4, which is the consent form signed by Colin Gray on September 4th.
Mr. Hobbs? Just to put on the record, what cell phone was that for?
For his cell phone.
Yes. It was his black and color iPhone 14.
Perfect. No objection, Judge.
All right, Stage 4 is admitted.
When, kind of take us through how you showed him the form. Did you read it to him? Did he read it?
Yes, so I discussed with him that he was going to be signing this if he gave his consent, and that it allowed me to seize and then search the electronic device without a warrant, and that he had the right to refuse to consent to that if he did not want to go along with that. And then I put in here the description of a cell phone, which was, I believe we determined it was an iPhone 14 in a black OtterBox. And then he signed it, printed his name, and then I put the time and date on there so that he would know what time this consent form was filled out. And then I also asked him for his password, which he did provide to me and is written on this form.
And that was the password associated with the phone that he provided you at that time?
Yes, the black iPhone.
Okay. Did he have, in there you mentioned that it told him about his right to revoke consent.
Yes.
Did he have the means to be able to revoke consent?
Yes, so I made sure that since I was taking his electronic device, that he had my phone number so that he could reach out to me at any point to communicate with me that he did not want us searching that phone. And then I do believe he also provided me with his daughter Jenny's phone number at that time so that I had a way to reach him as well, as she would still have her cell phone.
In order to get him to give you his phone and to allow you to search it, did you threaten him?
I did not.
Did you coerce him in any way?
I did not.
Did you offer him any hope of benefit to give you that phone and allow you to search it?
I did not.
Did he voluntarily provide you the phone?
He did.
And did he freely and voluntarily agree for you to search his cell phone?
He did.
At any point during your interview or during your discussion with him about the phone, did he have any questions about consenting to search, or did he express any reservations about giving you the ability to search it?
No, the only thing he asked is that he take some phone numbers off of his phone before I took it, which he did.
At any point, to your knowledge, did he withdraw consent to search his phone?
He did not.
Did he ever call you after you got his phone and ask that, hey, I don't want you to search it?
He did not do that.
And did he ever say that at any point while you were there?
No, ma'am, he did not.
I don't have any further questions at this time.
Okay. All right, Mr. Hobbs, cross.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Special Agent Ward.
Good morning.
My name's Brian Hobbs, and I represent Mr. Gray. If I ask a question that's not artfully stated or is confusing and ambiguous, whatever, just let me know and I'll try and rephrase it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you arrived at Mr. Gray's property around 3 o'clock in the afternoon on that day?
No, I arrived at his property around 1:35 p.m.
Okay. Can you describe the scene when you arrived at the property?
There were multiple law enforcement personnel at the scene. There were deputies, and then I also believe there were some federal agents there with the FBI, and then myself and Special Agent Amelia Maddox with the GBI.
Okay. When you say multiple, if you're able to estimate for me, how many law enforcement officers would have been there?
I'm going to say anywhere from 10 to 20.
Okay. And I assume they were all in uniform?
Uniform, not necessarily. So every agency has a different criteria for what you wear to a scene. And since this was a situation where lives were at risk, you responded in whatever you were wearing at the time. Okay. So some of the agencies wouldn't have necessarily been wearing uniform, but they would have been wearing something that signified they were law enforcement.
Something that would have identified them to a normal person that they were law enforcement.
That's correct.
Okay. And did any of these law enforcement agents that were there, were they carrying firearms to your knowledge?
They were.
Okay. Were you carrying a firearm?
I was.
Was Special Agent Maddox carrying a firearm?
I do believe she was. That is typical of us to carry a firearm.
Gotcha. Now, it appears from the video that we saw, and I know that may not be inclusive of everything that happened with your participation, but it appears that, was it you and Special Agent Maddox that approached Mr. Gray when he was sitting in the back of the pickup truck?
It was.
Okay. And was that the first time you had spoken to Mr. Gray that day?
It was.
You asked him if he'd like to talk to you, presumably.
Yes.
And then asked him if you would like to do that someplace more private, which ended up being your Tahoe, it sounds like.
Yes.
Okay. And you and Special Agent Maddox, I don't know if that would be your official uniform, but it did appear you were dressed in something similar to each other.
Yes, so that is typical of what I would wear on a day-to-day basis, either a blue T-shirt that says GBI agent or a blue polo that says GBI agent, or something that says GBI agent, and then tactical pants.
Gotcha. And when you took Mr. Gray to the Tahoe, is the Tahoe marked as a GBI vehicle?
We drive unmarked vehicles, but there is a light bar that is obvious on it. You can see the lights in my push bumper on the front of my vehicle, but there's no marking that signifies it's a law enforcement vehicle.
Okay. So at that point, you, Special Agent Maddox, and Mr. Gray got into the Tahoe.
Yes, sir.
During your interview with Mr. Gray, was he asking questions about your investigation, trying to gather information about what was going on with his son?
Very limited, actually. He asked me initially when I walked up, which you can hear on the footage, if there's anything I can tell him about what's going on, and I let him know that this is an evolving investigation and there's not much information I can give him at that time. I did let him know that his son was in law enforcement custody.
And that was at the beginning stages of your conversation with him, is that correct?
That was when I walked up to the truck.
Before even you got to the Tahoe?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you've given us the orientation of where everybody was sitting in the Tahoe, and presumably at that point you still would have had your firearm on, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
As did Special Agent Maddox.
Yes, sir.
And to refresh my memory, I apologize, Mr. Gray was in the back seat or was he in the passenger seat?
He was in the front passenger seat next to me.
Okay. And you stated that at some point he voluntarily offered to show you text messages and emails on his phone. Is that correct?
Yes, we were discussing this, and he said, I'll show you. And he showed me text messages and emails that were on his phone.
And the emails were in regards to what again?
They were different communications with individuals about counseling that was in reference to Colt Gray.
Such as mental health counseling?
I believe so. I don't have them in front of me, but yes, I believe that's what they were.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I guess it was quite a lengthy investigation a while ago. So if you recall, how did that topic come up? Did you ask specifically about that type of information?
I don't remember explicitly if I initiated that, but I believe he actually offered the information about attempting to get services for his son while we were just asking background questions about Colt's mental health.
Okay. And you stated that this interview was about, did you say an hour and a half?
It was about an hour and a half,
okay.
Yes.
And it took place exclusively within the confines of your vehicle?
Yes, in the inside of my vehicle and right on the outside of my vehicle when we got out.
And Special Agent Maddox, was she there the entire time the duration of the interview?
Yes.
Okay. And you stated that after the interview had been concluded, you made a decision to see if Mr. Gray would be willing to sign the consent to search his cell phone.
I did.
How soon after if you can recall, or best estimates, how soon after the interview concluded before you made the decision?
Well, the time that he signed the consent form is at 3:06 p.m.
Right.
And I ended my recorder at 3 p.m. So
Okay.
5 to 6 minutes.
So 5 to 6 minutes,
Yes.
literally.
Almost immediately after we got out of the car, I made the decision to ask him if I could take his phone.
Okay. And just to clarify that, was the decision he had already exited the vehicle at the time you asked him for consent, if you recall?
I do believe he was standing, I think we were all standing on the driver's side of my vehicle because we were just going over some logistics information, and I was getting his ID data, so like his name, his address, his date of birth, that kind of stuff.
Okay, just the basic identifiers.
Correct.
Was Special Agent Maddox there at the time you had that conversation?
I think
Gray?
she was in the general area, but I don't believe she was directly involved in the consent to search.
Right, okay. And it looks like on that consent to search, there is a line where a witness could sign. It doesn't appear anyone signed. Were there any witnesses to that other than yourself?
No, I mean, because nobody was directly listening to us, I didn't want anyone to sign that, witnessing it, that they had seen that, because it was just he and I really speaking.
So it was really just the two of you talking at that point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at the time he gave consent, law enforcement was still at the home? Because now it's an hour and a half later.
Yes. I do believe they may have entered the home at that point to execute a search warrant of the residence, but they were still on scene.
So the investigation was still in the stages of happening, for lack of a better way of putting it.
Definitely still evolving.
Okay. And I know you stated earlier that the decision to ask him about signing the consent was kind of made on the spur of the moment, but you did still have your digital recorder, correct?
Yeah, it would have been in the car where I left it with my notebook.
Okay. But you could have gotten your recorder and recorded that if you had thought to do that at the time?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I have 1 second, Judge? I think I'm
Yes,
almost
sir.
done.
Did she get the search warrant or search warrant?
Yeah. Okay. Well, I thank you for being here. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Any redirect?
I just have 3 follow-ups.
All right.
You mentioned the search warrant being executed. Prior to you interviewing Mr. Gray, had you been inside that house?
I had not.
Okay. Did you know anything about what was inside the house, or did you discuss that at all with him?
No, I did not.
Okay. Nothing further.
Anything else, Mr. Hobbs?
It's just one brief question about search warrants. Ultimately, a search warrant was obtained to search Mr. Gray's phone. Is that correct?
I do believe so, yes.
But you wouldn't have been the officer that obtained that search warrant, or the agent. I apologize.
I was not.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Is she free to go?
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
State call Daniel Miller to the stand.
And is this on a separate?
This is a completely separate
motion.
Yes.
Let me ask: Did the defense have any witnesses on the motion that the prior witness was for?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you raise your right hand, please? You swear the testimony you give in the matter now pending before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but truth, so help you God. I do. Have a seat, please. Speaking in the microphone. And if you could introduce yourself for the court reporter.
My name is Investigator Dan Miller, Jackson County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. I want to take your attention back to May 21st of 2023. Where were you working at that time?
Jackson County Sheriff's Office.
In what capacity were you working for them?
Excuse me. I was an investigator.
Okay. And on that date, May 21st, 2023, did you embark on an investigation of something?
I did. We'd received. You want me to go?
Sure.
Okay. My supervisor received a tip from the FBI related to a threat, and we went to an address that was given to us by the FBI, where we discovered that the subject of the threat, I guess you could call it the suspect, was no longer living there and had moved out, I don't know, several months prior. And then the deputy that was with me, the road deputy, had some knowledge that of where he might live, so we went to that address and where we encountered Mr. Gray.
Okay. And this deputy that was with you, who was that?
Deputy Justin Elliott.
Okay. And it was just the two of you?
Yes.
Okay. So then you go to a new address?
Yes.
And did you speak to Mr. Gray?
Yes.
Tell me about that, how that happened.
Well, I knocked on the door, and he came to the front door, and I informed him why we were there and the purpose of our visit.
Okay. And did you identify yourself as law enforcement?
I did.
How were you dressed?
I was wearing I guess what you call an outer carrier, a bulletproof vest, quote unquote, and it had sheriff written in, I believe it was yellow letters on the top, and I was wearing my badge and my gun. I had a hat on.
Okay. Was Deputy Elliott with you at this point?
He was.
Okay. And was he dressed similarly?
A little bit different. He was wearing a road deputy's uniform. I don't know what class specifically it is. Is a button-up shirt with the outer vest carrier type thing.
But did it identify him also with Jackson County Sheriff's Office?
It did, yes.
Okay. And what was your tone when you were speaking with him? Was it aggressive, authoritative, or conversational?
I would call it conversational.
Okay. And did he agree to speak with you?
He did.
Okay. And was he free to leave at any time?
Yes.
Okay. And was he handcuffed in any way?
No.
Was he restrained in any way prior to the conclusion of the interview?
No.
Did he agree to speak with you?
Yes.
Was this interview recorded?
It was.
And how was it recorded?
Body cam, and I used my county issued cell phone to record conversation. That was a regular practice.
Did the Deputy Elliott also have a body cam?
He did. It was his body cam. I wasn't issued one at the time.
And did have you reviewed what's marked as State Exhibits 3A and 3B?
Yes.
Before your testimony today?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was the body cam video of our interview, and I think that was it. What was it? There was two separate videos. Mm-hmm. It was the initial conversation, and then a follow-up conversation, but on the same day at the same place.
Okay. And did they are they a fair and accurate recording of the interview with the defendant?
They are.
Huh?
Yes.
Okay. And were they material additions or deletions to it?
No.
Your Honor, this time I tender states this number 3A and 3B.
Hobbs? No objection, Judge, to either.
All right. Just for the record, Your Honor, it's one continuous. It's just broken up into two parts when it was recorded.
Okay.
So one is 15 minutes and the other is 4 minutes. So
okay.
2 minutes.
All right. 3A and 3B are admitted.
During the course of the interview, defendant, did you promise him anything in return for making a statement?
No.
Did you provide him with any hope of benefit if he provided you with a statement?
No.
Did you coerce the defendant into making a statement by way of threat or force?
No.
Did you maintain a conversational tone throughout the interview?
Yes.
Did you raise your voice with him during the interview?
No.
In your training experience as a law enforcement officer, have you had the occasion to come into contact with individuals under the influence of drugs and alcohol?
I have.
And did the defendant appear to be under the influence of any alcohol or drugs?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. Did he appear lucid and able to understand the questions you asked of him?
Yes.
Was he able to answer those questions?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, were the defendant's statements given freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
At any point, did he ask to end the interview?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. And at the end of the interview, was he free to leave?
Yes.
Did you leave him at his house after the interview concluded?
I did.
Okay. Just a second, please.
All right.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Is it Deputy Miller or is there a...
Danny Miller. I'm not a stickler with pomp and circumstance.
Gotcha. Well, I'll stick with deputy just for decorum.
That's fine.
So I represent Mr. Gray. If I ask a question that doesn't make any sense, please let me know and I'll try and rephrase it.
Fair enough.
All right. So you work for Barrow County Sheriff's Department?
I work for Jackson County.
Thank you. Jackson County.
Yes.
And how long have you been with Jackson County?
The county for 18 years. The sheriff's office, 17 of that.
Okay. And where were you at before the sheriff's?
United States Marine Corps.
Okay. And how long were you in the Marine Corps for?
4 years.
And did you have any experience in the Marine Corps as that you would suggest or that you would believe would be the equivalent of a law enforcement officer?
I did.
And what kind of experience was that?
It was about 9 months as a military police officer.
Okay. And when you said you received a tip. Mm-hmm. Is that right, from the FBI?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, my supervisor received the tip.
Okay. Perfect.
Sent it to me.
So your supervisor received a tip, sent it to you. Mm-hmm. Why was it sent to you? Was it because of the specific job or specific role you had in the agency?
I was the on-call investigator for that. We do week-long durations for on-call duties. That was my particular week.
Okay. And how would you, if you could, describe what kind of tip it was?
Can you clarify that? I'm not.
Yes. Thank you for asking. What was the tip was in reference to what? What were you being asked to investigate?
It was in reference to a school shooting.
Okay. And this is, just to make sure we're on the date, not confusing, do you recall approximately when this was, what date it was?
I'm not sure I understand what you're...
Sure. What day did you...
I don't remember the specific date.
Remember the year?
It was 20... Gosh, I'm going to have to go back in my memory banks. 23?
Okay.
Or no, actually, it would have had to been... Yeah, it was May of 23, wasn't it? I'm
not sure.
I really can't recall, honestly.
I'm not going to hold you to it, but it was... Okay. And... So you went out and spoke to Mr. Gray that day.
Yes.
In reference to this tip, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you have any special training? It sounds like you were the on-call investigator that week.
Correct.
Was there any special training you had that made you better suited to handle this type of case, or is it just completely because you were the investigator?
Completely because I was on call.
Okay, gotcha.
I do remember it was a Sunday, so that would excuse me, that would anything that would happen on a Sunday that required a follow-up investigation would be assigned to whoever was on call.
Okay. And after that particular interaction with Mr. Gray on that day, did you ever have any other interaction with Mr. Gray? Follow-up phone calls, anything
phone calls,
like that?
Yes.
Was there? When was the follow-up phone call? Like the next, not the date, but the next day, 2 days later?
I think it was either Monday or Tuesday of that same week.
Okay. So within a week of the initial meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can I have 1 second, Judge? I think I'm almost done, Deputy. So the tip was in reference to Colt Gray, is that correct?
I believe it was, yes.
Who would have been a juvenile at the time?
Correct.
Do you have any special training for dealing with juvenile offenders?
Not particularly, no.
Just more of a generalized?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, sir.
Is there any redirect?
Just briefly, did you write a report at the time to grain this with this incident?
I did.
And would the date be reflected in that report?
It would.
No further questions.
All right. May he be excused?
Please.
All right. We have additional witnesses? Any witnesses from the defense?
No, sir.
All right. Any additional witnesses for any other motion that we need to address?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So I understand you want to submit, you want to do some limited oral argument, but you want to submit letter briefs?
So I don't even want to do any oral argument, but the holidays are coming up, so I want to give them a head start on what I'm going to be arguing, so they're not scrambling it. So I'd like to turn a letter brief in by Tuesday of next week.
Okay.
I don't want it to drag on farther than that. We're going to argue about whether or not the consent given was consensual. And as to the search warrant that Your Honor will get a copy of, we're simply going to argue whether or not it was particular enough in the search warrant not to be a general warrant. So just to give the state a bit of a head start on what we're going to be arguing so that they're not scrambling over the holidays.
And has that warrant already been admitted?
We hit the search warrant.
Are you talking about the house search warrant or
Or the cell phone?
The cell phone. Okay. So it turns out the search warrant we have on the black iPhone is a different black iPhone.
Okay.
So I don't think we just need to argue the first part, which is whether or not consent was valid. Because the search warrant was not obtained for Mr. Gray's black cell phone. It was a different black cell phone.
Okay.
So that takes care of that issue, makes it even easier.
Very good.
Thank you, Judge.
Anything else that we need to address today by way of motions? I don't know that we have another motions day scheduled between now and early February.
Are we going to have argument on the Jackson Deno hearing, or?
Judge, so the Jackson Deno hearing in regards to Deputy Miller, we don't have argument on that. I think the state wanted to just kind of cross all the T's and dot all the I's.
Okay.
We weren't really challenging that statement, but the state's right. It's better to have that motion and deal with it.
Ms. Brooks?
No objection to that. But as far as Agent Ward's, are we having argument on that? Or are we going to
No, I'll just do a quick letter briefing and get that to the court by Tuesday.
The state has not filed any specific motions related to evidence in this case. We filed some notices, like a notice of business records, a notice regarding our investigator remaining in the courtroom. So the only motion that we filed that I don't believe they're objecting to is just what can be viewed by like recording devices. There's certain like crime scene photos and things of that nature that we're requesting not be allowed to be put on any sort of recording device. But I don't think the defense is objecting to that. So I don't believe there's any motions that we have that are pending.
Okay.
I would agree with that. We did get a notice of business records. We'll review that. There's quite a few.
Okay.
I don't foresee there being any issue, but we may follow up with the custodians just to make sure everything is the way we think it should be. And we would certainly let the state know if there were any issues. I did see the motion about the investigator yesterday. We don't have an objection at this point. I'll chat with Ms. Brooks just in regards to if that person is testifying or you're planning on that person testifying. But I'm sure that they will tell that person not to discuss the case or testimony with any other witnesses. So at this point, there's no objection to that. And as the photographs, we'll sit down with the state. We'll go over all that, but I don't have an objection.
Okay. How long would the state like to respond to the letter brief that I'll be getting by Tuesday?
Since that would include Christmas, I believe, so you're saying Tuesday of next week would be the 23rd?
I'll get it to you Monday.
Okay.
Yeah. It should be pretty quick.
I don't think it will take very long. I would like 2 weeks just because I'm not sure. I think there'll be several holidays in there, but we may get it to you before the 2 weeks. I'll just like 2 weeks. Which would be January 5th. End of business on January 5th.
Right.
Any issue with that?
None.
All right. So the state's going to respond no later than January 5th. All right. Now, I know with the scheduling order, the state's supposed to have submitted all a list of witnesses to the defense. Has that been done?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. That was done on December 12th.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. So we're on track for, I think it's February 9th. I know, Mr. Berry, you still have that trial in Cherokee County?
I do, Judge. That we had motions on that about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. So we're still on track for that. We hope that we will be through by the 9th. We do have some witnesses in that case, so it's going to take us a minute.
Okay. I'm sure Mr. Hobbs will be ready to go in your absence.
I don't know about that.
Do my best, Judge.
We'll get through as quickly as we can.
All right.
One other issue,
Yes,
Judge,
sir.
I don't know when we want to sit down and talk about the voir dire process and how we're going to kind of go through the jurors as to their knowledge of this case.
Okay.
So I don't know whether you want to try to schedule another time that we can sit down and do that.
I'm happy to do that, and I do have a couple little blocks carved out between now and then just for anything that we need to address. If y'all want any sort of brief meeting today, I'm happy to do that, if that works for you.
Great. I just think it would move things along a little quicker if we knew exactly which way we wanted to deal with that. So.
All right, anything else?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you very much. Y'all have a good Christmas.
Thank you,
Judge. You too.
You got a minute.
All right, so welcome in, everybody. Appreciate you coming over from Paul Canero. And we are going to watch another motions hearing. So the backstory for you guys that are just coming in. So Colin Gray is the father. He gave his son Colt Gray, who was 13 at the time, a AR-15 for Christmas. Unfortunately, Colt has some mental issues, and he's being evaluated before he goes to trial. And he went in and he shot up a school, Apalachee School, and 2 teachers passed away, as well as 2 students. And Colin is being held accountable for that. So let's get over here. Let me check this one out. It says it's from the same day, so I'm...
Refresh my memory, I apologize. Mr. Gray was in the back seat, or was he in the passenger?
Light bar that is obvious on it. You can see the lights in my push bumper on the front of my vehicle, but there's no marking that signifies it's a law enforcement vehicle.
Okay. So at that point, you, Special Agent Maddox, and Mr. Gray got into the Tahoe.
Yes, sir.
During your interview with Mr. Gray, was he asking questions about your investigation, trying to gather information about what was going on with his son?
Very limited, actually. He asked me.
Mr. Hobbs, be ready to go in your absence.
I don't know about that.
Do my best, Judge.
We'll get through as quickly as we can.
All right.
One other issue, I'm going to kind of go through the jurors as to their...
All right, so that's the same thing. You know what I want to do, because I have time now? I want to rewatch that because I missed so much of it. I want to go back and I want to watch this. I want to watch this motions hearing because I missed so much of it. Or is there something else we can... Maybe there's something else. Let's see. That's December. Yeah, it's only 40 minutes. I want to rewatch this. Let's rewatch. I'm sorry if you're watching this on replay, but I want to watch this again.
That was made to Jackson County Sheriff's Office.
Sorry for that. All right, so we're going to rewatch this because I missed it from Paul Canelo.
All right, we're all present. State of Georgia versus Colin Gray, 24 CR 593. We are here for motions. If I recall, we did not finish a motion from before because there was a witness that wasn't available. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor, for the Jackson County hearing on the statement.
Okay. Can y'all tell me what motions we are hearing today?
My understanding is we are going to hear the Jackson County on one of the statements on the day of the shooting, And then we're also going to have a witness testify about the statement from the year before that was made to Jackson County Sheriff's Office, to Investigator Miller. And then the other part of the motion to suppress from the previous hearing with the search of the phone, that witness was unavailable. And so she is Agent Ward. She did both the interview and then she also got consent. So.
All right. Is that right, Mr. Hobbs?
That is correct, Judge. And on the motion to suppress the search of the phone, we're going to ask that we can prepare a letter brief, though we will make a short argument just so that we know what we're going to be arguing in that letter brief.
Okay. Yeah, not an issue.
Thank you, sir. Otherwise, we agree with what's left.
All right. Go ahead.
State calls Agent Kelsey Ward. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Have a seat and introduce yourself for the record.
I am Special Agent Kelsey Ward. That's KELSEYWARD, and I work for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Okay. And what is your role at the GBI?
I am a special agent, so I investigate crimes that we are requested to work by local agencies.
And what region are you in?
I'm in the GBI Region 11 field office, which is located in Athens, Georgia.
Does that include Barrow County?
It does.
And were you in that same role in September of 2024?
I was.
Did you become involved into an investigation into Colin Gray related to the Apalachee shooting?
I did.
When did you become involved in that investigation?
That morning, not long after the incident occurred, my field office responded to the school where I actively became involved in the investigation.
Did you interview Colin Gray?
I did.
And when did you interview him?
I interviewed him later that morning at his residence in Bethlehem, Georgia.
What was the purpose of that initial interview?
We went there with the intention of just gathering more information about the shooting itself and background on his son, Colt Gray.
Where did you first come in contact with him when you got to the defendant's residence?
I noticed that he was sitting on the bed of a pickup truck outside of the residence, and he was sitting on the tailgate of that truck.
And did you approach him?
I did.
Tell us about that initial interaction with him.
I approached him. I introduced myself to him. I explained that I was a special agent with the GBI and that I wanted to conduct an interview with him, and would he be willing to speak with me? And he asked me if I could provide him with any information about what had happened at that time, and I told him I didn't have very much information to provide.
Did he agree to speak with you?
He did.
And was that initial interaction where he was sitting on the bed of the truck, was that recorded on body-worn camera?
It was.
Okay. Was it recorded on a body-worn camera that you had?
It was not.
Okay. Does the GBI have body cameras?
No, I'm not issued a body camera with the GBI.
Whose camera was it recorded on?
It was a Barrow County Sheriff's Office deputy named Anthony Townsend.
And have you had an opportunity to review that recording of your interaction with Colin Gray on September 4th?
I have.
Is it a fair and accurate recording of that initial interaction with him?
It is.
Have there been any additions or deletions?
There have not.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, I would like to introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 2, which is a small clip of that initial interaction between Agent Ward and the defendant.
Mr. Hobbs?
No objection, sir.
All right, two's admitted.
Okay, and we're going to publish that for the court.
Do you need the...
We need...
All right, it's on your table. You need the TV.
Yes.
Okay. As far as more details than that, I'm not going to deal with those. Okay. Is this okay for us to interview here? Would you like to sit in my office so that it's more personal? Why don't we do that?
And so, in that clip, y'all get up and leave. Where are y'all going?
I asked him if he would feel more comfortable interviewing in my state-issued vehicle, which was on scene, and he said yeah. So we moved to my Tahoe, which was parked in the driveway.
Okay. And where in the Tahoe was everybody seated?
So I sat in the driver's seat. Special Agent Amelia Maddox sat in the second row behind me, directly behind the passenger seat, and then he sat in the front passenger seat.
And was your door locked to your vehicle?
It was not.
Was he free to leave at any time?
He was.
Did he have a cell phone with him that he could use if needed?
He did. He had it in his hand for most of the interview.
Was he handcuffed?
He was not.
Was he restrained in any way?
No, ma'am.
And was that interview recorded?
It was.
And how was it recorded?
It was recorded on my digital recorder that I use for all of my interviews.
Have you had an opportunity to review that interview, which is State's Exhibit 1?
I have.
Okay. And again, is it a fair and accurate recording of your interview with the defendant on September 4th?
It is.
Any additions or deletions to it?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time I would like to introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 1 and provide it to the court to review at a later time.
Mr. Hobbs?
No objection, Judge.
All right. States 1's admitted.
Approximately how long was your interview with the defendant?
It was about an hour and a half long.
And what time did that interview conclude?
At 3 p.m.
How old was the defendant at the time of the interview?
He was 53.
And could he read and write?
He could.
During the course of the interview, did you promise him anything to get him to talk to you?
I did not.
Did you threaten him or coerce him in any way to get him to talk to you?
I did not.
Did you provide him any hope of benefit in getting him to talk to you?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Throughout the interview, did you maintain a conversational tone?
I did.
Did you ever raise your voice?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did it ever become contentious at all?
No.
In your training and experience as a law enforcement officer, have you had the occasion to come in contact with individuals under the influence of alcohol or drugs?
I have.
Did the defendant appear to be under the influence of any alcohol or drugs?
He did not.
Did he appear lucid and able to understand the questions that you were asking him?
Yes, he did.
Was he able to answer those questions?
He was.
To the best of your knowledge, were the defendant's statements given freely and voluntarily?
They were.
At any point, did he ask to end the interview or leave the car?
He did not.
Did he ever ask for food or water?
No.
Did he ever ask to use the bathroom?
No, he did not.
At the end of the interview, was he free to leave?
He was.
And did you, in fact, leave him at his house at the end of the interview?
I did.
Okay. Now, in addition to doing that interview, did you also seize his cell phone from him?
I did.
Okay. Before seizing his phone, during the course of the interview with him, did he show you his cell phone?
He did.
What was he showing you on his phone?
A number of different things. So he showed me text messages that he had sent and received from his son, Colt Gray. He also showed me emails that were in reference to obtaining counseling services and communication about counseling for Colt Gray.
And was he actively bringing out his phone, showing those to you, and kind of manipulating his phone?
He was. So we would talk about something, and then he would show me the text messages, and then we'd talk about it, and he'd show me the text messages, and it went back and forth that way.
Did you ask to photograph the phone?
I did.
And did he allow you to do that?
He did. He let me take screenshots.
And how did he do that? Was he holding the phone and you taking pictures?
He was holding the phone, and then I used my state-issued cell phone to take pictures of what was on his screen.
So after the interview was over, did you then ask for consent to seize his phone and to search it?
I did.
Tell us about that.
So when the interview concluded, as we were exiting the vehicle, I made the decision that due to the rapport I had established with him during the interview, that I was going to ask if he would be willing to consent to turning his cell phone over to me. I presented him with a consent to search form, which is a GBI document, and explained what that meant, which was that we would extract the information from his cellular device using a software program and review that information.
Okay. And when you were requesting consent, was your recording device on at that point?
It was not.
And when had you turned it off?
I turned my recording device off at 3 o'clock when the interview ended inside of my vehicle.
Is that your general practice?
It is not. Typically, I probably would have recorded, but this was a last-minute decision after I'd already finished that interview.
When you, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 4. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that as?
This is the waiver of constitutional rights to a search warrant of an electronic or cellular device.
And is it a fair and accurate copy of the waiver that you provided the defendant?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I'd like to introduce into evidence Exhibit 4, which is the consent form signed by Colin Gray on September 4th.
Mr. Hobbs? Just to put on the record, what cell phone was that for?
For his cell phone.
Yes. It was his black and color iPhone 14.
Perfect. No objection, Judge.
All right, Stage 4 is admitted.
When, kind of take us through how you showed him the form. Did you read it to him? Did he read it?
Yes, so I discussed with him that he was going to be signing this if he gave his consent, and that it allowed me to seize and then search the electronic device without a warrant, and that he had the right to refuse to consent to that if he did not want to go along with that. And then I put in here the description of a cell phone, which was, I believe we determined it was an iPhone 14 in a black OtterBox. And then he signed it, printed his name, and then I put the time and date on there so that he would know what time this consent form was filled out. And then I also asked him for his password, which he did provide to me and is written on this form.
And that was the password associated with the phone that he provided you at that time?
Yes, the black iPhone.
Okay. Did he have, in there you mentioned that it told him about his right to revoke consent.
Yes.
Did he have the means to be able to revoke consent?
Yes, so I made sure that since I was taking his electronic device, that he had my phone number so that he could reach out to me at any point to communicate with me that he did not want us searching that phone. And then I do believe he also provided me with his daughter Jenny's phone number at that time so that I had a way to reach him as well, as she would still have her cell phone.
In order to get him to give you his phone and to allow you to search it, did you threaten him?
I did not.
Did you coerce him in any way?
I did not.
Did you offer him any hope of benefit to give you that phone and allow you to search it?
I did not.
Did he voluntarily provide you the phone?
He did.
And did he freely and voluntarily agree for you to search his cell phone?
He did.
At any point during your interview or during your discussion with him about the phone, did he have any questions about consenting to search, or did he express any reservations about giving you the ability to search it?
No, the only thing he asked is that he take some phone numbers off of his phone before I took it, which he did.
At any point, to your knowledge, did he withdraw consent to search his phone?
He did not.
Did he ever call you after you got his phone and ask that, hey, I don't want you to search it?
He did not do that.
And did he ever say that at any point while you were there?
No, ma'am, he did not.
I don't have any further questions at this time.
Okay. All right, Mr. Hobbs, cross.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Special Agent Ward.
Good morning.
My name's Brian Hobbs, and I represent Mr. Gray. If I ask a question that's not artfully stated or is confusing and ambiguous, whatever, just let me know and I'll try and rephrase it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you arrived at Mr. Gray's property around 3 o'clock in the afternoon on that day?
No, I arrived at his property around 1:35 p.m.
Okay. Can you describe the scene when you arrived at the property?
There were multiple law enforcement personnel at the scene. There were deputies, and then I also believe there were some federal agents there with the FBI. And then myself and Special Agent Amelia Maddox with the GBI.
Okay. When you say multiple, if you're able to estimate for me, how many law enforcement officers would have been there?
I'm going to say anywhere from 10 to 20.
Okay. And I assume they were all in uniform?
Uniform, not necessarily. So every agency has a different criteria for what you wear to a scene. And since this was a situation where lives were at risk, you responded in whatever you were wearing at the time. Okay. So some of the agencies wouldn't have necessarily been wearing uniform, but they would have been wearing something that signified they were law enforcement.
Something that would have identified them to a normal person that they were law enforcement.
That's correct.
Okay. And did any of these law enforcement agents that were there, were they carrying firearms to your knowledge?
They were.
Okay. Were you carrying a firearm?
I was.
Was Special Agent Maddox carrying a firearm?
I do believe she was. That is typical of us to carry a firearm.
Gotcha. Now, it appears from the video that we saw, and I know that may not be inclusive of everything that happened with your participation, but it appears that, was it you and Special Agent Maddox that approached Mr. Gray when he was sitting in the back of the pickup truck?
It was.
Okay. And was that the first time you had spoken to Mr. Gray that day?
It was.
You asked him if he'd like to talk to you, presumably.
Yes.
And then asked him if he would like to do that someplace more private, which ended up being your Tahoe, it sounds like.
Yes.
Okay. And you and Special Agent Maddox, I don't know if that would be your official uniform, but it did appear you were dressed in something similar to each other.
Yes, so that is typical of what I would wear on a day-to-day basis, either a blue t-shirt that says GBI agent or a blue polo that says GBI agent, or something that says GBI agent, and then tactical pants.
Gotcha. And when you took Mr. Gray to the Tahoe, is the Tahoe marked as a GBI vehicle?
We drive unmarked vehicles, but there is a light bar that is obvious on it. You can see the lights in my push bumper on the front of my vehicle, but there's no marking that signifies it's a law enforcement vehicle.
Okay. So at that point, you, Special Agent Maddox, and Mr. Gray got into the Tahoe.
Yes, sir.
During your interview with Mr. Gray, was he asking questions about your investigation, trying to gather information about what was going on with his son?
Very limited, actually. He asked me initially when I walked up, which you can hear on the footage, if there's anything I can tell him about what's going on. And I let him know that this is an evolving investigation and there's not much information I can give him at that time. I did let him know that his son was in law enforcement custody.
And that was at the beginning stages of your conversation with him, is that correct?
That was when I walked up to the truck.
Before even you got to the Tahoe?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you've given us the orientation of where everybody was sitting in the Tahoe, and presumably at that point you still would have had your firearm on, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
As did Special Agent Maddox.
Yes, sir.
And to refresh my memory, I apologize, Mr. Gray was in the back seat or was he in the passenger seat?
He was in the front passenger seat next to me.
Okay. And you stated that at some point he voluntarily offered to show you text messages and emails on his phone. Is that correct?
Yes, we were discussing this and he said, I'll show you. And he showed me text messages and emails that were on his phone.
And the emails were in regards to what again?
They were different communications with individuals about counseling that was in reference to Colt Gray.
Such as mental health counseling?
I believe so. I don't have them in front of me, but yes, I believe that's what they were.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I guess it was quite a lengthy investigation a while ago. So if you recall, how did that topic come up? Did you ask specifically about that type of information?
I don't remember explicitly if I initiated that, but I believe he actually offered the information about attempting to get services for his son while we were just asking background questions about Colt's mental health.
Okay. And you stated that this interview was about, did you say an hour and a half?
It was about an hour and a half,
okay.
Yes.
And it took place exclusively within the confines of your vehicle.
Yes, inside my vehicle and right on the outside of my vehicle when we got out.
And Special Agent Maddox, was she there the entire time
She
of
was.
the duration of the interview?
Yes.
Okay. And you stated that after the interview had been concluded, you made a decision to see if Mr. Gray would be willing to sign the consent to search his cell phone.
I did.
How soon after if you can recall, or best estimates, how soon after the interview concluded before you made the decision?
Well, the time that he signed the consent form is at 3:06 p.m.
Right.
And I ended my recorder at 3 p.m. So 5 to 6 minutes.
So 5 to 6 minutes,
Yes.
literally.
Almost immediately after we got out of the car, I made the decision to ask him if I could take his phone.
Okay. And just to clarify that, was the decision he had already exited the vehicle at the time you asked him for consent, if you recall?
I do believe he was standing, I think we were all standing on the driver's side of my vehicle because we were just going over some logistics information, and I was getting his ID data, so like his name, his address, his date of birth, that kind of stuff.
Okay, just the basic identifiers.
Correct.
Was Special Agent Maddox there at the time you had that conversation?
I think
Gray?
she was in the general area, but I don't believe she was directly involved in the consent to search.
Right. Okay. And it looks like on that consent to search there is a line where a witness could sign. It doesn't appear anyone signed. Were there any witnesses to that other than yourself?
No, I mean, because nobody was directly listening to us, I didn't want anyone to sign that, witnessing it, that they had seen that, because it was just he and I really speaking.
So it was really just the two of you talking at that point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at the time he gave consent, law enforcement was still at the home? Because now it's an hour and a half later.
Yes. I do believe they may have entered the home at that point to execute a search warrant of the residence, but they were still on scene.
So the investigation was still in the stages of happening, for lack of a better way of putting it.
Definitely still evolving.
Okay. And I know you stated earlier that the decision to ask him about signing the consent was kind of made on the spur of the moment, but you did still have your digital recorder, correct?
Yeah, it would have been in the car where I left it with my notebook.
Okay. But you could have gotten your recorder and recorded that if you had thought to do that at the time?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I have 1 second, Judge?
Yes, sir.
Did she get the search warrant, later search warrant?
Yeah, that was her. Yeah, okay. Well, I thank you for being here. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Any redirect?
I just have 3 follow-ups.
All right.
You mentioned the search warrant being executed. Prior to you interviewing Mr. Gray, had you been inside that house?
I had not.
Okay. Did you know anything about what was inside the house, or did you discuss that at all with him?
No, I did not.
Okay. Nothing further.
Anything else, Mr. Hobbs?
It's just one brief question about search warrants. Ultimately, a search warrant was obtained to search Mr. Gray's phone. Is that correct?
I do believe so, yes.
But you wouldn't have been the officer that obtained that search warrant, or the agent. I apologize.
I was not.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Is she free to go?
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
State call Daniel Miller to the stand.
And is this on a separate?
This is a completely separate
motion.
day. Yes.
Let me ask: did the defense have any witnesses on the motion that the prior witness was for?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Could you raise your right hand, please? You swear the testimony you give in the matter now pending before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have a seat, please. Speaking in the microphone. If you could introduce yourself for the court reporter.
My name is Investigator Dan Miller, Jackson County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. I want to take your attention back to May 21st of 2023. Where were you working at that time?
Jackson County Sheriff's Office.
In what capacity were you working for them?
Excuse me. I was an investigator.
Okay. And on that date, May 21st, 2023, did you embark on an investigation of something?
I did. We'd received. You want me to go?
Sure.
Okay. My supervisor received a tip from the FBI related to a threat, and we went to an address that was given to us by the FBI, where we discovered that the subject of the threat, I guess you could call it the suspect, was no longer living there and had moved out, I don't know, several months prior. And then the deputy that was with me, the road deputy, had some knowledge that of where he might live, so we went to that address and where we encountered Mr. Gray.
Okay. And this deputy that was with you, who was that?
Deputy Justin Elliott.
Okay. And it was just the two of you?
Yes.
Okay. So then you go to a new address?
Yes.
And did you speak to Mr. Gray?
Yes.
Tell me about that, how that happened.
Well, I knocked on the door, and he came to the front door, and I informed him why we were there and the purpose of our visit.
Okay. And did you identify yourself as law enforcement?
I did.
How were you dressed?
I was wearing I guess what you call an outer carrier, a bulletproof vest, quote unquote, and it had sheriff written in, I believe it was yellow letters on the top, and I was wearing my badge and my gun. I had a hat on.
Okay. And was Deputy Elliott with you at this point?
He was.
Okay. And was he dressed similarly?
A little bit different. He was wearing a road deputy's uniform. I don't know what class specifically it is. Is a button-up shirt for the outer vest carrier type thing.
But did it identify him also with Jackson County Sheriff's Office?
It did, yes.
Okay. And what was your tone when you were speaking with him? Was it aggressive, authoritative, or conversational?
I would call it conversational.
Okay. And did he agree to speak with you?
He did.
Okay. And was he free to leave at any time?
Yes.
Okay. And was he handcuffed in any way?
No.
Was he restrained in any way prior to the conclusion of the interview?
No.
Did he agree to speak with you?
Yes.
Was this interview recorded?
It was.
And how was it recorded?
Body cam, and I used my county-issued cell phone to record conversation. That was a regular practice.
Did the Deputy Elliott also have a body cam?
He did. It was his body cam. I wasn't issued one at the time.
And did have you reviewed what marked as State Exhibits 3A and 3B?
Yes.
Before your testimony today?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was the body cam video of our interview, and I think that was it. What was it? There was two separate videos. Mm-hmm. It was the initial conversation, and then a follow-up conversation, but on the same day at the same place.
Okay. And are they a fair and accurate recording of the interview with the defendant?
They are.
Huh?
Yes.
Okay. And were they material additions or deletions to it?
No.
Your Honor, this time I tender states this number 3A and 3B.
Hobbs?
No objection to that either.
All right. Just for the record, Your Honor, it's one continuous. It's just broken up into two parts when it was recorded.
Okay.
So one is 15 minutes and the other is 4 minutes. So
okay.
2 minutes.
All right. 3A and 3B are admitted.
During the course of the interview, defendant, did you promise him anything in return for making a statement?
No.
Did you provide him with any hope of benefit if he provided you with a statement?
No.
Did you coerce the defendant into making a statement by way of threat or force?
No.
Did you maintain a conversational tone throughout the interview?
Yes.
Did you raise your voice with him during the interview?
No.
In your training experience as a law enforcement officer, have you had the occasion to come into contact with individuals under the influence of drugs and alcohol?
I have.
And did the defendant appear to be under the influence of any alcohol or drugs?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. Did he appear lucid and able to understand the questions you asked of him?
Yes.
Was he able to answer those questions?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, were the defendant's statements given freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
At any point, did he ask to end the interview?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. And at the end of the interview, was he free to leave?
Yes.
Did you leave him at his house after the interview concluded?
I did.
Okay. Just a second, please.
All right.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Is it Deputy Miller or is there a?
Danny Miller. I'm not a stickler with pomp and circumstance.
Gotcha. Well, I'll stick with deputy just for decorum.
That's fine.
So I represent Mr. Gray. If I ask a question that doesn't make any sense, please let me know, and I'll try and rephrase it.
Fair enough.
All right. So you work for Barrow County Sheriff's Department?
I work for Jackson County.
Thank you, Jackson County.
Yes.
And how long have you been with Jackson County?
The county for 18 years. The sheriff's office, 17 of that.
Okay. And where were you at before the sheriff's?
United States Marine Corps.
Okay. And how long were you in the Marine Corps for?
4 years.
And did you have any experience in the Marine Corps as that you would suggest or that you would believe would be the equivalent of a law enforcement officer?
I did.
And what kind of experience was that?
It was about 9 months as a military police officer.
Okay. And when you said you received a tip. Mm-hmm. Is that right, from the FBI?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, my supervisor received the tip.
Okay.
Perfect. Sent it to me.
So your supervisor received the tip, sent it to you. Mm-hmm. Why was it sent to you? Was it because of a specific job or a specific role you had in the agency?
I was the on-call investigator for that. We do week-long durations for on-call duties. That was my particular week.
Okay. And how would you, if you could, describe what kind of tip it was?
Can you clarify that? I'm not.
Yes. Thank you for asking. What was the tip was in reference to what? What were you being asked to investigate?
It was in reference to a school shooting.
Okay. And this is, just to make sure we're on the date, not confusing, do you recall approximately when this was, what date it was?
I'm not sure I understand what you're...
Sure. What day did you...
I don't remember the specific date.
Remember the year?
It was 20... Gosh, I'm going to have to go back in my memory banks. 23?
Okay.
Or no, actually, it would have had to been... Yeah, it was May of 23, wasn't it? I'm
not sure.
I really can't recall, honestly.
I'm not going to hold you to it, but it was... Okay. And... So you went out and spoke to Mr. Gray that day in reference to this tip, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you have any special training? It sounds like you were the on-call investigator that week.
Correct.
Was there any special training you had that made you better suited to handle this type of case, or was it just completely because you were the investigator?
Completely because I was on call.
Okay, gotcha.
I do remember it was a Sunday, so that would excuse me, that would anything that would happen on a Sunday that required a follow-up investigation would be assigned to whoever was on call.
Okay. And after that particular interaction with Mr. Gray on that day, did you ever have any other interaction with Mr. Gray? Phone calls?
Phone calls, like yes.
Was there... When was the follow-up phone call? Like the next, not the date, but the next day, 2 days later?
I think it was either Monday or Tuesday of that same week.
Okay. So within a week of the initial meeting. Okay. Can I have 1 second, Judge? I think I'm almost done, Deputy. So the tip was in reference to Colt Gray, is that correct?
I believe it was, yes.
Who would have been a juvenile at the time?
Correct.
Do you have any special training for dealing with juvenile offenders?
Not particularly, no.
Just more of a generalized?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, sir.
Attorney Redirect.
Just briefly, did you write a report at the time to Gray this incident?
I did.
And would the date be reflected in that report?
It would.
No further questions.
All right. May he be excused?
Please.
All right. We have additional witnesses. Any witnesses from the defense?
No, sir.
All right. Any additional witnesses for any other motion that we need to address?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All So I understand y'all want to submit, you want to do some limited oral argument, but you want to submit letter briefs?
So I don't even want to do any oral argument, but the holidays are coming up, so I want to give them a head start on what I'm going to be arguing, so they're not scrambling it. So I'd like to turn a letter brief in by Tuesday of next week.
Okay.
I don't want it to drag on farther than that. We're going to argue about whether or not the consent given was consensual. And as to the search warrant that Your Honor will get a copy of, we're simply going to argue whether or not it was particular enough in the search warrant not to be a general warrant. So just to give the state a bit of a head start on what we're going to be arguing so that they're not scrambling over the holidays.
And has that warrant already been admitted?
You hit the search warrant.
Are you talking about the house search warrant
Or the cell phone?
The cell phone. Okay. So it turns out the search warrant we have on the black iPhone is a different black iPhone.
Okay.
So I don't think we just need to argue the first part, which is whether or not consent was valid. Because the search warrant was not obtained for Mr. Gray's black cell phone. It was a different black cell phone.
Okay.
So that takes care of that issue, makes it even easier.
Very good.
Thank you, Judge.
Anything else that we need to address today by way of motions? I don't know that we have another motions day scheduled between now and early February.
Are we going to have argument on the Jackson-Deno hearing, or?
Judge, so the Jackson-Deno hearing in regards to Deputy Miller, we don't have argument on that. I think the state wanted to just kind of cross all the T's and dot all the I's.
Okay.
We weren't really challenging that statement, but the state's right. It's better to have that motion and deal with it.
Ms. Brooks?
No objection to that. But as far as Agent Ward's, are we having argument on that? Or are you gonna
No, I'll just do a quick letter briefing and get that to the court by Tuesday.
The state has not filed any specific motions related to evidence in this case. We filed some notices, like a notice of business records, a notice regarding our investigator remaining in the courtroom. So, and the only motion that we filed that I don't believe they're objecting to is just what can be viewed by like recording devices, with certain like crime scene photos and things of that nature that we're requesting not be allowed to be put on any sort of recording device. But I don't think the defense is objecting to that, so I don't believe there's any motions that we have that are pending.
Okay.
I would agree with that. We did get a notice of business records. We'll review that. There's quite a few.
Okay.
I don't foresee there being any issue, but we may follow up with the custodians just to make sure everything is the way we think it should be. And we would certainly let the state know if there were any issues. I did see the motion about the investigator yesterday. We don't have an objection at this point. I'll chat with Ms. Brooks just in regards to if that person is testifying or you're planning on that person testifying. But I'm sure that they will tell that person not to discuss the case or testimony with any other witnesses. So at this point, there's no objection to that. And as the photographs, we'll sit down with the state. We'll go over all that, but I don't have an objection.
Okay. How long would the state like to respond to the letter brief that I'll be getting by Tuesday?
Since that would include Christmas, I believe, so you're saying Tuesday of next week would be the 23rd?
I'll get it to you Monday.
Okay.
Yeah. It should be pretty quick.
I don't think it will take very long, like 2 weeks, just because I'm not sure. I think there'll be several holidays in there, but we may get it to you before the 2 weeks. I'll just like 2 weeks. Which would be January 5th. End of business on January 5th.
Right.
Any issue with that?
None.
All right. So the state's going to respond no later than January 5th. All right. Now, I know with the scheduling order, the state's supposed to have submitted all a list of witnesses to the defense. Has that been done?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, that was done on December 12th.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. So we're on track for, I think it's February 9th. I know, Mr. Berry, you still have that trial in Cherokee County?
I do, Judge. That we had motions on that about a week and a half, about 2 weeks ago. So we're still on track for that. We hope that we will be through by the 9th. We do have some witnesses in that case, so it's going to take us a minute.
Okay. I'm sure Mr. Hobbs will be ready to go in your absence.
I don't know about that.
Do my best, Judge.
We'll get through as quickly as we can.
All right.
One other issue, Judge,
Yes,
I don't know when we want to sit down and talk about the voir dire process and how we're going to kind of go through the jurors as to their knowledge of this case.
Okay.
So I don't know whether you want to try to schedule another time that we can sit down and do that.
I'm happy to do that, and I do have a couple little blocks carved out between now and then just for anything that we need to address. If y'all want any sort of brief meeting today, I'm happy to do that, if that works for you.
Great. I just think it would move things along a little quicker if we knew exactly which way we wanted to deal with that. So.
All right. Anything else?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you very much. Y'all have a good Christmas.
Thank you, Judge.
You too.
You got a minute.
All right. All right, let's get back to all right, here's the trial starting. You know what? Okay, here. This is 1 year after the shooting. I want to play this first. And then we'll get to most recent news.
Tonight we reflect on the...
So this is a year afterwards, year after.
We reflect on the tragedy and the spirit of resilience within the community. That is where we begin tonight. Good evening, and thanks so much for being with us. I'm Jennifer Bellamy.
And I'm Faith Jesse, and tonight the community continues to remember the mass shooting that happened inside those walls at Apalachee High School 1 year ago today. We do have live team coverage tonight in Barrow County covering every angle of the shooting and how students in the community are reflecting. We want to get straight out to our Ron Jones, and we know that, Ron, you have been out in Winder all day today. You've been hearing from the community, hearing from students and families. What are they telling you?
Yeah, that's right. So, Faith and Jennifer, this is what we know so far, is that it's been a very somber day as people pause to try to take a moment to remember the shooting that changed 4 lives after it unfolded on Jay Hall on the morning of this same day last year. The shooting at Apalachee High School is still fresh on the minds of many of these students, parents and teachers, and the community as well. So we saw a very few students actually walk into Apalachee High School today. Classes were optional with excused absences offered so students could reflect at home. And those who did attend spent the day giving back, taking part in service projects at places like Habitat for Humanity. And this afternoon we were here as those school buses were pulling off to take students home for the day. Now 4 lives, as you know, 4 lives were taken when a suspected gunman opened fire right here at Apalachee High School. 2 students and 2 teachers shot and killed. Christian Angelo, he was just 14 years old at the time, and his family remembers him as a teenager who was just a good kid, described as loving, sweet, and caring, and telling 11 Alive that he loved to play video games with his friends. And 14-year-old Mason Schermerhorn is remembered as a funny and creative kid who just loved to give big hugs and had a great sense of humor. Christina Arami was a math teacher, and she is remembered as someone who cared deeply for her students and was a dedicated member of the Romanian Orthodox Church right here in Georgia. And Coach Richard Aspinwall was a beloved assistant football coach and educator, and several accounts said that he died trying to protect his students. Now, nine other people were hurt on the day of that shooting, and tonight we're going to be taking a brief look back at what happened as all this unfolded one day from this same day last year. So the first 911 call coming in at 10:20 a.m. alerting law enforcement of an active shooting here at Apalachee High. Within minutes, Barrow County deputies and emergency crews rushed to the scene, and some students tell 11 Alive that they ran to the bathroom, others locking themselves in closets until police gave the all clear. Outside, students evacuated to the football field, and parents raced, as you know that they did, to the school to check on their kids and make sure they were okay. And just 5 minutes after the GBI says Colt Gray opened fire inside Apalachee High School, he surrendered to school resource officers. And folks, tonight, both the accused shooter, Colt Gray, and his father are facing murder charges for that tragedy that unfolded here last year. And there are also at least two civilian or civil cases in the works against Barrow County School Systems and also the Jackson County Sheriff's Office. And now we want to get over to our very own Grace King. She's right here at Apalachee High School. So Grace, where do things stand tonight?
Well, today, Barrow County Judge Nicholas Prim announced the trial for Colin Gray will start on February 9th. That'll likely be the first of several trials in both civil and criminal court that we'll see. Within minutes of the September 4th tragedy, authorities arrested 14-year-old Colt Gray, alleging he killed 4 people and wounded 9 others at his high school.
He will be charged with murder and he will be tried as an adult.
The next day, authorities arrested his father, Colin Gray, too, creating a first-of-its-kind case in Georgia where a parent is held liable for a crime their child is accused of.
His actions of leaving that firearm available to Colt Gray is why we're here today.
Colin's trial, now scheduled for February 9th, will be heard by jurors from Hall County. Judge Nicholas Prim hopes that'll avoid potential biases.
What we're trying to do here is have a fair, clean trial.
Colt Gray could take a non-negotiated plea after his father's trial, according to his former attorneys.
We are here for the possible scheduling of a plea.
In civil court, attorney Mike Pugliese tells 11 Alive he's prepared to file 2 separate lawsuits on behalf of victims and their families this October against the Barrow County School System and the Jackson County Sheriff's Office.
I gotta take you at your word, and I hope you're being honest with me.
They investigated prior threats the FBI says were from Colt Gray.
If they would not have dropped the ball, you and I wouldn't be talking today about innocent lives being taken.
Pugliese says both parties have denied any liability or wrongdoing as they prepare to take their fight to court. In Barrow County, Grace King, 11 Alive News. Now in Georgia, you have 2 years to file personal injury claims in civil court, so we could likely see more lawsuits in the next year. Ron.
All right, Grace, thanks a lot for the update. By the way, today at the state capitol, families and students, they began to share some of their concerns as well. They began to share some of their struggles and grief. So we heard from an Apalachee High School graduate who was inside the classroom when the shooting actually took place. And she says that she sent her goodbyes to her family because she did not know if she would make it out alive.
The minutes we sat there in the dark, hot, compacted classroom felt like hours waiting for someone to come in and rescue us. I have never been put into such a tragic, traumatizing, evil situation. We all can agree in this room that we need to protect our children. No child deserves to have the fear of having to go to school. No child deserves to experience what we have experienced. It's not fair.
Now, we should point out that the mass shooting here at Apalachee High School prompted state lawmakers to pass a school safety bill, and the lawmaker who carried the bill was a Republican from Winder. A year ago, Apalachee High School just had installed a system that enabled school employees to wear a badge with a push-button alert system. That system, made by a certain company, alerted law enforcement quickly, enabling them to subdue the gunman. The measure signed into law by Governor Governor Brian Kemp standardized that and other safety measures in schools throughout the state.
We had Centegics online a month or so before the incident, so absolutely saved lives. It was probably one of the best things we did with some of the school safety money that the state's provided over the years.
By the way, Persinger's school safety bill got signed into law this year with support from both political parties. And coming up tonight at 5:30, we're going to take a look at how the community will come out to remember this tragedy 1 year later. But before I toss it back to you ladies in the studio, there's a young lady. She was walking around handing out these bracelets. And this is for the folks who are going to come here to that vigil tonight at 7 o'clock. And she handed it out to some of us journalists as well. This is about awareness when it comes to gun safety, or when it comes to using a gun safety. And this one has the colors of Apalachee High School. And so she's asking everyone who shows up to the vigil to wear both of these bracelets to honor the victims as well.
All right, so that was 1 year after it happened, which of course was last year. It happened in 2024. And now here we are in 2026 with the trial. This was just a few days ago. So I want to play this. I have two more clips to play, and they're only like 2 minutes each. So we'll be done in a few minutes here. But I wanted to play this.
For this Monday, jury selection will...
Okay.
For this Monday, jury selection will begin in the trial of Colin Gray. He's the father charged in the mass shooting at Apalachee High School in 2024 that his son, Colt Gray, allegedly carried out. Now, it's the first of its kind here in Georgia where a parent is now facing charges in a crime like this. 11 Alive's Grace King gives us a look at what we can expect.
When jury selection begins Monday, it won't take place in Barrow County.
Imagine trying to find 12 impartial citizens who have not been affected by this directly or indirectly.
Instead, Judge Nicholas Prim will temporarily take the bench in Hall County.
You have to take this to a new county where you have a new crop of jurors that can be fair and impartial so that the defendant's constitutional rights are guaranteed.
Robert James is the former DeKalb County District Attorney who now works as a private defense attorney. He's not representing anyone in this case, but is curious to see how it plays out. The indictment charges Colin Gray with 29 counts, including second-degree murder, saying he, quote, consciously disregarded a substantial and unjustifiable risk by allowing his son, Colt Gray, access to a firearm and ammunition after receiving sufficient warning that Colt would endanger the bodily safety of another.
The more specific the warning the father had, and the more warnings that were available to the father or that the father got, right, the better the state's case.
On September 4th, 2024, authorities say Colt opened fire inside Apalachee High, killing 4 and wounding 9. Now, jurors will have to decide whether Colin Gray should be criminally responsible for that tragedy.
It's a very novel and new, extraordinary, even legal concept, right? It's very aggressive. We've not seen anything like this in Georgia.
In Barrow County, Grace King, 11 Alive News.
So jury selection begins at 9 a.m. Monday in Hall County, and then once the jurors are actually picked, Judge Prim will then move it back to Barrow County where the trial will actually take place. 11 Alive is going to be following the trial of Colin Gray all week long, and you can get live updates throughout the trial on 11 Alive Plus. Well, this Monday.
All right, so they went to another county, picked the jurors, and then they're going to bring them back. So to me, that means they're going to be sequestered. They're going to be sequestered because I think they're about an hour. It's about an hour away. So to me, that sounds like they're going to be sequestered. So we'll see. All right, last video for today.
Following the
last video for today.
Apalachee High School mass shooting, the tragic shooting in 2024 at the beginning of the school year. It took the lives of 4 people, multiple others were injured, and now the father of the suspected shooter is on trial, and jury selection has been underway for the last few days. Our Grace King has been following it all. Grace, we understand there are some new developments in this process of trying to seat a jury in this trial.
Well, Zach, at this point, we have a jury. The judge picked 15 different jurors today, 12 jurors, 3 alternates, but of course, they won't know who those alternates are until the trial is over. But that jury, they picked them out today. Now, we're still in Hall County. That's where they picked the jurors, so they haven't been sworn in yet. That process will have to take place in Barrow County, where the trial will start. But big news this morning that in less than an hour, they were able to kind of pick their jurors, make their final strikes, and get ready to start trial on Monday.
Grace, you answered the question I was going to ask you. It was, when does this officially start in front of the jurors? It sounds like that's going to be on Monday. For folks who maybe are just tuning into this stage of this saga that unfortunately has been ongoing since that shooting back in 2024, we know that Colin Gray, the father of the suspected shooter, has pleaded not guilty here. It is unusual to see a parent of a suspected school shooter face charges, but that's what we're seeing right now, right?
It is. It's the first of its kind it's the first case of its kind, rather, in Georgia. Colin Gray, the state accuses him of providing the firearm to Colt Gray that was allegedly used in the shooting. They say he had received sufficient warning before giving him that gun that Colt could harm himself or others. So they kind of used their indictment on that recklessness negligence claim. We don't often see that. Usually it has to be more of an active role to be charged as a party to a crime, and we don't typically see the parents being held accountable for crimes their children are accused of. And that was a big conversation with jurors. They kept asking them, have you heard about this case? What have you heard about that case? And how does this influence your opinion on this case? Is this something that you could put aside? Is this something where your mind's made up? Because they want to make sure they have jurors who can put their feelings aside. And some of them were saying, as a parent, I would never allow my kid access to a gun. We have, 10 guns in the house. We keep them locked up, but I would never allow my kid access to that. And I can't believe a parent would do that. They obviously pushed those jurors aside, didn't want those jurors. And you had other jurors who said, I take my kids shooting. That's normal. They also were trying to find some people with some middle ground, not fixed opinions one way or another, but the whole parental responsibility, it's, again, the first case of its kind here in Georgia, and it's going to be at the heart of this case.
Grace, one last question for you before we let you go here. I understand that we are not able to get a camera inside of the courtroom as jury selection is underway, but you have been inside the courtroom. You've been describing it for us for the last few days. Are there any singular moments from that jury selection process that stand out to you in your memory as you look back on these 2.5 days of jury selection?
We did, on Monday, there was one juror who, as soon as they started reading out the indictment, she just broke down crying. This is a tough case. We're an hour away, but an hour away is not far enough away that you probably don't know what happened, that you weren't able to, feel some of those emotions from this tragedy. Of course, we lost 4 lives that day, 2 teachers, 2 students, 9 others were hurt. And a lot of these kids and families are just traumatized from it. And this one juror, she broke down. They asked her about that, in an individual crying, and she said, I'm just a mom. I can't imagine my kid doing something like this. I can't imagine my kid being one of those lives lost. And it's just so emotional and so tough for a lot of these people to be here. So that's really just kind of stuck with me. And I mean, anytime we go out to Barrow County or Apalachee High School and talk to these families, their lives are forever changed. There's a lot at stake here in this trial. Some of them are really hoping they'll be able to get accountability, and others are wondering what kind of precedent this will set for other parents in the future.
Our Grace King, we know you have been following this from the very beginning. We know you're going to continue to stay on top of it. We appreciate it.
All right, you guys, that's it. That concludes our deep dive. Yes, Sharon, we're going to try and figure out when we're going to do a thing with Clara. I need to take a moment. I need to take a moment and figure out what we're doing next. So nothing is on the books just yet. So, but that concludes this stream. We put Paul Canero to bed. We're going to finish up our Colin Gray deep dive, and we'll figure out what we're going to do with Claire, when we're going to do it. Well, I know what we're going to do. We'll have to figure out when we're going to do it. So, with that, thank you for joining us today. Hopefully we'll get together with Claire. I honestly don't know if it'll be today or over the weekend, but we'll figure it out. But Colin Gray starts on Monday. So until then, have a great weekend. Be safe. Take care of yourselves. Take care of your loved ones. Take care of your pets and all your furry loved ones. And we will see you. We'll see you on Monday. It starts. I'm not sure when it starts. Maybe 9 a.m. It's East Coast. So I don't know if it'll start at 8:30 or 9. We'll have to figure that out as well. We'll have to figure out the vibe of the courtroom, because we're not sure when they take lunch, how long they go, what time are they showing up, are they going to be there 5 days a week? We just don't know that right now. So we do know that the attorney representing Mr. Gray represented Matthew Lance, and he's the one who stabbed those the young couple that had the baby he was neighbors with. So we kind of know that. I'm not sure if it's going to be in the same courtroom either. So, yeah, President's Day, Ola, but they're pushing forward. It is President's Day, but they are going to push forward with it. So go figure. It is a national holiday. It's a federal holiday, but here in the United States, but this court is going to go forward with it. So don't forget to make sure you take care of yourselves, guys. All right. I will see you. I'll see you later. I'm not sure when, but certainly on Monday. All right, guys. Take care. Have a good one. Bye.